It all started with a stranger talking about a book about cultivation and spiritual beasts in another world. He continued that there were also ancient costumes in this book. And most importantly, the book was about unusual animal girls. The cover of the reading, entitled Bestiary of Beauties, was decorated with charming half-naked animal girls. But for the young man who asked for a guide to drawing people and animals, this book was not entirely suitable, but the seller who presented him with this book assured that everyone who took it was satisfied. The guy was interested in the collection of animal maidens, and he agreed to take it, showing the seller the code for payment. The man put the book into the guy's backpack, despite the fact that the author of the book had gone somewhere. After some time, the young man returned to his home, quickly going into his room and slamming the door. With bated breath, on the day he turned 18, he was going to open this book. But no matter how hard he tried, the book did not want to open. And then suddenly a bright yellow glow appeared from the book, breaking through its pages with rays. In this glow, the beauties of the animal maidens were visible, who greeted their emperor, whom they had been waiting for 1,300 years. Our hero was completely delighted with what he saw, impressed by this book. Before he had time to come to his senses, dozens of hands reached out from the book after him, terrifying the young man. They pulled him towards them, and the guy fell into the portal that was in the book. The guy fell hopelessly into the very center of the portal, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. After some time, he heard the croaking of frogs and opened his eyes. His head and face were covered in blood, as was the stone next to him. And trying to come to his senses, the guy looked around the area in surprise. Due to the strong blow, the young man's head hurt badly. Our hero saw himself in the reflection of the water, clutching his head. He realized in shock that he was not in his body, believing that he had been reborn. Since he was reborn, he still had the memories of the original owner. He remembered that in this world, people use spirit beasts to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The owner of the body, Lin Xing, who had the same name as our hero, did not have the funds to buy a spirit beast for cultivation, so he stole food every day. To acquire a spiritual beast, he needed to save for 20 years. Having stolen food, Lin Xin walked down the street and ran into the son of the mayor, who was discussing with someone a plan to drug his classmate. The mayor's son noticed him and ordered his servants to arrest the guy. Therefore, Lin Xin escaped and hid on the outskirts of the city. But slipping on a stone in the river, he fell and hit his head on a stone, as a result of which he died. Our hero was amazed at the guy's clumsiness, remembering his story. The book that brought the guy into this world said that being reborn into Lin Xing's body would have the least impact on the guy. Then she wanted to say something else, but was interrupted. She was interrupted by a young man, angry at the book that brought him here. He kicked it, taking out all his anger on her. Then the screams of the approaching servants of the mayor's son were heard. They were still following Lin Xing. Noticing them, the book invited the guy to enter into an agreement with her and use the beast girl to kill the servants pursuing him. While the guy was thinking, they were getting closer and closer. Having accepted the book's offer, Lin asked how to make a contract. She replied that he should simply place his palm on the mark on it. He quickly slaps his palm on the book, making a pact with her. A bright glow appears around him, which means that Lin Xin has made a pact with the immortal sacred body. The servants approached the guy, throwing axes at him while he tried to get rid of the books that only he could see. The book announced that the contract had been concluded and it was time to draw the first animal girl. A second later, a bright orange flash appeared. From the book, the flames of the ancient fiery house phoenix spirit beast she had drawn burst out. At this moment, an attractive beast girl named Ji Qi appeared, ready to serve her master. The servants who saw the girl decided to catch her and give her to their master. She just looked at them dissatisfied with her fiery eyes. And a moment later, the men were engulfed in fire caused by the beast's displeasure. The ability of the animal girl impressed our hero. He watched with admiration what was happening. While the only surviving servant was running away, she approached the excited guy, calling him master. He embarrassedly walked away from her, offering to kill the remaining guy first. But the girl was clearly no longer interested in him, and she bent over her master. The guy was completely overwhelmed by embarrassment and surprise. His face turned red and he warily watched the beast. She approached the guy with a request to do something with her, but he was not very keen on fulfilling it. But the guy's awkward excuses didn't stop her, and the beast girl began to undress him. Since our hero was the reincarnation of the demon emperor, she was his concubine, and it was his duty to save the demon race. But he jumped away from her, not understanding how he, an ordinary person, could be a demon lord. To which the beast replied that the fact that he was able to open the book was proof of this. Taking off her shoes, the girl asked, a little touchily, whether our hero thought that she was unworthy of his favor. Our hero rushed between wisdom and lust, trying to figure out what to do. In the end, he decided to give in to lust and called on the beast maiden to begin. She immediately rushed at him, wanting to fulfill her duties as a concubine. Blushing and embarrassed by the intimacy of the moment, Lin asked her to be more careful since this was his first experience. But then the girl disappears, disappearing into the book, leaving behind only a trail of fire. Our hero was incredibly angry with the book, which interrupted the entire process, justifying it by saying that it saved his life. He decided to take revenge on the book by poking his finger at it, threatening to do so until it dies. And then the book began its story that the source of all power in this world is called energy. People use spiritual beasts to absorb the energy of heaven and earth and convert it into chi. And the immortal body can absorb energy anywhere and anytime without the use of spirit beasts. They can also alternately transfer energy to the beast maidens through sexual intercourse. Having finished his story, with a smart look, the book summed up that the current rate of energy absorption of our hero is lower than that of animals, so if he has sexual intercourse with an animal, he will die. With an excited look, our guy listened to the end of the book's story, pondering what he had heard. Then he condemned her for not telling him everything from the very beginning, how he got into this world. Lin demanded information about the demon clan and immediately wanted to hear an explanation without letting go of the book. The book began its story again, announcing that the demon emperor had passed away last winter. Humans and monsters raided the demon capital and attacked and killed many demons. Therefore, in order to save the demonic bloodline, the demon empress sealed 15 of the strongest maiden beasts into the body of the book. To await the return of the demon emperor, the book was sent to Earth in order to open a portal between dimensions. After this, our hero must breed with these 15 maiden beasts to revive the demon race. Lin was a little outraged that he was the emperor and was being used for reproduction, but the book consoled him that the maidens were carefully selected by the empress. Therefore, each of them is a new experience for our hero, since among the maidens there are tigers, bears, lizards, but this information did not console the guy at all. After learning that humans and monsters considered demons to be enemies, he decided that it was too dangerous and refused to participate in it all. But the book ominously signaled that it was too late to renege on the contract. If Lin refuses to cooperate, she will order the beast maidens to devour him. This alerted and frightened the young man, so he decided to cooperate with them and do everything the book says. He also quickly accepted the fact that he would have to work hard to restore the demon population. Then the guy decided to ask why he didn't feel like he was absorbing energy, to which the book replied that he would know when he got into a fight. Lin looked at the book in surprise, not understanding what she meant by reporting a fight. And then, at high speed, a sword is cut into the tree behind Lin, which he deftly managed to dodge. It was Liu Da Diao, the son of the city lord. With his tiger, he was surprised at the agility of our hero, and his servants demanded that Lin show his beast. Our hero was frightened when he saw a group of scoundrels chasing him, and from the book came the angry voice of a phoenix, which threatened to incinerate them. But the book was in no hurry to release the beast maidens, and told the guy that this time he must fight himself in order to feel his strength. And at the same moment, the tiger Liu Da Diao rushed at the guy, swinging his clawed paw at him. But then Lin strikes him with a powerful blow with a fiery fist, defeating him with one blow, and the beast flies to the side, knocking down trees in its path. And at that time, an unfamiliar girl was looking for someone, following in their footsteps. The pink-haired beauty got entangled in the vines, trying to follow the right trail, having lost someone in the forest. The guy got the force with which he hit the tiger as a result of 1 hour of energy absorption. But then thin snakes wrapped themselves around the guy's hands, hissing threateningly. The snakes wrapped around not only the guy's arms but also his legs. His limbs were stretched in different directions. While Liu Dajiao and his tiger watched this, speaking arrogantly about Lina, then he and the tiger gathered to attack the unarmed guy, gathering a huge amount of energy in his fist. Then someone loudly and menacingly shouted the name Liu Dajiao, scaring him and his tiger. It was Cheng Miao Miao, the daughter of the head of the martial art hall, who finally found him, reproaching him for bullying his classmates. While Diao was making excuses to the girl, our hero was thinking that she saw how the son of the mayor led his people out of the city and followed them. Cheng threatened the scoundrel that she would tell his father everything, for which he could punish him very cruelly. The girl looked at our hero and realized that he was not Liu Dadiao's classmate. He confirmed her guesses, calling the guy an ordinary mudblood, but in response, the girl asked why he was making fun of him. Lin decided that if he performed well, Then through Chung Miao Miao, he could enter the martial heart hall to learn useful self-defense techniques. And Liu Da Diao kept trying to show that he was much stronger than our hero. Taking off with his beast, he headed towards the guy, threatening to beat him to death. The 4-star serpent formation that bound Lin was a very powerful technique, so the mayor's son was sure that our hero would not be able to escape from it. But our hero was in no hurry to get scared, and the one with his teeth bared prepared to attack. Here the servants who were holding Lin were pulled in different directions. The guy activated his energy and used force to lift the men into the air. He then grabbed Diao and his beast by the heads, frightening them. Grabbing their heads, he pushed their foreheads together with great force. With his strength, he surprised Chung Miao Miao, opening the opportunity to enter her father's hall. After some time in Shanyang County in the martial arts hall, Miao Miao told her father about our hero who defeated Liu Da Diao and his tiger. The girl persuaded her father to take the guy as a student, and since he probably has a natural talent, the hall master Cheng Feng was amazed that our hero was able to defeat Liu Da Jiao, and he decided to look at his talent. Meanwhile, our hero was sitting in the training room and thinking about the benefits of martial techniques for his immortal body. He fantasized that he could make a great career in this world. And then his book trembled and a bright glow flashed from it. The book opened, and a beast maiden flew out of it who had already tried to seduce our hero the last time. The guy didn't understand how she got out of the book, and if a girl breaks out of the book herself, then her powers are reduced by half. The poor book was lying tired on the floor, telling that the more power about Lin, the stronger the attraction of the beast maidens. And she sternly added that the guy needed to abstain because he had not yet accumulated enough energy to copulate with the beast. The virgin sat astride the guy, wanting to get closer to him. But since Chung would return soon, Lin needed to free himself and return the maiden back to the book. The sound of footsteps was heard throughout the hall. The Lord of Shanyang County came to visit our hero to deal with him for injuring his son. Liu Tiju was a huge man who was severely determined to punish the guy. And at that time, people began to whisper about who was able to defeat Liu Da Diao, one of the best students in the Taoist school. The hall master, hearing the commotion around, began to calm Liu Taizhong. But the men could not be stopped. He wanted to avenge the beating of his son, promising to kill anyone who prevented him from doing this. The voice of a guy was heard from the hall, begging him to stop undressing him. The people who heard this stared in surprise at the entrance to the hall, peering indignantly inside. Suddenly, our hero fell out of the hall, asking for help to get out, but someone dragged him back. And the son of the head, recognizing his offender, shouted loudly and informed his father about him. Hearing this, Master Liu removed one of the pendants hanging from his belt while Cheng Feng tried to persuade him not to do anything wrong. The man tried to stop him, trying to pull his hand away, but he doesn't have time to do this, and Liu throws his pendant towards Lin Xin. And suddenly, the pendant turns into a huge leaf mantis, which was Master Liu's 4-star spirit beast. What he sees amazes our hero. He is surprised that a jade pendant can turn into a beast. The beast maiden, noticing that they wanted to attack her master, took upon herself the responsibility of dealing with Master Liu's spiritual beast. Everyone around was surprised to see a high-grade spirit beast in the possession of poor boy Lin Xin. Wanting to defeat him, the man sent his mantis to attack the beast maiden. The mantis touched the maiden's dress, tearing it, which undoubtedly angered her. Our hero was worried about Ji Qi, but the book hastened to reassure him by telling him that she is considered a top-level beast, although she is not strong as before, but is capable of defeating the mantis. Jika opened her mouth and flames poured out. She sent a strong stream of fire towards the mantis, but it immediately turned back into a jade pendant. Liu Tiezhu recalled his beast and went to the beast maiden, planning to make her his. But then the bastard was overtaken by a powerful blow from his fist, which was delivered by Lin Xin. Looking at this, the martial arts hall master was surprised, not understanding where Lin Xing got such strength. Our hero pulled GK to him, protecting the maiden and telling him that she was only his and no one could take her away. Hearing these words from her emperor, she was moved, assuming that this was a declaration of love, but the man continued to threaten the guy, offering to give him the beast maiden in exchange for Lin Xing's life. Our hero analyzed that he had 80% of his energy left against Master Liu, which would allow his beast maiden to rest a little for now. Concerned for the life of the guy, Miao Miao begged her father to help him, since no one else could stop Master Liu. But he ordered her to shut up while he thought about what to do. He pondered Lin Xing's abilities, thinking that he could actually win. But then his thoughts are interrupted by the voice of Liu, who is about to use heavenly thunder fists of destruction. The man became like a fire demon, changing his appearance. He reincarnated, informing our hero of his imminent death. Wanting to protect the guy, Chung hurried to stop Liu Tieju. He jumped up and walked towards the angry man, ordering him to stand up. But he ran at great speed towards our hero, preparing to attack, while the guy tried to figure out what to do to save himself and Ji-Ki. Lin pushed away the beast maiden who wanted to protect him, and frowning, prepared to attack, his eyes sparkling fiercely, blazing with fire. Cheng did not have time to stop the man, and he dealt a powerful blow to our hero, causing him to break through the wall. The guy, all beaten and bloody, sat inside the hall, showing no signs of life. Excited by the fight, Liu did not want to leave Lin alone so easily, and under the cries of his son, he wanted to teach the guy a lesson. Miao Miao and Zico ran into the building to see the guy. Worried about his life, the girl went to him to check his condition. The girls watched as the pillars of dust dissipated, preventing Lin from being seen. Suddenly, the guy screamed in pain, vigorously moving his dislocated arm. Seeing Lin alive, the beast maiden rushed to hug him, saying that he had scared her very much. Master Chung watched in shock what was happening, since an ordinary person died after such a powerful blow, and our hero was standing on his feet and hugging the maiden. Then everyone tensely looked at Mr. Liu, waiting to see his reaction. The man stood menacingly, glaring at Ling Xing, his face darkened and his eyes sparkling sharply. Through clenched teeth, he addressed our hero, instilling horror in everyone around him. But unexpectedly for everyone, he declared that our Lin was a real talent, smiling and laughing loudly. Approaching Lin, he hugged the guy and offered him training in the Taoist sect, committing to pay all his tuition and fees, but his son was clearly not happy with his father's decision. But Liu Tieju ordered his son to shut up and not interfere, kicking him and throwing him far into the sky. Then he agreed with Master Chung to take care of Lin Xing, and after saying goodbye, he asked the master to come and visit him. When Liu Tiezhong left, Miao Miao asked her father why he suddenly changed his mind about killing Lin. The father replied that not only the power was able to convince the Lord, but also the presence of the guy was important for the city. And while father and daughter were talking, our hero was trying to escape from the Beast Maiden and her desire to get closer to him. Sometime later in the evening, in the living room, Master Chung talked with Lin about his spirit beast, but the guy did not want to answer. The man did not insist on the guy's answer, and asked if he knew why Mr. Liu suddenly changed his attitude towards him. The guy found this attitude strange and suggested that the Lord might like him, but Chung replied that the Lord could not be friends with anyone but him. Lin was surprised by this answer, and he looked questioningly at the man, who, laughing awkwardly, made the excuse that he was just joking. Then, opening some scroll, he told our hero that he had called him here to talk about the battle duel of the 6 districts. Master Cheng told the guy that in their prefecture there were 6 counties that competed with each other to become famous, and an important event was the martial arts competition of the 6 counties. The competition will take place next month, but since their county had a small population, it always took last place. But the appearance of our hero gave them hope of victory. Hearing this information, Lin looked at the man thoughtfully, finally understanding why they needed him to participate in the tournament. Cheng added that the team consists of 3 people, and if our hero wins the tournament, then great success awaits him and the whole district will be proud of him. But the guy was not particularly interested in fame, and he began to ask about the benefits and rewards that he could receive, and the embarrassed man promised to talk about it with the ruler. Having finished his conversation with the master, Lin walked around the courtyard, talking with the book, which persuaded him to participate, even if he did not get paid for it, but he would improve his abilities. But our hero only smiled slyly and replied that it was not necessary to participate in this, and that he could increase his cultivation so that he would not have to revive the demonic race. This made the book too angry, and she hit the guy with all her strength, causing him to smash his head through the wall of a nearby building. Trying to recover from the blow, he slowly opened his eyes, at the same time making excuses that he was just joking. But when he opened his eyes, he saw something that hit him hard and blood gushed out of his nose. It turns out that Lin flew headfirst into the wall of the bathhouse in which Miao Miao was washing, sitting in only one short towel. The girl was very scared while the guy tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, and he got to her because of the book. He tried not to look and close his eyes, but he couldn't take his eyes off her attractive figure. But Miao Miao's fear quickly changed to anger, and she started screaming at the guy. And then the book told the guy that no one else could see her except him, which shocked Lin. Accordingly, the girl did not believe the guy and ordered her 4-star beast, the jellyfish, to catch our hero. And then the jellyfish breathed out an icy gust at the guy, which froze everything in its path. But the guy was saved in time by ZK, who dragged him to cover. But the ice still touched our hero and he trembled, sitting in the shelter under a tree. Noticing how Lin was trembling from the cold, the Beast Maiden showed a desire to help him warm up in her fiery embrace. And then the enraged Meow Meow overtakes them, wanting to teach the guy a lesson. Zika began to protect her master from the ice attacks of the jellyfish, while he tried to justify himself to Meow Meow by saying that he accidentally saw her naked. And then the Beast Maiden was distracted and turned to Lin to tell him that if he wanted to look at naked girls, then he should contact her. While she was talking to the guy, another icy stream flew in their direction, which our hero shot down in time, telling the girl that now was not the time to talk. From the cold, Lin Xing screamed and grabbed his hand while Ziku thanked him for his kindness and help, offering him her body. At this moment, without stopping her attempts to punish our hero, Meow Meow rushed towards him, holding the towel on her chest. But the girl did not notice the ice on the floor and, stepping on it, slipped unsuccessfully. Having slipped, Meow Meow flies into the air, and the towel that covered her naked body lifts up, revealing a view of her secret places. Still, falling to the floor, she covered herself with a towel and, blushing with indignation, looked angrily at our hero, asking if he had seen everything. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied that he didn't see anything due to poor eyesight, making no skillful excuses. And of course, the girl did not believe the young man, ordering her beast to attack together. Our hero noticed that the girl had a water attribute, so he realized that if she attacks together with the ice jellyfish, he will not survive it. But suddenly a voice was heard that told them to stop. Meow Meow's father stood on the roof of the building, dissatisfied with what she was doing, risking the destruction of everything around her. Therefore, the girl, sobbing, complained to her father about Lin Xing, calling him a pervert. He told her not to worry and said he would deal fairly with the guy, then told his daughter to go back into the house and change clothes. After his daughter left, Cheng Feng turned to our hero, looking sternly at him from under his forehead, asking for an explanation. Lin lowered his head guiltily and was about to explain himself since the man had seen everything. But suddenly he fell silent and stopped, suddenly realizing something, frowning his eyebrows. He analyzed that if Master Cheng saw everything, then he was watching them from the roof. This guess made the guy angry, because this only meant that Cheng Feng decided to take advantage of this situation and turn it to his advantage. The next day, in the meeting room, Cheng Feng happily announced that Lin Xing had agreed to participate in the competition. In front of him, dissatisfied Lin and Meow Meow sat at the student tables, while Cheng lectured them and encouraged them to work hard. Lina remembered that there should be 3 people in the team, so he asked the master who would be the third, and then Liu Dajiao entered the hall, addressing our hero, saying that if he ended up on his team, he would be finished. At this time, Master Cheng approached the guy, putting his hand on his shoulder. He informed him that the team captain would be Lin Xing, and Lin was looking forward to training with Liu with a self-confident grin. Dajiao overreacted to this news, threatening to tell his father everything. But judging by the way his father acted yesterday, he would have supported Lin and Cheng Feng. In turn, Meow Meow got angry at the guy and gave him a choice. Either he agrees or leaves. Liu didn't want to anger the girl, making excuses that he just wanted to clarify. And then Lin decided to say that he didn't care who would be the captain. But this angered Meow Meow even more, and she yelled at the guy with a fierce expression on her face, promising to tear him into pieces if he didn't try hard in the competition. After these words, the girl left the hall, and Leo asked why she changed her attitude towards Lin. Our hero, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, replied that he accidentally saw her naked in the shower last night, and now she hates him. Liu imagined an unpleasant picture that brought tears to his eyes. As a result, the master gave them the task of going to Bear Mountain for the day in order to collect herbs and prepare pills together. This activity should bring the guys closer together. After some time, the guys reached the Great Bear Mountain. While the guys were walking to the top, Da Diao flirted with Meow Meow, promising to save her from the bears, which are aggressive these days. They reached the signs, and Leo told our hero to go in one direction while he and Meow Meow looked for herbs in the other direction, to which the guy agreed. There was a sign on a tree near the signs, notifying that rare herbs were located around the top of the mountain. Then the voice of the book was heard, which suggested that Lin prepare an imperial tonic that would be useful for cultivation, and the guy immediately went in search of the necessary herbs. The book showed all the necessary herbs that a guy can get on this mountain, which is a place of abundance of spiritual energy. She continued to explain that the aura obtained from the fusion of herbs was slowly absorbed into the body, while our hero calmly absorbed the energy of the herbs. But then something went wrong and blood poured out of Lin's eyes and mouth. The guy winced in pain, screaming that his chest was burning from the intense heat inside. The book fearfully realized that he had made a mistake because his body could not hold so much energy. Lin was in wild horror, feeling that he was about to explode and could not withstand all the energy, and the book said that there was one way to fix this. She summoned the beast maiden Jiki, who immediately came out of the book, wanting to help her master. In the meantime, our hero continued to burn from the inside, feeling a colossal amount of energy inside. The virgin knelt before him, asking him to be gentle with her. She rushed to hug him tightly, causing the tench to question and be surprised. Jiko seemed no less excited, having been waiting to get close to the Emperor for thousands of years, wanting to be the first. The Beast Maiden began to help our hero release his energy and lighten his body. She decided to touch him, covering her mouth with her hand excitedly. Having touched him, Ziku immediately withdrew her hand, burning herself on his hot body. Meanwhile, the rest of the team watched a rainbow ray of light emanating from the top of the mountain. Worried about Lin, Meow Meow suggested going to check on him. After some time, our hero woke up, trying to come to his senses. Suddenly, he discovers that he slept without clothes, and Ziki lies peacefully opposite him. She languidly answered his question. Lying in his clothes, Lin was surprised, asking why his clothes were not on him, to which the Beast Maiden replied that he tore her clothes, so she had to put on his clothes. Then the guy realized that his first intimacy with a girl had just happened, but it turns out that he doesn't remember at all what happened or how, trying hopelessly to remember the process. They were interrupted by the book, which reported that the guys were too loud and could attract attention and should not be seen. So the Beast Maiden began to change clothes. But as soon as she stood on her trembling legs, she could not stand for long and fell. Lin immediately catches Zika, worried about her well-being, and asks what's wrong with her. She asked him not to ask questions, and promised to make sure that next time he would not be able to get up. A white glow appeared around the Beast Maiden, and she warned Lin that she wanted to rest. After these words, she turned into a red round stone, and now the guy will be able to summon her using the summoning of a spiritual beast. And then suddenly, Lin Xing notices some movement behind him. He realized that someone was coming, and grabbing a book, he took off and jumped off the cliff. He sensed that it was not Meow Meow and Liu, and landed on a ledge that jutted out from the cliff. At the top, someone approached the edge of the cliff, probably looking for our hero. The man reasoned out loud about the aura that suddenly disappeared upon sensing his approach. It was Yang Mao from Iwu County who was looking for the best spiritual herb. Then he felt someone's presence and launched something into the bushes opposite. Meow Meow and Da Jiao flew out of the bushes, scattering around with a roar. He declared himself as the future star of Shanyang County, wanting to know where the best grass was, assuming that they had it. The girl accused Yang Mao of stealing resources from Bear Mountain, which was banned by the Lord, while simultaneously living where Lin Xing might be. What he heard angered Lin, who was hiding on a cliff, because according to him, the scoundrel was a real thief who steals on someone else's territory. Suddenly, the man closed his eyes and lowered his head, thinking that he was on the verge of death, and he told them that he just came to find something interesting. But since they noticed him, he would have to silence them and use the stones for summoning spiritual beasts. The stones transformed into a strong hedgehog and a fiery sparrow. Our hero watched what was happening and was surprised that a man could use two animals at the same time. The guys also activated their beasts. Liu called the man trash, but Meow asked him not to treat the man so lightly, since he was a legendary genius. The girl commanded her octopus to use its attribute against the firebird, and Da Diao's tiger to detain the hedgehog. At this time, Yang Mao watched the guys with a grin, considering their actions stupid. But then suddenly, the fiery bird struck the hedgehog with a fiery blow. Our heroes were surprised, not understanding why she attacked her ally. Meanwhile, the unfamiliar ninja reported to his master that Yang Mao was not in the city. A woman sat on the throne, listening to the servant's report, and smirked when she heard again about the problems that Yang Mao had created. And our heroes on the battlefield had a hedgehog attack the tiger Liu Da Diao and inflict great damage on him. Having defeated the tiger, the hedgehog rushed towards Cheng Miao and Liu Diao, so the girl ordered her octopus to attack the hedgehog. The kid made an ice protective wall against the flaming ball. He tried with all his might to make the wall impenetrable and not let the hedgehog through. But a huge ball of flaming sun overpowered the little octopus and broke through the ice wall, throwing the baby aside. The octopus's owner picked up the battered baby, angry at the man who used heat to enhance the hedgehog's punching power. Yang Mao confidently mocked the guys, calling his fighting technique the most advanced. After analyzing his situation, Liu ordered Miao Miao to return to school and inform the master while he distracted the scoundrel. But the man decided to spoil their plan and sent his phoenix, which no one could outrun. The phoenix caught up with Cheng Miao and blocked her path, burning everything in its path. The girl suggested fighting without spirit beasts, but Liu didn't like the idea of attacking the fireball with her bare hands. He began to sob and pray to the gods for help, panicking and screaming. And then Lin Xing lands on the hedgehog, kicking him in the head, and seeing their leader, the guys screamed with happiness. Liu Dadiao generally cried with happiness, praising our hero's fighting technique. Lin turned to our heroes and told them to go back to the school and report what had happened. Listening to the leader, Liu dragged Miao Miao along with him and quickly ran for help, while the girl asked Lin to be careful and stall for time. Noticing our hero, Yang Mao asked if it was he who had collected the magic herbs emitting a huge pillar of light. But the guy just smiled awkwardly and replied that the pillar was not that big. This answer angered the man. He did not believe Lin and he demanded that the guy give him the herbs. Angry, he sent his beast to attack the guy, who was trying to figure out how to defeat the two beasts. He immediately called on Ziki for help, confident that they could cope with their opponents. Hearing the master's call, the beast maiden emerged from the stone, ready to fight for her emperor. After what he saw, Yang Mao was very surprised that the guy had a spirit beast. The beast maiden impressed the man, and he took out a bracelet with a detection crystal. He decided to check what power the phoenix has, and discovered that it has 8 stars. This surprised not only Yang Mao, but also our hero. He asked Ziki when she managed to become 8-star, and the maiden replied that this happened after they got closer. The guy did not expect that from one time she would be able to rise by as much as 4 levels. And while they were dealing with this, the phoenix Yang Mao was preparing an attack on our heroes, releasing a huge fireball, but its owner was in a hurry to stop it. Noticing this, the beast maiden only laughed at the weak beast that dared to attack her. And a second later, a powerful stream of fire burst out from Ziki's hands. This huge flow was visible even to the guys who had descended from the mountain and were heading for help. After the maiden's attack, a huge smoking crater formed in the ground, and our hero blamed the maiden for her strength, which prevents him from studying. Having managed to escape, the burned Yang Mao ran through the forest, cursing Lin Xin with great resentment, promising to defeat him and get rid of him before the start of the tournament. While he was running away, Lin stood on the edge of the cliff and looked out for the fleeing man. And then Ziki approached the guy and flirtatiously suggested that he do more interesting things. But he replied that he could not help her in any way because all she needed was to eat, sleep, and engage in obscenity. Here our heroes are interrupted by the loud roar of a wild beast. It turns out to be an ironback bear, a 4-star beast that makes such a loud roar. Wanting to protect the master, the beast maiden immediately casts a fireball, aiming it at the bear. She launches the ball at him, but the beast seems to remain in its place. The dust and smoke from the impact cleared, and our hero saw a bear that had not received a single scratch. The book told the guy that the bear is an earth attribute, so only attacks with wood or ice will have an effect. And from this it turns out that Ziki will have to spend too much effort to defeat this bear. Then the book added that the bear still has a weak spot, and this is the lower part of its back. One blow to the last vertebra can kill it. Lin was surprised by the book's answer. Since Liu Dadiao said that this bear was difficult to deal with, the book replied that such a weakness should not be known to the whole world, since the bear was a patrol beast of the demon capital. Preparing to strike the bear's vertebrae, Lin asked Ziki to get his attention, and the maiden immediately listened to him, using fire rain on the bear. This, of course, enraged the bear, and he froze in one place for a second. With eyes red with anger, he advanced towards her, growling ferociously and receiving blows from fire spheres. Hiding, our hero waited for the right moment to strike the bear, which approached Ziki. Lin attacked the bear with lightning speed, hitting the right place. The bear was defeated and fell lifelessly to the ground. The guy was surprised that he was able to defeat the beast so easily. But then Ziki discovers that there are more bears and they were looking out at our guys from the forest. Our hero was not afraid. On the contrary, he was glad that by killing all the bears, he could get rich. Meanwhile, Liu Damiao demanded that his father save his team, but he only replied that Yang Mo was not an ordinary person. He said that 2 months ago he was promoted to deputy mayor of Huaiwu County, and Da Diao realized that in order to become the deputy head of the district, the owner of the city himself appointed Yang Mo as his deputy, and now his father is going there to talk to the headmaster. But if he goes there, he may quarrel with the head, and this will have negative consequences. He then added that he had sent his men there to check the situation, and he was considering 3 options for events. The first option is that Lin Xin lost and was killed. The second option is that he was killed, and Liu will be able to use this opportunity to ask the owner of Huaiwu for a favor. The third thing is, if Lin wins, then no one will be able to invade their district anymore, but Da Diao suggested that the gentleman might feel humiliated and there would be no mercy. The man had his own plan for this occasion. It was that he was able to breed 100 bears with an iron back, which he could present to the overlord and receive a reward. While father and son rejoiced at the possible outcome of events, Miao Miao watched them irritably. They were interrupted by a spy who returned from Bear Mountain to report something to Liu. He reported that Lin Xin had won, and rejoicing at this, ordered the servant to send the bear to the master. But then the spy added that all the bears on the big mountain were caught by Ling Xing, and not a single one remained. This information shocked Liu. Master Liu was in a state of disappointment and had a nervous breakdown after receiving this information. Standing above him were 3 men whom Da Diao asked to prescribe medicine for his father, and then Miao Miao ran into the hall, dragging Lin Xin behind her, who clearly did not want to go back. Hearing the guy, Master Liu came to his senses and stood up. The man looked at Lin terribly, asking why he killed his iron-backed bears. And our hero innocently spread his hands, answering that he did not know that Liu raised these bears, while Cheng Miao wondered how he was able to kill more than 100 bears. Master Liu seemed to be even more angry as he hoped to become the deputy head with the help of these bears, so he wanted to tear Lin apart. Noticing the man's mood, Miao Miao covered the guy with herself, persuading Liu not to kill him, since he could win the fighting competition, and the Lord would reward Liu for this. Hearing the girl's words, the man gradually began to calm down. He turned to our hero, obliging him to take first place in the martial arts competition, to which Lin replies that he did not promise to take first place, so he does not owe anything to Liu. Here, Da Diao decided to get involved in the conversation, suggesting that his father beat Lin Xin so that he would not become arrogant. For this, Lin gave the guy a menacing look, and he immediately justified his words with a joke. The man didn't like Lin's behavior, but he decided to ask the guy what he needed for him to win the competition. Our hero decided to discuss everything like adults, and asked what Liu was ready to give him for winning the competition. The man immediately replies that he will give him gold, but Lin is not at all interested in money. Then the man offered to give him the attention of girls, but the guy already had enough of that. The guy's refusals began to irritate Liu, and he, baring his teeth, asked what the picky guy needed. And then Lin finally answered that he wanted to learn the Thunderbolt technique practiced by Master Liu. Last night, Lin discussed with the bookmaster Shu that he needed new techniques. He asked to teach him new techniques, but Master Shu does not have a single recording of the techniques. But the book has an idea from whom a guy can learn the skill. She revealed that when Lin fought Liu Tieju, the book saw that he used the Snow Leopard Thunder Mastery. Although he used 10% of this technique was ideal for our hero. The only thing that surprised the book was why Liu betrayed this technique to Lin. Therefore, when the guy asked to teach him this technique, everyone around was surprised how he knew what technique Liu practices. Liu himself could not believe it, since this technique of the Liu family and even his son did not know about it. And placing his hand on the guy's shoulder, he demanded to know how Lin knew about it. This, of course, offended Da Jiao, and he was offended by his father for not telling him his technique. But Lin Xin, smiling innocently, continued to demand to train him in exchange for winning the competition. An angry Liu refused our hero, angrily hitting the wall with his fist, not wanting to pass on the technique that had been passed down in his family for thousands of years. So Lin invited him to become brothers, and Liu replied that he was used to being a loser, so he would be at the bottom of the martial arts competition. But then a servant ran into the hall, reporting that the owners of the districts who won the competition this year would be promoted to deputy emperor. Everyone froze for a second, digesting the information. Dai Jiao happily asked his father to teach him the Thunderstrike technique so that he could win the championship. But as if not having heard his words, Liu, with a face full of love and kindness, asked Lin Xing to train with him, calling him his dear little brother. After what happened, Da Diao sat in despair, snotting and crying from resentment. The guys watched the guy, discussing his bad mood. Lin guiltily made excuses that he did not expect such an outcome with Liu Tieju. Wanting to cheer up Da Diao, Miao Miao leaned towards him, inviting him to train. But the guy desperately did not want this. And Lin, in turn, suggested calling each other brothers and thinking positively, but Da Diao, in tears, replies that he will definitely lose in the competition. Then someone called them, distracting the guys from the showdown. Behind them stood Liu, wearing a special training suit that fitted his body, inviting the guys to train. Impressed by the man's suit, they asked if the master should be training them today. Liu Tieju replied that Master Cheng Feng was too gentle for their training. Since the reward doubles, the difficulty of the training also increases, so he firmly took up the training. After telling the boys that he had no intention of sparing them, Liu used the jade pendant to summon his spirit beast. A 9-star Thunder Tiger beast appeared before the guys, shrouded in blue lightning. The guys were a little tense. Cheng Miao saw the 9-star beast for the first time. Dejiao made a remark to his father, because only 6-star beasts compete in the tournament, so his beast was too dangerous for them. But he said that this year the organizers will try to increase the level of the animals, so there will be quite a few such animals there. After these words, he commanded his tiger to attack the guys, and he immediately rushed towards them, breaking the ground with a powerful blow of his paws. The beast struck the ground, and lightning flashed across Da Diao, Miao Miao, and Lin Xin, piercing their bodies. Rising to his feet, our hero wiped his face, admiring the power of the lightning attack. Liu Tieju grinned mockingly, calling the guys weaklings who could not win the championship. But they did not give up and called on their animals, the octopus, the tiger, and the phoenix. The Thunder Tiger rushed towards the guys again, and Miao Miao ordered her octopus to detain the beast. The octopus froze the Thunder Beast's paws, immobilizing it, and Da Diao sent his tiger to attack it. But the guys forgot that ice conducts electricity, and Miao Miao and the octopus were struck by lightning. Tiger Liu approached the Thunder Beast, and it frightened him with a fierce roar, bursting out of the ice. The frightened animal rushed towards its owner, hiding behind Da Diao, and he ordered his tiger to behave more courageously, just like him. But then suddenly the phoenix struck the Thunder Tiger with a fiery blow, and a fiery funnel appeared around it. Master Liu said in disappointment that the fire beast couldn't burn the high-star Thunder Tiger, and our heroes were just idiots. But then the Thunder Tiger, defeated and beaten, falls, twisted in a funnel. And in the end, he falls at the feet of his owner, who looks at this action in surprise, crossing his arms over his chest with displeasure. Lin Xing looked at Liu Tieju, tightly clenched his fist and answered, "It was not the flames that defeated the tiger, but his fists. And if the master is disappointed in them, then he may not waste his time on training." The man raised his eyebrow questioningly and asked Lin if he wanted Liu to attack with the beast. The guy only wanted this, to learn a way to combine the efforts of the spiritual beast and its owner, wanting to quickly gain new knowledge from Liu Tieju. Such a thirst for knowledge amused the man, and he agreed to tell our hero about the method of merging man and animal. He then fell into the arms of the Thunder Tiger, beginning the fusion. And a second later, the owner and his beast sparkled with strong energy, shrouded in a common aura. Lin Xing suggested that the fusion of man and beast is the transfer of the attributes of the beast into the body of the owner. Meanwhile, Miao Miao used the bracelet to calculate that the number of beast stars had decreased. Therefore, Master Liu explained that spirit beasts had a huge amount of energy and could transfer their attributes to their master, thereby increasing their level. That is, this process works like a portable battery that can be charged by an external source. But there is one drawback. After a large loss of energy, the animal becomes very weak, and if it is attacked, it will not survive it. And the person associated with the beast can also receive damage. So this technique is usually not learned until reaching the heavenly source realm, and is only used in a difficult situation. Master Liu trained the boys to sense the vibrations of the spirit beast's pillars in order to enter the same frequency, and their consciousness would enter the beast's body. While Miao Miao and Da Diao were already practicing this with their beasts, Lin Xing turned to Zikia to try this technique as well, and she immediately changed her form, completely ready to serve her master. But the beast maiden clearly misunderstood the essence of the technique, confusing entering consciousness with entering the body, so Lin immediately ordered her to change clothes, and the embarrassed and dissatisfied guys looked at what was happening with condemnation, looking at their animals. And then Master Cheng approached the guys, announcing the conditions of the first round of the tournament, saying that the opponent would be Huaiwu County. Then he adds that the master of the city said that they had invaded Huaiwu's territory and had a big quarrel with Yang Mao. Therefore, the governor wanted them to meet him in person. But Huaiwu's owner wants to resolve the dispute in the ring, so the guys were scheduled to fight in the first round. Our heroes, having heard this, dissatisfiedly discussed the unfair accusation against them because everything was the other way around. Lin Xing stood aside, thinking about how to punish them and win the competition. He asked if they had information about the participants, but Chung Feng replied that they had nothing. Liu Tieju noticed the guy's reasoning and considered him quite smart. After Master Cheng's answer, Lin realized that Yang Mo had knowledge about the guys, but they knew nothing about the enemy, so they lost their advantage. Here, Master Liu decided to intervene in the conversation and offered his help in this matter. He agreed to get all the information about their rivals, promising to convey absolutely everything to the guys. After that, our hero said that they should work hard to improve their beasts, and took out a spatial pouch that can hold up to 30 kilos. He poured out potions of his own making, made from an iron bear, and offered them to the guys who admired the excellent tonic potions. Hearing about the bears, Liu Tieju cried bitterly on Chung Feng's shoulder, mourning his dream of becoming a deputy lord, but his friend reassured him that the bears did not die in vain and would benefit our heroes. After Lin emptied the contents of the bag, he headed towards the exit of the training field, announcing that he needed to get something. He was thinking that the rivals' beasts would be stronger than the 6 stars, and the beasts in his room had not even reached that level, so he should rely on the phoenix. Having thought everything over, the guy took the cork out of the bottle with incomprehensible contents. A second later, he poured the entire bottle into himself to get his kidneys in order so that the spirit beast could feed on his energy to the fullest. He drank the entire bottle and picked up the red stone to summon the beast. Throwing this stone, Lin summoned the phoenix beast maiden. Wanting to see her, Zika immediately appeared in front of him, dressed in a nurse's uniform. Wanting to please her master as much as possible, the guy started taking off his clothes, saying that they had to win the 6th district tournament. Therefore, the phoenix will have to rise 3 more levels, and with these words he jumps into the arms of the maiden. But then suddenly a book stops him, flying into the face of the guy who didn't even have time to get to the girl. The book warned the guy that he couldn't raise the phoenix 3 levels at once, because it could end badly, but Lin replied that he had been saving up energy for 2 days. But we were talking about a phoenix. She needs 2 months to digest the energy, otherwise she will explode. And to prevent her from dying, Lin Xing will have to restrain himself for a couple of months, which clearly does not suit the guy. He was very upset, feeling that these 2 months would last forever. And then the beast maiden Phoenix suggested that if Lin could not pump her up, then he could unlock another maiden so that she could help. Hearing this, the book was surprised, thinking that the Phoenix did not want to share our hero with anyone, to which she replied that for the sake of the master's task she was ready. She added that she couldn't be so selfish when it came to reviving demons and made one request of her master. The request was that he would not forget her when he was surrounded by many women. This touched him, and Lin began to cry from Ziki's kindness. As he hugged his beast maiden, the book said that this idea would not work, since when Lin removes the seal from the beast, its energy expenditure increases. Since his energy reserve is not enough, he will need another 20 days to do this. This information did not make Lin happy, as there was a tournament coming up soon and he couldn't waste his time. To help her master, Ziki offered to use her. Lin Xing was surprised, guessing that the maiden was proposing a spiritual beast fusion, and the book replied that it could work. The guy felt embarrassed by the kindness of the beast maiden, and he, hesitating a little, suggested that she not rush into opening the second beast. But the phoenix was full of confidence, insisting on doing it anyway so that Lin would win the tournament, with more attributes. After listening to her, the guy agreed to try it and was determined to use this technique. After some time, their auras intertwined and a complete merger of the owner and the beast occurred. Phoenix, showing a great desire to help the emperor, completely surrendered to the process. Lin Xing, for his part, was very focused on the matter at hand, tensing up until blood started pouring out of his nose. And then the book said that there was enough energy and now Lin could open a new beast. Our hero, full of energy and strength, began to open the book. As soon as the book began to open slightly, a bright warm glow poured out, and a moment later the maiden appeared, surprising the already familiar Phoenix with her appearance. The bare foot of the beast maiden stepped onto the ground. It was a sweet maiden, a silver moon ferret spirit beast named Na Nai, and she greeted the emperor shyly. Meanwhile, at the martial arts training ground, the guys trained together with their spirit beasts, practicing fusion. To endure exhausting training, they took a tonic potion. And then Dadia wondered where Lin Xing would disappear, assuming that the guy was sleeping while they were training, but Chung Miao assured him that the guy was training hard somewhere. She was full of confidence that our hero was doing everything possible to win the tournament in the future, and Lin Xing's phoenix happily praised her friend Nanai, who would serve the emperor well. Nanai embarrassedly suggested that the emperor do something with her that would help raise her level and be useful to him. Coughing, the guy asked if she really wanted to do this at the first meeting, while wanting to get closer to two beautiful maidens. The book could not stand their embarrassment and kicked Lin directly at Nanai, demanding that they do it faster. The guy fell on top of the beast maiden, ending up on top of the embarrassed Nai. He blushed deeply from such closeness with the maiden and was speechless for a second. Then, with lightning speed, he jumped up and ran away, shouting that he couldn't do it that fast. The Virgos, along with the book, were left perplexed, trying to understand what was wrong with him and why he could handle his case. Seeing their emperor running away, Nanai was upset and decided that he ran away because of her, but Ziki hastened to calm her down. She suggested that Nanai prepare a surprise for Lin Xing and dress up a beauty for him. It was already evening, and our hero was sitting in the yard trying to calm down after what had happened. After some time, the book found him, asking why he left everything at the last second, to which the guy replied that he was not ready to get close to a girl like that right away. He wanted to get to know her better, and then have intimacy. After hearing his explanation, the book praised him for his honesty and integrity. Such a person was worthy of being the reincarnation of the demon emperor. But by doing so, he made the vulnerable and withdrawn Nanai feel guilty, so he should go back and explain everything to her. Our hero agreed, and before entering the maiden's room, he asked the book if he could summon a beast with an ice attribute, but the book replied that he could not choose who to summon. The guy entered the room, preparing to explain himself to the beast maiden, and the girls in revealing outfits stood before him. Ziku was just changing Nanai's clothes and shouted at Lin, who came in without knocking. Our hero immediately closed his eyes, embarrassed and blushing from what he saw, apologizing to the girls. Shy Nanai was also embarrassed, trying to cover herself, burning with shame. But then Lin decided to see what was going on with them, blushing even more at what he saw. Amazed by the beauty of the beast maidens, he continued to stare at them, and then blood gushed from his nose, which caused the guy's eyes to darken. While the maidens hurried to help their master come to his senses, a secretive stranger appeared on the roof of the building, eavesdropping on the guys. Nevertheless, the guy came to his senses when he saw a beautiful female body in front of him. Zika happily watched Lin Xin and Nain Nai from the side, glad that they could serve the emperor together. But then something catches her eye, and she sharply turns her gaze to the source of her concern. She tells Lin that someone is approaching and takes off to remove the threat to her master. Then the window breaks and a small tornado flies into the window. Zika immediately attacks the tornado with a wave of fire, preventing it from sneaking up on them unnoticed. Something suddenly flies out of the air funnel, escaping the fire at great speed. Phoenix uses his fingers, from which fire projectiles fly out. She shoots them directly at the unknown creature, unable to keep up with its movement speed. Noticing that Z could not cope on her own, Nanai rushed to her aid. But as soon as she left Lin, a stranger approached him from behind. The beast maidens turn around and are shocked to discover that an assassination attempt has been made on their master. Amid frightened exclamations, the stranger stole our hero by punching a hole in the ceiling. Zika and Nanai flew out after their emperor, demanding that the kidnapper release Lin Xing. The stranger taunted the guy that he couldn't defend against such a weak attack while holding him by the throat. The kidnapper didn't want to say who he was, only saying that Lin had disappointed him, and the 6-star bird, this person's spirit beast, flew behind him. He squeezed our hero's neck tighter, and the guy begged him for mercy. Seeing this, Zika became angry and threatened the scoundrel that she would kill him if he tried to harm her master again. But the stranger was worried about why Lin Xing had 2 spirit beasts. He lied and said that it was all from the lord of the city, who told him to behave well and be proud of Shanyang County. Unimpressed by our hero's abilities, the kidnapper could not understand why Yang Mo was afraid of such a weakling as our hero. And from his words, Lin realized that this man was from Huaiwu County. Also, his assumption that he was sent by Yang Mo was refuted by this man, answering that no one commanded him, and he came himself to check the level of cultivation of our hero. And squeezing the guy's throat harder, he added that he would kill him in a second. Lin Xing revealed that this stranger was one of the players from the Wyoming team, and if he injured the opponent before the start of the tournament, his team would be disqualified. This angered the stranger, and he again squeezed our hero's throat with even greater force. And then Lin Xing caused an energy wave, pushing away the scoundrel who was threatening his life. The beast maidens watched this with admiration on their faces. Amazed at the wisdom of their emperor, Lin turned to his offender, advising him to first deal with one of the generals of the Huaiwu district. The things hiding his identity fell off the stranger, and a girl appeared in front of the guy, looking at him angrily. After the loud sounds of fighting, the rest of the guys came running to check on Lin Xing. The stranger was frightened when she heard how quickly people came to help the guy. Running to Lin Xing's house, Da Diao inspected his roof, trying to find the source of the noise. He found nothing but a hole in the crash. Miao Miao guessed Lin might have made a breakthrough again. The girl then ran off for help while Da Diao climbed onto the roof to look around. And at that time, between the houses, our hero was hiding with a stranger, holding her in his arms, as if a couple of minutes ago she did not want to kill her. She persuaded him to hide her because she was not supposed to be seen here. While they were crowding into a narrow gap between the houses, the stranger's legs went numb and she asked the guy not to move. Then, hearing that there was someone on the roof, she closed his mouth. At that time, Da Diao was trying to figure out where the sounds were coming from by examining the roof of the house above them. While Lin was so close to the girl, he tried to get rid of unnecessary thoughts. The guy tried to restrain himself and not succumb to the girl's attractiveness. But he could not hide from her his attraction and desire to get closer to the stranger. And then thunder sounded, which surprised Da Diao standing on the roof, who did not understand where the thunder came from in such weather. But he did not attach much importance to this and left to report everything to the master. When he left, the stranger, unable to tolerate Lin's frank behavior, hit him in the face, causing him to fly out. She, blushing with embarrassment, blamed him for the fact that the guy decided to take advantage of the moment and start pestering her. But poor Lin Xin tried to justify himself, answering that this was a normal reaction of any guy. However, this did not affect the girl, and she swung at Lin, but suddenly someone's voice was heard. Someone was looking for the guy. He was joyful and told the stranger that she should leave, since they should not be seen together. And then the girl was carried away by her bird, while she stubbornly wanted to end the showdown with Lin soon, demanding to be released and returned. The guy exhaled calmly, and Cheng Feng and Miao Miao approached him, wondering where he had been. And he told them the whole story that happened to him, and asked if they knew about the girl with the windbird from Huaiwu County. They looked at the guy with surprised faces, and Cheng Feng replied that it was Baihe. Miao Miao displeasedly replied that Lin should ask her father about the girl since he knows her, to which he replied that he had not seen her for many years. Cheng Miao was clearly angry about the whole thing, and with a blank look, she hit the wall of the house, punching a huge hole in it. Leaving, she vowed at the tournament to teach Baihe a lesson that she would never forget. The men only looked after her in confusion. Lin did not understand why she destroyed his room. Chen Feng then asked our hero not to let anything happen between his daughter and Baihe on the field, and the guy asked the man in surprise what was happening. And Feng, blushing, began the story, hinting that all men cheated on their wives in their youth. Understanding what the master wanted to say, Lin Xin mentally wondered at the fact that Feng might have an illegitimate daughter. A month of special training passed. The strength of Xin Xing and Liu Da Diao improved significantly. Lin Xing also made the most of this last period of time by secluded himself in his room. He worked hard on his relationship with his beast maidens Ziku and Na Nai, so the day came to leave for the tournament, and our guys were full of determination and strength, except for Miao Miao, who didn't like the dress being too short. Liu Tieju, together with Master Cheng Feng, wished our heroes victory and a good road, sending them to the competition. Not wanting to be late, Lin Xing hurried everyone to get to the palace before evening. And then Liu Tieju took out one of his jade pendants and told the guys not to worry, as he would deliver them on time. Da Dia was happy, knowing that his father would summon the flying chicken, and this raised a question in Lin's mind. And a second later, the huge flying chicken 3-star beast of the Lu family appeared in front of them, striking our hero. And then the action took place in the province of Kanshan. Members of all the districts that took part in the tournament gathered here. Suddenly, some sounds were heard, attracting people's attention. Taking a closer look, people suggested that these could be participants from Sanyang County. And these were our guys, riding a chicken that disgusted the people around. At this point, their discussions were interrupted by the right hand of the palace mistress, announcing the rules and regulations for this year's 6th district martial arts competition. She said that this year the tournament will be divided into 2 rounds, qualifying and main. And she added that the match table is outdated, so all teams must follow the staff to the qualifying round. This news outraged the people. After hearing this, the head of the Bayman district decided to speak out, not content with the fact that all their preparations had gone down the drain. After his words, he receives a strong blow to the face with his fist from the right hand of the mistress of the palace. She sternly made it clear to the man that if he did not like the conditions of the tournament, then he could leave and not take part. And yet they decided that the leader remains. The participants are ready for the competition. At this time, Yang Mo, already familiar to us, was discussing with his brother a change in the rules, which they were not notified about. He was unhappy that he would not be able to fight the guys from San Yang in a tournament battle while watching them from afar. Our heroes tried to understand what happened. Da Diao suggested that it was all a secret deal, and Chung Feng told the guys to watch and wait. But the book managed to overhear people from Huaiwu and reported to Lin Xing that they had not heard anything about the new rules. And then he suggested to his teammates that they fight fairly, since it was likely that the other 6 districts also did not know about the changes. While the participants were discussing the competition, Ming Shuangliu, the owner of the Kangshan House, was talking to someone about how she did not expect that a martial arts duel would take place in this small prefecture. The stranger told her that the 6 martial arts match was widely popular in their country, and they were honored to take part in it. And the woman replied that an additional team would make the competition more exciting. Then she added that the people from the teams were some of the most valuable young talents in Kangshan province. So she asked the stranger for a favor. She asked the 3 young men who were closely watching her not to cause unnecessary problems. These mysterious young people were most likely uninvited guests from the imperial city. The next day, all the participants stood near the entrance to the ghost cave. Da Diao was frightened and indignant that they were being sent to this cave because they could die in it, and Lin asked him if he knew this cave. The guy said that this is the most mysterious cave in Kangshan province. It is known as the Devil Fruit due to the variety of ferocious beasts and labyrinths of 9 levels. The guy's story was interrupted by the host of the tournament, saying that they have until tomorrow evening to go through the 9th level of the cave, capture the dragon, and bring him back alive. The competition participants were surprised by the rules of the round, as it was beyond their power. But the woman was not supportive and replied that if they were afraid, they could leave the tournament right now, and the first 4 teams to capture the dragon would move on. Having heard about the dragon, the book told our hero that the earth dragon is a very poisonous and rare beast. Then the unfamiliar guy turned to Lin Xing, saying that he wanted to see his team's abilities in the ring. But unfortunately, the format of the competition had changed. He confidently wished our hero not to die in order to fight him in the 2nd round in the ring and defeat him. To which our hero responded only by asking who this guy was. The guy was amazed that Lin didn't know who he was, and at that time Lin was thinking about pre-match reconnaissance. And then the stranger proudly declared himself to be the wolf of Huaiwu County, who frightens men and charms women. He was Yang Yang's brother, and his name was Yang Wei. Lin Xin and the rest of the guys who were listening to Yang Wei remained awkwardly silent. But unable to restrain himself, the whole crowd immediately laughed loudly, blushing with laughter. Everyone ran away in all directions, and our hero tried to justify himself to the guy, saying that he was not laughing at all because of him. While he was threatening Lin with death for his ridicule, the guy was pulled away by his teammate, and then suddenly Lin Xin noticed a girl who had recently wanted to kill him. Having calmed down, Yang Wei used his 6-star water spider, and the guy from his team used his 6-star iron turtle. And having stepped on the turtle, the team went deep into the cave, moving on a wave of cave waters, leaving the rest of the tournament participants behind them. And the guys immediately rushed after them. Not wanting to be left behind, Miao Miao grabbed Lin Xing and Da Diao and dragged them along. After examining the cave from the inside, the girl found out that the cave environment is ideal for aquatic, earthen, and poisonous animals. So her and Lin's animals may be useless here. From this, it turns out that all of them fall on Da Diao, who tried to seem confident in this situation. Miao Miao suggested that the most problematic part was putting in the route. So Lin Xin suggested that the guys split up and meet in 15 minutes. Having decided to do so, the guys went their separate ways. But the frightened Da Diao invited Chung Miao to go with her to protect her from the animals, but the girl refused. After 15 minutes, our hero walked deeper into the tunnel, telling someone into the void that he had noticed him a long time ago and he did not need to hide. And carefully stopping his step in front of the darkness, he decided to act differently. and raising his fist at nothing, he said that he himself would find the unknown person who had been watching him all this time. Suddenly, he was able to grab someone, trying to figure out which part of the body, assuming that he grabbed the stranger's hand and asked ZK to turn on the light. Throwing the red stone, he summoned his fiery phoenix. Zika immediately appeared in front of him, illuminating the darkness around him, and our hero saw that he had grabbed the hand of the already familiar Baihei. He immediately let the girl go, embarrassedly apologizing, answering that he had not thought of meeting her, but the girl still called him a pervert. Yilin asked why she fell behind her team, and she replied that she came to say and why, that in addition to the teams from 6 districts, there was another team present. Surprised by this information, he asked where they came from, but Baihei did not answer this question, saying only that this was her payment for covering for her last time, and left. After that, Lin Xin looked after the girl puzzled. He tried to understand her logic, thinking about her actions while the girl disappeared into the darkness of the mesh chera. But then suddenly he heard a loud scream, his eyes widening in alarm, recognizing the familiar voice of Xiang Xiang. Meanwhile, outside the Cave of Ghosts, one of the teams decided not to go down underground so as not to expose themselves to danger. They decided not to risk their lives while others did. Indeed, according to the head, no matter which team captures the dragon, they will remain at the exit to take the chance and take the dragon from the tired team. The rest of the crew were pleased with the captain's plan, admiring his wisdom. But suddenly, the voice of a stranger was heard behind them, who threateningly advised them not to be clever in such a serious game, so as not to lose their heads. Meanwhile, Lin Xin ran towards the voice of Liu Da Dao, who was calling him for help, while Phoenix asked him to be careful. But he, not noticing anything except the voice of his friends, fell into a dark abyss. Scared to death, under the calls of Ziki, the guy fell down, reproaching himself for forgetting to look at his feet. As a result, he fell to the bottom of the abyss, hitting the stone floor of the cave hard. Following him, a beast maiden fell on the guy, landing right on his back. Experiencing the pain of the fall and the heaviness of Ziki's landing, he felt as if his back was about to break. The virgin sat on top of him, awkwardly apologizing, and replied that she would get up right away. But Lin was in no hurry to rush the beast maiden, answering that she could rest a little more on top of him. But they were interrupted by the cries of Miao Miao and Da Diao, who asked for help, rejoicing that Lin Xin had finally arrived to them. He commanded Zico to help the guys, and she immediately jumped off him, hastening to fulfill the master's will. The maiden directed a huge stream of flame towards them, bursting from her mouth. Seeing Zika and her abilities, Da Diao was happy that he would be saved. But the Phoenix's efforts were in vain, and the 5-star Earth ants that threatened our heroes remained unharmed. There were too many ants, so ZK and Cheng Miao could not defeat them, and Lin asked Da Diao where his lion was. The guy said that his lion fainted from exhaustion, but the little octopus Miao Miao could not freeze the ants and was already at the limit. And then Lin Xing ordered Zika to use her strength to the maximum and burn the ants. She unfailingly accepted the guy's order. Phoenix used the fire of the 9 heavens, and bright flames flared up around her body, and her eyes became white and empty. Using the full extent of her power, she sent a stream of flames towards the crowd of earth ants. But apparently, even this could not overcome them, and the ants stood in their place unharmed. Cheng Miao was afraid that she might burn alive, since Ziki's fire was useless against 5-star earth ants. Yilin asked his phoenix to stop the fire and summoned the second beast maiden Nanai, who accepted her emperor's order slightly hesitantly. After Nanai's attack, the ants were left covered in ice, but were still not defeated, as they quickly thawed. The frozen Da Diao remarked in disappointment that everything was useless, while Xing Xing was amazed at the appearance of Lin's new spirit beast. The beast maidens then combined their powers to strike again, while Lin addressed Liu, saying that he wanted to teach him a lesson, informing that knowledge is power. And after his words, Ziki and Nanai struck the ground together, creating a powerful shockwave. From this blow, the ants trembled, becoming covered with cracks. After a few seconds, they split into pieces, flying in different directions. Shocked, Da Diao could not believe what had happened, asking Lin how he did it. Well, he didn't answer him, starting to praise Nanai in order to sell her more self-confidence. Here, Zico raised her voice, wanting to also receive praise from Lin Xin. He praised her too, after which she wished to receive a reward from her master, hugging him and reaching out for a kiss, but he refused her, not wanting them to be seen. Looking at the maidens and envying our hero, Da Diao felt like someone was pulling his ears. It was Xing Xing who looked disapprovingly at Lin Xin hugging the beauties. After some time, the guys walked in the depths of the cave, looking for a way to the third level. Da Diao praised our hero, Ziki illuminated the way for them, and Xing Xing walked, gloomily immersed in her thoughts. Our hero thanked the guy for his praise and asked what was wrong with his ears, noticing how stretched they were, but he waved him off and asked if he could borrow a spiritual beast. Lin Xin replied that he would allow Zika to fight on his team if he met another wild beast, and Da Jiao burst out in gratitude to the guy. After some time, the beast maiden found a passage to level 3, approaching another dark cliff, and Lu suggested going down, assuming that someone had already overtaken them, and Lin Xing, realizing that the structure of the cave was very simple, still warned the guys to be careful. As a result, the guys jumped off, quickly going down the slope of the cliff. Having descended, Xing Xing noticed that on the third level of the cave, it had become even darker, and Da Dijiao was trying to figure out where the rest of the participants were. And having discovered something in the darkness, he drew the guy's attention to an unknown object. Coming closer to him, Diao asked him if he really thought that the guy couldn't see him, but the object did not react to his words. Full of courage and determination, he asked the phoenix to light his way. Rapidly approaching the unknown, rolling up his sleeves, he raised his fist, wanting to see the stranger's face, and promising to show him the beauty of the great Liu Da Diao. But as he came closer, the guy was horrified to see a bear skull shrouded in toxic smoke. After examining the skeleton, Xing Xing recognized the ropes that were made by students from the northern district, while Da Diao was lying on the floor with pain in his eyes. And then something pierced her neck. Suddenly and silently, a thin thread entered the girl's neck. Because of the poisonous gas, the guy was in pain and could not see anything. Lin Xin ordered his beast maiden to turn off the light and quickly get out of here. He then turned to Xing Xing and asked her to stay close to him, as they urgently needed to get out of this place. But there was clearly something wrong with the girl. Shrouded in attraction to the guy, she looked at him with loving eyes, not understanding why they needed to go somewhere. Our hero blushed deeply at her behavior, trying to comprehend what was said by the girl who offered him intimacy with her right here and now. The girl approached Lin, placing her hand on his chest and continued to explore the desires to become closer. Hearing this, Da Diao, in confusion, tried to find out what happened and whether Xing Xing was okay. While he continued to run around without seeing anything, Lin begged Master Shu to help him quickly so that the girl would come to her senses. Master Shu examined the girl and noticed a trace of spider venom on her neck. The spider left the poison of lust in the girl. Panicking, the guy tried to find out how to neutralize this poison and whether everything would be okay with her. But the book hastened to reassure him, telling him that this poison stupefies the victim's head. Then, the spider takes advantage of her unstable state and reaps the benefits. But this can be cured with the help of pair cultivation. This answer causes an ambiguous reaction in our hero, but this causes an even greater reaction from Da Diao, who did not want Lin to touch Xiang Xiang. His violent reaction irritates ZK, and she punches him in the face, causing him to hit his head on a stone pillar. And at that time, the girl did not calm down and continued to try to seduce our hero, who wanted to learn from Master Shu some other way to solve problems. But Shu did not give any other answer, assuring the guy that he simply had to do paired cultivation with the injured Xing Xing. As a result, Lin ordered ZK to turn on the light, and I was able to control myself more and rushed into the hot embrace of the girl. Zika listened to her master and turned on the bright light, fantasizing about what Lin was going to do. When the bright light turned on, that same vile spider crawled out of its hole. But because of such a bright light, he could not see anything, only listening to the conversations of our heroes. The spider decided to go lower to still see this action, but all he could see was only the outline of our hero's body. Listening to Lin's intimate conversations, the spider continued to swing on its web to get closer to this sight. And then suddenly, when the spider approached within arm's length, the guy quickly catches it, sparkling with predatory eyes. Zika, who was observing all this, asks why the spider sees everything in such a bright light. Lin Xin replies that spiders live underground all year and their eyes are not used to bright light, which can also lead to blindness. Holding the spider in his hands, he explained that instead of attacking people, the spider simply poisons them and watches. Meanwhile, the unconscious Liu Da Diao was lying on the floor, imagining that he was kissing some beauty while naked. Lin Xin, looking at the guy, promised that he would praise him for his help when he woke up. Then Master Shu, who had been holding Xing Xing all this time, ordered the guy to quickly suck the antidote from the spider's belly. But instead of sucking it out with his mouth, Lin pointed a sharp knife at the spider, intending to dismember it and take out the antidote. But then a thick pink fog appeared, blocking the view of the spider. Our hero assumed that the spider was again trying to poison everyone by causing this poisonous smoke. But instead of a spider, a young, attractive girl was already lying in the guy's hands, begging Lin to have mercy and not kill her. The girl turned out to be a 6-star poisonous beast and tearfully asked to leave her alive since she could become a spiritual beast. The guys examined the beast. Xing Xing was surprised that such a beast with a small number of stars takes on a human form, and Da Diao insisted not to trust the spider that killed a man. But she immediately began to make excuses, saying that she did not want to kill him, but just wanted to watch the fight, and this answer surprised the guys. The spider clarified what she meant by the word struggle, and that she had never seen this kind of intimacy before. Lin Xing smiled awkwardly, understanding why she had the name Spider of Lust, because it suited her very well, but Xing Xing, on the contrary, was irritated by such attention to the beast. Then the spider again begged someone to take her to her, since she did not want to stay in this dark hole, but dreamed of watching the fight. Our hero replied that he already had enough spiritual beasts, and Xing Xing rudely replied that the beast might not even count on her. And then Da Diao spoke, saying that she was lucky because a master like him would be the one she dreamed of. If she went with him, she would be fed and entertained with his own wrestling show. But she refused him without a drop of regret, answering that she only likes handsome men, which greatly upset the guy. After these words, she turned to Ling Xing, persuading him to take her to her place, which made him feel very awkward, and Shu, in turn, asked the guy to think it over carefully. Meanwhile, poor Liu Da Diao was suffering from cruel rejection and could not stop crying. Having thought about Master Shu's words that animals like her have limitations in their development, Lin did not accept her offer and was about to leave, and then she offered to take them along a short road deep into the cave. He turned to her in surprise, asking if the spider really knew a shortcut. Suddenly, extraneous sounds were heard, and the spider said that it was a night bat that had killed a guy from the northern district. Therefore, the guys began to persuade our hero to take the spider for himself, not wanting to die, and he decided to consult with Ziki. Phoenix was touched by the fact that Lin wanted to know her opinion, and she replied that she would support any decision of the emperor. In the end, our hero agreed to accept her even though he didn't like her. And Da Diao, hearing voices approaching, decided to hurry the guys up. In a hurry, Lin Xin bit his finger to draw blood. In order to make a contract with a spirit beast, he needed to use his blood on that beast, so he raised his finger to the spider. Blood dripped onto the beast's body and the contract was concluded, causing the spider to sigh deeply. The guy noticed this and asked her what was wrong, to which the beast replied that his blood gave her a pleasant sensation, and she suggested that it was one of the legendary fingers of the gods. After this, Lin wondered if his immortal body could influence ordinary beasts, but he was distracted by Xing Xing, reminding him that they needed to leave. Then the spider called everyone to follow her, and the guys ran in the direction of the dragon, wanting to be there before everyone else. The spider suddenly asked if the guys really wanted to find the dragon, and not just get to the lower level, and Lin asked if the dragon was not at level 9, and the spider said that the lowest level is not 9, but 10. There is the bone of the Dragon King, from which you can create the most powerful weapon. Da Diao was surprised why they were not given such information, and Xing Xing in turn assumed that the examiners simply did not know about it. And our hero thought that the mysterious 7th team could come for this bone, and everything is not as simple as it seems. And at the place from which our heroes escaped, a giant bat 8-star spiritual beast appears. On her way, the guys from Team 7 appeared, who were at a reception with the hostess of the Kang Shan house, and they were in a hurry somewhere. The bat noticed them and headed towards them, fiercely opening its mouth with many sharp teeth. Well, then a huge clawed paw grabs her sharply and firmly. It was the spirit beast of one of this mysterious team who were simultaneously discussing the Dragon King bone. They were seriously targeting this treasure, and were going to kill everyone who got in their way to it. In the meantime, our heroes were already making their way to the 5th level of the cave, and the spider did not let up, asking Lin about the desired fight. They made their way through a shortcut while the rest of the party fought off all sorts of dangerous beasts in this cave. As a result, they reached level 10, where Baihei's team fought the dragon, and the new beast Lin Xing pestered him with her questions about wrestling. But then the loud roar of the beast reached the guys, and the spider realized that they had finally reached level 9. At level 9, There was a ghost cave spirit beast, a 10-star poisonous earth dragon. He attacked the guys from the Baihei team with poisonous mucus, spewing it out of his mouth, and they could not defeat the beast. Tired, beaten, and hopeless, they felt shame that they could not defeat him. Our heroes watched this action, noticing that the dragon's poison would penetrate even the stones, and it would become almost impossible to catch him alive. Therefore, Lin Xin offered to help them since they could die if left alone with the beast. But Xin Xin did not agree with his proposal since they were their enemies, and Da Jiao suggested taking the opportunity when that team died. And then the girl heard Baihei's cry and something changed in her gaze. The dragon grabbed her, wrapping its tail around the girl's body as her bird lay unconscious. Seeing Baihei in this position, Xing rushed to her aid despite her relationship with the girl. And at this time the dragon was almost throwing the girl into his mouth, holding her hanging over his sharp teeth when suddenly something happened. The guys from her team watched what happened in surprise. Daijiao commanded his lion to use its fangs, and the beast summoned sharp spears to shoot out of the ground. But the lion's blow, capable of piercing iron armor, could not harm the dragon with strong scales. Still, without expecting a blow, the dragon let go of Baihei, and the girl quickly fell down onto the sharp peaks of stone. Our hero did not let her fall and caught the frightened girl in time. This picture made Xing angry, and the spider in the background insisted on fighting. This blow angered the dragon even more, and he, growling fiercely, rushed to the attack. The frightened lion jumped on his master, who was also trembling with fear in the face of the beast. But Lin Xin arrived in time to help the guys and kicked the dragon in the face with a running kick, Daijiao. And the lion hugged the guy gratefully while he tried to figure out how to defeat the beast with such strong defense. A guy from the other team told him that brute force is useless here. It is very difficult to fight off a dragon with your bare hands. Therefore, our hero decided to try a new technique and called on the beast maiden Nan Nai to help. Nai Nai carried out her master's order and licked his hand, since the icy essence of the maiden can manifest itself in any of her secretions. And then the beast again decided to launch a second attack, getting angry and going to fight with full strength. He began to spin at great speed, and his mouth turned into a huge meat grinder. The guy was not afraid and raised his fist, which had a high-frequency vibration due to Nan Nai's saliva. As the dragon approached him, he struck him with his vibrating fist, causing the beast's body to tremble. Blood gushed from his nose, and the beast was now completely immobilized and disarmed. And as a result, the dragon collapsed unconscious on the ground. And Lin Xin concluded that for high-class prey, the simplest method of fighting is needed. After the guy was able to defeat the dragon, Xing attacked him with a hug, praising his capabilities. The guys from the other team looked at him with envy, and Baihei, like Xing, admired his strength and intelligence. Then our hero added that before the dragon wakes up, he should move it to the storage ring. Da Diao supported Lin's proposal and took out a jade storage ring. Satisfied, he ran to the dragon, wanting to quickly enclose it in the ring and win this round. But then someone decided to stop him, attracting attention to himself. It was Yang Wei, who believed that his team was the first to find the dragon, and therefore our heroes have no right to take it. Jingxing did not agree with him and answered displeasedly that if they had not intervened, his entire team would have died. The bastard decided to respond by saying that his team did not ask them for help, and the guys simply decided to take the chance to steal the dragon from them. Enraged by his words, Da Diao was determined to take the dragon, claiming that no one could stop him. Yang Wei did not calm down, and with irritation on his face, he reached into the pockets of his vest. Wanting to show his strength to the guys, he took out a spirit beast summoning stone from his vest. The guy called a 10-star cruel pervert bear to beat the guys and take away the dragon. Using the jade bracelet, Xing figured out that this beast had 10 stars, which made the girl nervous. The bear hit the ground with great force with his iron club, causing the ground to become cracked and split. Lin Xin quickly pushed his teammate aside, finding himself in the middle of a crater and a split in the ground. The floor finally cracked, falling apart into pieces, and our hero fell into the resulting abyss, and his new beast maiden spider rushed after him. And at this time, Yang Wei's teammate asked him in surprise why he had not used such a strong beast before. He, smiling impudently, replied that you should always keep your trump cards up your sleeve. Then he added that he wanted to use his beast against the dragon, but the team intervened in the middle of the battle and prevented him. While they were discussing the battle among themselves, Lin fell hopelessly down the cave. While falling, The guy suddenly saw a bright glow at the very bottom of the abyss, trying to understand what it could be. It turned out that at the very bottom of the cave there was scalding lava into which our hero quickly fell. But then he felt something stuck to his back and was pulling him back. It was a spider that, with the help of its web, held itself up and prevented Lin Xing from falling into the lava. And thanks to her, the guys landed safely on a stone in the middle of a lava lake. The guy, rejoicing that he was able to survive, thanked his beast, sparing no praise for it. The spider only replied that it was her job to protect her master and shyly looked away. Having looked around, Lin assumed that this was the same level 10. The spider confirmed his guesses and asked him to be careful not to fall into the hot lava. Then she pointed out to the guy the treasure she was talking about. The legendary bone of the Dragon King was kept somewhere at the top of the cliff, overlooking the lava lake that our hero had to overcome. And Lin Xin was determined to take this treasure with him, thinking about how to get to it because the spider silk would not be able to last long around the lava. So he called Master Shu, but he replied that he could not do anything at such a high temperature. Suddenly the thought came into the guy's head that it was time for his beast maiden Nanai to ascend. The book was surprised to hear this from Lin. I asked him again if he was sure to do this right here and now. But in the guy's opinion, only Nanai could help them get out of here, so he asked the book to summon the beast maiden right now. Master Shu supported our hero's idea and began to fulfill his request. And a second later, Nanai appeared in front of him. I doubt she could do it now, because she was embarrassed by the hot lava around them. Lin hastened to assure the maiden that she is the only one who can help them leave this lava lake, so they rely only on her. He informed her that it was time to help her cultivate, whether she was ready or not. Obeying her master, she replied that it had always been an honor for her to serve him, so she was ready for this from the very first day. The guy did not expect that she would agree so easily and was very nervous before this action. And then suddenly the spider bites the guy on the neck. He turns to her in surprise, asking what she did, and the beast innocently replies that she injected him with a love poison that would cause him to pass out and reveal his wild side. But after this, the guy will not remember anything. With these words, Lin fell into a trance, losing his consciousness. Nanai, noticing the condition of her master, became concerned for his well-being. But it was not an embarrassed guy who turned to her, but a primitive animal full of lust, with sparkling eyes. And he immediately attacked the beast maiden, knocking her down, wanting to quickly get closer to her. As it turned out, Nanai was also in a kind of trance and ended up on a huge ice field, trying to understand how she ended up there. Suddenly, the ice under the maiden's feet began to shake and her legs trembled. A huge black rocket suddenly flew out from under the ice. She flew into the sky straight towards Nanai, knocking the maiden off her feet. Having broken through the ice, the rocket took off and exploded in the air, and fire filled the whole world. Nai seemed to be enveloped in flames. Her body was enveloped in a strange warmth that she had never felt before as an ice beast. Much time later, Lin Xin woke up trying to remember what happened and where he was. He was even more confused by the spider's praise, who said that what happened was amazing and he was really good. And suddenly, he realized with horror that he didn't remember anything about the pear cultivation that had just happened. Having come to his senses a little, Lin discovered that he did not see Nanai anywhere and began to look for her. Meanwhile, the beast maiden decided to use her ice powers on the lava, touching it with her fingertip. And then the entire lake of lava was covered with a ball of ice. Nanai used her new technique, the ice world of 100 meters of ice. Then, smiling happily, she turned to Lin Xing, thanking him for the perfect breakthrough in her abilities. Now she had become a 10-star ice crystal beast. And the guy, with tears in his eyes, replied that it was nothing and he didn't remember anything at all. Coming closer to the bone, the book revealed that it was the essence of the skull of a Western dragon, one of the 4 great dragons of the ancient world, and even the emperor tried to find it but could not. Lin opened his pouch, taking the bone with him to study it later when he arrived home. Suddenly, someone who wanted to take possession of this bone appeared behind our hero, pointing a sharp sword at Lin's neck. He was attacked from both sides, swinging at the guy's knee and neck. Having pierced the guy's knee, it cracked suspiciously, not like human flesh. And then, what should have been Lin Xin scattered in different directions, breaking into shards of ice. And suddenly, sharp icy spikes burst out of the ground. One of the attackers was unable to dodge and his left leg was wounded. The attackers were people from the team of the Imperial City. One of them asked our hero how he noticed them. He replied that he expected them to come for the bones of the Dragon King and was monitoring the attack, so he installed a special structure around the entire perimeter. The head of this team listened to our hero with interest. He realized that the entire area of the island was covered by a huge web, threads that were used to sense their movements. The spider, of course, made this web, asking Lin to praise her, and he gently stroked her head. The head of this team said that he had already seen Xing Xing and Da Diao before, but he was seeing our hero for the first time, asking who his patron was and where he got the two spiritual beasts from. Lin Xin replied that he was an ordinary poor guy and had no support or rich family. And the stranger, looking at our hero, calmly replied that he was very sorry. Then he added that he wanted to make friends with him but changed his mind, since this was not necessary, and ordered his teammate to kill him. The guy threw the spirit beast summoning stone, and a 10-star wild wolf of enormous size appeared in front of the guys, and this wolf immediately rushed at the spider, attacking her with his clawed paws. But she managed to jump away, and the beast pierced the floor with its powerful blows, breaking the stone into pieces. Our hero managed to call the spider back to her, condemning them for the fact that, instead of attacking directly, they decided to defeat the weakest beast. And it dawned on him that his opponents knew that he could fight in a system with several animals. Therefore, they attacked the weakest, because this was their tactic to destroy the weak link. A girl from the opposing team admired how the guy quickly understood the essence of their tactics, which irritated the head of their team. Then the second guy advised Lin to give up the bones of the Dragon King, and maybe they would let him live. Then the book decided to tell Lin that the guy next to him was an earthly disciple of the 9th rank, the girl was an earthly disciple of the 8th rank, and the man in the distance was a heavenly disciple of the 2nd rank. Since our hero is only rank 9, fighting against 3 at once was dangerous and unwise for him. And while Lin Xin was thinking and consulting with Master Shu, the opponents decided not to give him the opportunity to rest and to attack altogether. But our hero was not afraid, and used his dominant lightning fist, threatening to gouge out his opponent's eyes. They quickly reacted and all closed their eyes together to protect their vision from the bright light. But after some time, opening their eyes slightly, they noticed that Lin Xing was just bluffing, and decided to run away while they stood with their eyes closed. The enraged team captain did not want to let Lin out alive, and had no intention of letting him survive no matter what. Nanai noticed that they were following them while Master Shu tried to find out from Lin where he was going to run, since there was no way to the top floor. Taking out a stone to call the Phoenix, he replied that if there was no road before, but he walked, then there was a path. Soon they reached a hole that led upward to the exit from this level. Our hero was noticed and caught up, not wanting to let him go. A wolf from the opposing team attacked the guys, missing his attack under the ice. And the ice under Lin Xin's feet exploded, and flames burst out from under him, but Na Nai managed to save him in time. Then he ordered her to use ice to make an island on the fiery lava in order to break away from the chase. They quickly jumped onto this island, and stepping onto the cold ice, Lin tried to catch his breath. He exhaled calmly, assuming that the lava stopped them, since the enemy had the attribute of wood so he could not defeat fire. But they were not going to let our hero go so easily, and under pressure from the team leader, one of them tried to focus on the attack, just not to miss Lin. Lin noticed this, not understanding why that guy was going to attack him from such a long distance. But he had no intention of attacking Lin, but used ice to freeze the huge wolf. The ice ball around the beast dissipated, and the guys saw a wolf with improved ice armor, completely shrouded in the blue of ice. What we saw amazed our hero, because he did not understand how the ice technique could be used to add the shell attribute to the wooden beast, which was rapidly approaching Lin. Lin's surprise amused the guy, and he expressed a desire to quickly fight him. But our hero only calmly replied that this was not enough to scare him, and then called on Ziki. Standing on the ice floe, he hugged Nanai, calling on the Phoenix Beast Maiden, and then the ice floe quickly rose upward with the help of a lava flow that Ziki caused. The maiden was very enthusiastic about helping Lin Xing in order to be useful to her master. Observing this outcome of events, the head of the alien team summoned another of his spiritual beasts. While the lava flow was carrying our hero upward, bringing us closer to the hole that leads to the 9th level, a hostile beast was approaching the guys. It was the goddess of thunder, an 11-star beast, from which many green lightning bolts emanated. But her attacks did not have time to hit our hero, and he managed to hide in the hole, taking his beast maidens with him. Once safe, he continued to fly upward, holding the stones for summoning maidens and smiling smugly, and suddenly he saw Xing Xing hanging on a rope, trying to climb down from the abyss to the 10th level. Lin realized that he was flying straight into it, trying in horror to figure out how to avoid a collision. Then suddenly the girl felt someone fly into her, screaming in surprise. And Da Jiao, holding the rope above with his lion, tried to understand what was happening there. And at this time our hero managed to grab the girl's dress. Grabbing its end, he hung helplessly as it gradually tore itself to pieces. Xing Xing screamed in fear that her dress would be torn off, but Lin hurried to thank her, convincing her that everything was fine with the dress. But looking at it again, he realized that not everything was as good as it seemed, and the dress was almost completely torn from his weight. Feeling that her dress was torn, the girl asked to be let go, holding tightly to the rope. And at this time, Da Jiao and his beast listened to the conversations of the guys below, completely not understanding what was happening there. Suddenly, something bright and fast flashed at the very bottom. It was a guy from the Imperial City riding a wolf who wanted to take the bone from Lin and grab the guy. But our hero was not going to give up and hurried to summon Naanai, throwing a summoning stone so that she would seal the passage. The maiden quickly appeared, exhaling a stream of ice, powerfully freezing the passage into the tunnel. He said that the ice is 5 meters thick and cannot be broken through in a short time by any weapon. Jumping onto the ice towards Naanai, Lin Xin found a piece of pink fabric in his hands, looking at it and trying to figure out where it came from. And then Xing Xing, who continues to hang, holding onto the rope, begins to scream in frustration, calling Lin's a bastard. Suddenly, the ice floe cracks, which is why our heroes are suddenly alarmed, not expecting this from a thick ball of ice. While they were trying to understand where and why this crack appeared, a toothy monster with tentacles appeared behind Lin Xin. Noticing him, Xing Xing loudly shouted to the guys to be careful, drawing attention to the monster. The monster turned out to be a wild-fanged wolf, the spirit of the forest, which growled ferociously, opening its terrifying mouth wide. The guy quickly turned around, tightly grabbing the wolf by the fang. He tried to restrain the wolf, holding it by the fangs, preventing the beast from closing its mouth and delivering a fatal bite. Naanai rushed to Lin's aid, wanting to save her master and defeat the wild beast. But before she had time to reach the wolf's mouth, one of the wolf's tentacles hit the maiden, depriving her of the ability to fight, and she fell down. Noticing the bad development of events, Xing Xing also decided to help her teammate, resolutely approaching the wolf. But the girl and her baby octopus were enveloped in many tentacles, preventing them from attacking. In the meantime, our hero was thinking through the tactics of battle with this beast, which was much stronger than the earthly dragon. And since he could not summon Z-Ki, the guy decided to try the joint mode. He tried to combine his energy with Naanai's, asking the beast maiden to let his flow of energy into her. Naanai continued to lie unconscious, enveloped in Ling Xing's energy, but still feeling something. Lin continued trying to connect with the beast maiden while holding the wild wolf's jaws, and in the end, everything worked out, and his Emperor Pole was activated. Full of energy, Lin grabbed the wolf even harder, causing the beast to tremble in fear. His fangs began to crack under the pressure of Lin Xing's hands, and after a few seconds, the guy managed to knock the wild beast to the floor, driving its head into the ground. And at the top, plucking up courage, Da Diao decided to look out to check what was happening below. Holding Xing Xing in his arms, our hero flies out of the abyss, frightening Da Diao with his unexpected appearance. He carefully held the girl, who had lost her dress and was in only her underwear, reassuring her that he had fulfilled his promise and no one had slipped through. But she, looking to the side in embarrassment, accused him, obliging him to pay for her torn dress. The guy does not refuse the girl, agreeing with her words and smiling innocently. The amazed Da Diao watched the guys, surprised that even in such terrain, Xing's chi had increased. Soon the boys were running away from hostile strangers, following the spider, who assured them that she knew the right path, and run away. Xing Xing sadly thought that all the dragons had already been captured, and they probably lost the first round, while Da Diao imagined how he would receive punishment from his father. Lin Xin replied that since it was his responsibility, he would apologize to the Lord when they returned back, and the spider, having heard their conversation, asked which dragon they needed to catch. The guys were surprised that there were different dragons here and unanimously asked the spider about it, and she replied that she could show them where they were, but first she shyly asked them one favor. Xing Xing was delighted at the spider's words and energetically said that they could find 100 dragons. The spider took this as a positive answer to her request, rejoicing that she would be able to fight Lin Xing, thanking the girl for this. The guy already knew about this request in advance, while Xing Xing was gloomy at the spider's words. After some time, she led the children to the lair of an earthen dragon, in which lay the bones of eaten animals that were approaching him. The guys walked inside the lair, surrounded by gnawed bones and eaten animals, excitedly looking for the dragon. Our hero asked his teammates to be careful, since apparently the dragon could be large and dangerous. And suddenly there was a loud roar. A dragon with an open mouth with huge fangs moved to attack our guys. Meanwhile, outside, a woman was waiting for the participants, calling them a bunch of losers. Crouching with a mountain of cobblestones, she waited in disappointment for at least one team to come out. And then the team from Feilu County ran out, having completed the task first, and the woman greeted them, saying that they were lucky because her patience had not yet run out. Then the rest of the teams began to appear one by one. The sun had almost set, but the fourth team had not yet arrived. The woman began counting down to the end of the round, deciding it was time to end the challenge. At the 7th second, the Huaiwu County team came out carrying an earthen dragon, surprising the rest of the participants. And the tournament judge decided to ask why they didn't have a storage device with them to place the dragon in, since they were one of the participants in such an important tournament. A tired Yak Wei replied that they had lost him, remembering that he could have fallen along with Lin Xing. He was almost approaching the line that must be crossed to win. The guy happily anticipated this, having walked 9 floors with a 100-kilogram dragon on his shoulders. But then someone got ahead of him, putting his foot over the line. It was Lin Xin, announcing that the Zanyang County team had appeared, one step ahead of Yang Wei. Bai He was overjoyed to see Lin Xin alive and well, despite the fact that he had overtaken them. A girl from the other team took pity on poor Yang Wei, who climbed with such difficulty from the 9th floor but never won. The guy got very angry because of our hero's behavior, cursing him and demanding to see the dragon he caught. And the woman who judged the competition said that there were only 4 dragons in the cave, and answered Lin that he could not win without a dragon, even if he could cross the line, to which Lin replied that they also had a dragon. But he was ridiculed by Wei, who believed that they had caught all the dragons. And then Lin takes out a small beaten dragon from his jacket pocket, the size of which amazed everyone around, and the team from Huaiwu was most indignant at what they saw. The rest of the participants were also unhappy, considering it unfair. Yang Wei continued to shout that it shouldn't count, because it was a baby dragon that didn't even have fur. But our hero replied that no one said that a dragon should weigh more than a couple of 100 kilograms, so everything is fair. Lin Xing's self-confident response angered Yang Wei even more, who was already blushing and steaming from his ears with anger. The judge told him that she had indeed been inattentive and had not been very clear in explaining the rules of the round. And then she added, "According to the final interpretation of the Kanshan government, our guys cheated, so they do not go further." And then a girl arrived to her with news. She arrived with urgent orders from the governor. Moving closer to the woman, she said that the governor demanded that the team from Sanyang be allowed to compete, whispering this in her ear. And she added that even if they had to use the most ridiculous excuse, they should let this team go further, even if there were 5 teams in the end. After hearing the order, the judge announced to the children that Sanyang County and Gongwu County met the requirements, so both teams qualified for the competition, and she sent all the participants to rest after a difficult ordeal. This all surprised our hero, and he thought that the rules of the game would have to be changed, since 5 teams were advancing and someone had clearly decided to take him to the next round. At that time, the lady of the house was talking to someone about how she had to break the rules of the game in order to advance some small guy from Sanyang County. The leader of the team from the Imperial City sat opposite her, replying that he would appreciate it if she would allow them to fight in the second round of the competition. She replied that she would arrange everything for him, then wondered why Lin had offended him. But the guy didn't say anything specific, and after saying goodbye, he left Her Highness's chambers. She was confused by the man's answer, and she began to guess that Lin knew the purpose of this team's participation in the competition, and he had what they needed. Meanwhile, the light was on in Lin Xin's living room. The guy, tired after the task, took a bath, stretching with relaxation and pleasure. Suddenly, a spider dressed as a maid appeared in front of him, winking flirtatiously at the guy. He did not expect such an appearance. Asking how she got out, the maiden replied that she could return to her original form if the talisman was at a certain distance. And she added that if the talisman had been lost, the animals would never have been able to transform. Suddenly, the spider began to tickle Lin Xin with its tail, which appeared from nowhere on the beast. This surprised him, and the guy began to pull the tail, explaining to the spider that this was a strange prop because she was a spider, not a fox. But she clearly liked Lin Xin's actions and blushed deeply. Suddenly, the door opened and Bai He looked out, who decided to visit the guy who was trying to tear the tail off the spider in a maid costume. She was very embarrassed when she saw this picture, and with her appearance, she distracted the guys from their strange activity. Then she quickly began to leave the room, apologizing and embarrassed. But Lin Xin hurried to explain himself to the girl, promising to remove the spider. After a while, she said that she had come to apologize for Yang Wei's terrible behavior, looking down in embarrassment. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder soothingly and served her hot tea, answering that he understood that she was not like Yang Wei. Suddenly, a voice was heard, interrupting the conversation of the guys. Bai He hurried to hide somewhere so that she would not be noticed along with Lin. But the frightened guy replied that there was nowhere to hide in this room. But the girl found a solution and dragged Lin Xing to the bed. And at that very second, Xing Xing opened the door, warning the guy that she was going inside. She found the guy lying in bed and asked why he left so early. And he justified himself by saying that he was a little tired after today, while poor Bai He was excitedly hiding under the blanket. Lin then told her to make herself at home, and he wouldn't be able to get out of bed since he wasn't wearing pants. Then Xing Xing noticed 2 cups of tea on the table, and Lin Xing, awkwardly trying to justify himself, answered her that he knew that she would come and prepared tea in advance. But she thought about something else, reflecting on the fact that he knew that she would come and went to bed undressed, believing that this could be some kind of hint. Sin interrupted her thoughts, asking why she needed to see him, and the girl said that due to injuries and incomplete teams, everyone was moving on one player at a time at the next test. And she added that she and Da Diao want Lin Xing to represent their team. This decision seemed strange to him, and he wondered what kind of battle there could be with 5 people, and thought that those 3 seemed to want to take part in the battle. Xing Xing knew nothing more, assuming that tomorrow they would give more information, and Lin sent her to go and have a good rest. But she suddenly sat down on his bed next to the guy, trying to tell him something else, embarrassed and blushing. Xing Xing suddenly asked what Lin thought about Bai He, glancing at the guy's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Confused, he quickly replied that Bai He was good, sweating and blushing. But for some reason, this answer angered Xing Xing, and she stood up from her seat, asking which one of them he would choose. The guy sheepishly replied that it was impossible to choose one of them, trying to appear serene, but thinking that he could not say anything bad about Bai He while she was under his blanket. Unsatisfied with the guy's answer, Xing Xing began to take off her shirt, wanting him to decide on the answer. As a result, the girl stood in front of him in a revealing outfit, asking what she didn't have that could compete with Bai He. The guy, struck by her beauty, raised his thumb up, answering that the girl looked great. But the dissatisfied Bai He did not agree with Lin's answer, competing with Xing Xing, and viciously bit his leg. He grimaced in pain, trying to calm Bai He, who was sitting under the blanket. And Xing Xing noticed his strange behavior and asked what was wrong with him. And Lin Xin replied that he just had a cramp in his leg, trying to control himself from the pain, thinking about the fact that today they clearly wanted to finish him off. But suddenly, someone approached his chambers again, and the guys looked warily towards the doors. Wing Xing, not wanting to be seen in this form, quickly slid under the blanket, hiding at Lin Xin's feet, who asked them to wait outside the door. And then the door opened. Behind it stood the mistress of the house and her right hand, who were unhappy with Lin's disrespectful answer. The guy only replied that he was in bed without pants and invited the women to come and sit down. The lady's right hand reproached him for his bad manners, but the lady herself calmed her down and told her to sit on the bed next to Lin. She mistook the girl sitting under the blanket for the guy's thick legs, and at that time the girls looked at each other angrily, meeting face to face. The woman nevertheless sat down at the table and asked the guy if he had met Qin Feng Zhong and the rest of the team, to which Lin replied that they fought in the cave, at the same time thinking that it seemed the time had come for a duel. Hearing his answer, the woman said that they were members of the Imperial Guard and members of the family of high officials and imperial relatives, so it was better not to mess with them. The girls under the blanket listened carefully to what the mistress was saying, and Lin Xin guessed that she came to interrogate him, thinking that she was not in alliance with that team and had her own purpose for the visit. Looking confidently at the guy, the woman replied that she had actually come to save him, but only if he answered what happened between them, and he realized that she knew nothing about the dragon bone. Then he replied that they were hunting him because in the cave he learned their secret, looking seriously into the eyes of the lady. She immediately asked what secret he had learned. Very interested in where this conversation was leading, and he decided to lie, saying that in the cave he noticed 2 of them doing obscene things. The women listened to him with confusion on their faces, and the lady's right hand actually turned red with embarrassment after hearing this. Rising from her chair, the woman calmly replied that this was a really interesting story. Then, heading towards the exit, she added that the second round begins tomorrow, and she is waiting for our hero to tell her another version of the story before the competition begins. And after these words, she turned towards him, winking flirtatiously, offering the guy to become her pet if he satisfied her with his answer. He realized with horror that Yang Yang had obtained his position by serving this domineering woman as a pet. Soon the women left his room, finally asking him to think it all over, closing the door behind them. After they left his room, the guy breathed out a sigh of relief, telling Bai He and Xing Xing that they could leave. The girls simultaneously descended from the bed, getting to their feet, exhaling relaxedly. Getting to her feet, Xing Xing began to condemn Bai He for her lack of conscience, asking what she was doing in her opponent's room in the middle of the night. Bai He immediately responded with a barb, asking why Xing Xing was hiding under the blanket if she was such a decent saint. There was a lot of tension between the girls, and Lin Xing at that moment unsuccessfully tried to calm them down, inviting them to sit down and talk. And Bai He sat down next to the guy with a pleased look, boasting to Xing Xing that he invited her to sit next to him. Wanting to take revenge on the girl, she also sat down next to Lin, hugging him and answering that he invited her to sit down with him first, which caused embarrassment on the guy's face. The girls continued to quarrel, arguing among themselves who should let Lin Xing go and who should get him. Songjing demanded that he remove Bai He, who was from the enemy team, but she replied that if she had not thrown away Yang Wei's bag, they would never have caught up with them. The two of them then turned to Lin Xing, demanding that he choose one of them today, to which the guy replied that he wanted to choose both, but this did not suit his rivals. Therefore, he decided to fool them and pretended that the master had come to them, and the girls were immediately distracted from the argument. While they were trying to figure out where the master was, the guy quickly jumped off the bed, doing a somersault and ran away. But the guy was unable to escape, as Xing Xing asked Xiao Wu to freeze the door, and the girls rushed to catch our hero, grabbing his hands and a towel. But he did not give up trying to escape and jumping to the door, shouted to them to let him go. He didn't notice how Xing Xing grabbed his towel, and when he jumped from his seat, she pulled it off the guy's hips. The girls saw what was under Lin's towel, and blushing deeply, could not take their eyes off him, looking as if in hypnosis, and he still surrendered to the girls, to their admiring exclamations. The next day, Da Diao came to Lin's door, coming to wake up the guy and invite him to the auction. He discovered that the door was unlocked and looked inside curiously. He saw Lin Xin sleeping, surrounded by Xing Xing and Bai He, sleeping peacefully on his chest. While in a dream, they repeated out loud the details of their night together, blushing embarrassedly. And poor Da Jiao watched this picture with envy, wanting to be in the place of our hero with two beauties in the same bed. After some time, all the tournament participants gathered in the backyard of the mansion to begin the drawing of lots. In this round, out of 8 teams, the lot will determine the opponents. The guys were surprised that they named 8 teams, because only 5 participated: Guancheng County, Beimon County, Feiliu County, our hero, and Yang Wei. The woman then added that since there were 5 of them now, she would invite 3 masters from the imperial capital to spar with the others. The trio came out to the guys, greeting them. This outcome of events displeased the other 5 teams, who did not want to fight them, but the judge hastened to calm the dissatisfied guys and announced the draw. Xing Xing and Bai He knew that these 3 had come for Lin Xin, and if any of them pulled him out as a rival, it would be the end. And again grappling with each other, the girls began to share Lin Xin, while Da Diao cried with envy. Yang Wei went first, taking the lot out of the box, hoping that he wouldn't get those 3. And inside the box, there was a toad distributing balls with names, and the guy's hand finally touched one of them. He read that he belonged to a local group while the judge called the next one to draw lots. After some time, the diagram for the fight was laid out, and the participants were ready for the competition. In 20 minutes, all 4 fights were to begin. Our hero had to fight Yang Wei, and none of the 3 pulled out Lin Xin, and the leader of the trio began to guess that someone might be protecting the guy, and this was not luck at all, as many thought. The guys supported our hero. Da Diao wished Lin Xing to kill the scoundrel Yang Wei, and Xing Xing was glad that the trio from the imperial capital would not get him. Suddenly, Lin Xing realized that someone clearly wanted him to witness how 2 of this team fought on the battlefield in order to scare him into asking for shelter by becoming her pet. It was not all luck. but the mistress of the estate who wanted to make Lin Xin her pet. 20 minutes later, the rules of the game were announced, which stated that there was no killing and the time of the duel was not limited. Lin glanced at the field where a man from the capital and a guy from Guancheng County were fighting. He was interrupted by the voice of Yang Wei, who self-confidently told our hero that he would bow to him 10 times and perhaps he would think about leaving the guy intact. But Lin was not distracted by these stories and continued to watch the man who used his Thunder Beast, who was chasing Lin Xin in the cave. Angry that the guy didn't pay attention to him, Yang Wei ordered his bear to tear him apart. And then Lin Xin called all his beast maidens, ordering them to silence this scoundrel and his bear. His teammates watched the battle in awe. Seeing who he summoned, the spider was the first to strike her opponents, releasing sticky webs from her hands, determined to win for her master. She aimed her web at the bear. This caused ridicule from his master, who ridiculed the spider's attempt to stop the bear with her net. But then suddenly a web stuck to Yang Wei, causing him to become agitated and silent. At that same second, she quickly pulled the guy towards the bear while he screamed in fear. And in the end, he received a powerful collision with the bat of his beast, losing a tooth and bleeding. The guys on his team noticed he was badly injured, assuming he had suffered a head injury, but he raised his hand, answering that he was still holding on, and his teammates were shocked that Yang Wei was still conscious. Getting up from the floor, the guy said that for him it was just a scratch, but there was a huge bruise on his face and blood was flowing, and his eyes looked in different directions. As soon as the guy stood up, the spider again sprayed its web in his direction. With the help of her web, she connected Yang Wei with his spirit beast, and our hero, not wanting to waste too much energy on the guy, suggested that he surrender. But he turned out to be stubborn and replied that giving up was not part of his credo. Yang Wei was reprimanded that he was speaking in the wrong direction since Lin Xin was standing behind him. Then the guy began to calculate that the bear weighed 2,400 pounds, and with him 2,500, which meant that until they left the arena themselves, Lin would not be able to move them. Wei was going to wait until he recovered from his injuries, and in the meantime our hero asked the referee if he could kill Wei, but he replied that the match would be over if someone gave up or fell from the ring. And Lin Xin realized that until the guy surrendered, they would not be counted as a victory, so he asked ZK to force him to surrender. Zika and Nanai headed towards Yang Wei together, telling him that the hot wax would make him rethink his behavior. Hearing Ziki's words that she was going to use hot wax, our hero's eyes sparkled bloodthirsty. Meanwhile, Nanai made a block of ice over the bear and Yang Wei, while Zika melted it with fire. A hot drop flew straight down towards the frightened guy, passing through the flames. Why did she land right on poor Yang Wei's nose, burning him red? Many more drops continued to fall on the guy, who hysterically swayed from side to side, screaming in pain and hopelessness. Covering himself with his hands, the guy asked his beast to cover him from the hot wax. But something else occurred to the bear, and he rolled over, hiding behind Yang Wei, who swore to tear out all his hair if he didn't bring him back. This statement started to anger him, and he scowled angrily as the guy ordered him to get out. The bear could not stand it and plopped down with its back right on the bastard, crushing him with all its weight, while the others watched in horror. They tried to remove the bear for an hour, and when they succeeded, they found Yang Wei all broken and begging to be allowed to go home. Meanwhile, Lin Xin was hugged on both sides by his teammates, praising his abilities and how he got through the first easy round. But he suddenly interrupted them, thinking that it wouldn't be so easy anymore, with a serious look, waiting for the next round. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of a man from the imperial capital and a guy from Guancheng County, the beaten guy lay unconscious while his teammates called for a doctor. After some time, the end of the first round was announced, announcing that Qing Fan, Lin Xing, Amo Ti, and Qin Fengqiang would go next. The right-hand woman of the district owner announced that the first two participants would fight in the semi-final match. It would be Qing Fan and Lin Xin. Hearing that Lin Xin was announced, Da Diao wished for him to win, while Xing Xing asked him to be careful and give up if he thought he could not hold out. While our hero was walking to the battlefield, the woman conveyed to him her mistress's request that he change his mind before it was too late, but he only replied that this was not necessary and left for the competition. Holding a watermelon between her legs, she replied that the guy would be punished, and having announced the first semi-final, she crushed a watermelon between her legs, pieces of which scattered in different directions. Our hero entered the battlefield with his opponent, having heard his self-confident speech that he would not kill him. When the competitors came face to face, the woman announced the start of the round by biting into the juicy pulp of a watermelon. The first thing Qing Fan did was summon his wolf spirit beast, ordering it to attack Lin Xin while grinning maliciously. A huge wolf attacked from behind, but our hero managed to notice him in time. Hearing his roar, he jumped back sharply, striking the beast's clawed paw, knocking it slightly to the side. At this time, the guys were discussing the battle of their leader. Da Diao did not understand why Lin Xin did not use their spiritual beasts, and Xing Xing explained that all of his 3 beasts did not know how to fight in close combat. Suddenly, inspired exclamations were heard behind the guys, wishing our hero victory. These were the guys from Yang Wei's team and the rest of the participants. Xing Xing never dreamed that all 6 districts would be able to unite like this, and Bai He replied that Lin is the only hope of the 6 districts. They want the trio from the capital to win this championship. And then suddenly the guy reached into the pocket of his jacket. Da Diao assumed that he was finally going to release his beast. Lin Xing will throw out a blue medallion that can summon Nanai. And a few seconds later, the beast maiden appeared at the tournament, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. But the maiden appeared not in the ring, but under it, surprising the rest of the championship participants with her appearance. Qing Fan thought that since Lin's beast left the ring, it means the guy lost. But Shin replied that the loss only counts if he himself goes outside of it. His words were confirmed by the woman in charge of this championship, answering that the rules of the game do not limit the location of the beast. This was a smart move by our hero since Na Nai can attack well from a distance. The wolf in the ring will become a target for her. But this seemed useless to his opponent, and he, not appreciating Lin Xin's move, rushed to attack the guy. And suddenly ice boulders began to fly onto the field, heading towards the guy and his wolf. The boulders did not frighten Qing Fan in any way, and he began to break these ice floes with his hands, smiling self-confidently while his wolf caught them in his mouth. Having bitten through an ice floe, the wolf suddenly bumps his fangs into a heavy hardball, experiencing severe pain. Meanwhile, Qing Fan, who was knocking down ice floes with his bare hands, gets impaled on a sharp thing with spikes, shrouded in ice. They cry out in pain, not expecting such an attack, trying to recover and return to the battle. Qing Fan was watched by his teammates, discussing the pain he received from this attack. A girl from his team empathized with him, while their leader watched emotionlessly. Then they noticed how the guys from the other teams helped Nanai freeze all sorts of heavy objects that could harm the wolf and its owner. Seeing this picture, Qing Fan became very angry and ice appeared under his feet. As a result, he enveloped everything around him in a ball of ice. As a result, the guy sealed the entire ring, preventing the beast maiden from attacking from afar. And Lin Xin finds himself trapped. The rival told our hero that now the speed of movement is blocked by snow and vision is blocked by air, but his wolf can track the guy by smell. He then gloatingly added that the guy had no choice. Qing Fan's spiritual beast had already gone hunting by scent. But suddenly some kind of fabric flies onto his face, causing bewilderment in the guy. And at this time, the wolf, who was looking for Lin Xin by smell, suddenly stops, realizing that his target has been found. He turned back to his owner, who was holding someone's clothes in his hands, trying to understand where they came from. Having finally found the source of the smell, the wolf used his dazzling wolf tornado technique, approaching Qing Fan at great speed and sweeping him away. The guy finds himself severely beaten by his own spirit beast, crying in frustration and hopelessness, cursing the wolf. Qing Fan and his wolf fly out of the ice wall while Lin Xin shouts after him to fight and not act like a fool. And suddenly, in a hole in the ice wall, our hero appears, completely naked and pleased with himself, having defeated his opponent, and receiving great admiration from the girls. The referee announced that Qing Fan had fallen out of the ring, and the first game of the semi-finals was won by Lin Xin. Our hero pulls up his pants, saying that the guy was lucky to survive such a blow. But it seems that this is not so, and his beast is crying over his body. Suddenly, the crowd started praising Lin Xin, throwing him up in the air while the guy asked them to stop so he could put on his pants. The mistress of the palace watched this battle, satisfied with Lin Xin's victory. Surprised at the youth's power, the guys from other teams suggested taking a walk and celebrating Lin Xin's victory while he was hugged by the admiring Xing Xing and Bai He. Then the woman asked the 2 members of the second group to get ready for the next round. Qin Feng Qiong was in no hurry to enter the battlefield, and asked her if his teammate could immediately surrender so that he could be promoted to the next level. This caused all the boys to become furious, and they carefully watched the outcome of this situation. After their exclamations, Qin Feng Kun became angry, answering them that with his strength he should not understand the rules, and looked at the guys angrily. Suddenly, the guys were thrown into the air and they felt as if they were being cut into pieces. After some time, they all fell to the floor, except for our hero, who remained standing firmly on the ground with trembling legs. The girls hid behind Lin Xin, still on the floor and with wild fear on their faces, asking what happened just now. The mistress of the palace hastened to stop Qin Feng Kun, not allowing him to carry out a massacre on her territory. But he replied that he did not intend to do this, and to prove his innocence, he asked the mistress of the palace to allow him to hold the final tomorrow. The woman replied that the guy was worthy of the title of a young talent from the imperial capital and allowed him to host the final tomorrow. Hearing this news, Da Dia was happy for Lin Xin, since now he will be able to rest overnight, and tomorrow he will be full of strength, he will be able to kill the enemy. But Xin frowned anxiously and replied that it wouldn't work out that way. Even if he took a day off, he would not be able to defeat an opponent as strong as Qin Fengchong. All the participants gathered outside Lin Xin's room, wanting him to come out so they could talk to him before the finals. Daijiao and Xing Stalin defend the guy, answering them that there is no need to bother him now, since he is developing tactics before the battle. The guys did not doubt Lin Xin's talent, suggesting that he was practicing unrivaled magical skills or preparing some kind of elixir. And at this time, in his chambers, Lin put some 2 large pills into his mouth. These pills gave him more motivation, and Master Shu assured him that if he took these pills, he would definitely succeed. Opposite our hero sat his beast maidens, ready to serve their emperor. Master Shu gave an explanation that with the help of pills, it would not be difficult for Lin to raise the level of his beast maidens, but his vitality would be greatly suppressed. But our hero accepted this fact. But then someone's voice was heard. Someone called Lin Xin, calling him brother. At that moment, the owner of the palace in his district climbed into the window and asked the guy not to worry. Lin Xing watched in surprise as a man climbed through the window, eventually falling into the room from there, and asked what he was doing here. The man replied that the game was not over yet, and he was not one of those who would simply wait for victory, so he came to help our hero win the championship. And the guy asked how he was going to help him win the championship, thinking that he wanted the man to leave as soon as possible, allowing him to do his own thing. The man didn't want the scoundrels from the imperial capital to do whatever they wanted, so he made one important decision. He made the decision to begin teaching Lin Xin the stunning fist technique this evening. Despite the fact that his ancestors had not revealed the details of this technique to anyone. But Master Shu doubtfully said that the deafening fist has a powerful effect, but our hero will have to learn it overnight, and it is unknown whether he will have time to do it. And the man hurried to assure Lin Xin that they had enough time to learn this technique, and tonight they would not have time to sleep. He tore off his clothes, revealing a tight pink workout suit underneath, and smiling brightly, he promised to give it his all in this training session. Lin and Xing watched this with a stony face, fearfully realizing that it was getting worse and worse. Meanwhile, behind the door stood the guys who were going to stay here all night so that no one could attack Lin before tomorrow's battle. Xing believed in the abilities of our hero, knowing that he must definitely win, so they need to stand outside his door to protect him suddenly. After some time, the guys heard voices from the guy's room. They could hear the owner of the city teaching Lin a new technique. And then the guys realized that it was really the owner of the city. And Dajiao did not believe that his father could appear in Lin Xing's room in the middle of the night. They stood in silence for a couple of seconds, thinking about what they had heard. And in the end, they decided to look into Lin Xing's room, opening the door with wild curiosity. Suddenly, they saw how the owner of the city and our hero were lying in the same bed, shrouded in the aura of a man who asked Lin if the guy felt how he entered. The guys, of course, took this the wrong way, thinking that the city lord and Lin Xin were having fun together while lying in bed. As it turned out, the ruler transferred her power to our hero, and he did this while lying in bed because he was tired and wanted to lie down. The next day, Lin came out of his room happy and cheerful, enjoying the pleasant day. He saw the guys looking at him strangely, sobbing with disappointment. Dadiao was afraid that the guy would become his mother, and the girls understood why he was not interested in them. And then the ruler of the city came out, asking why they had been crying since the morning. Sobbing heavily, his son replied that a man does not need to hide anything, so they need to talk, and he will accept everything and deal with it. The guy ran up to his father, quietly whispering to him his assumption about his relationship with Lin Xin, and the enraged man hit his son with all his might, answering that he had been teaching his friend new skills all night, and he so brazenly dared to slander his father. Then the girls asked Lin if he really trained last night, and the guy replied that he had, and they just misunderstood everything. Dajiao tearfully begged forgiveness from his father, admitting his mistake while he scolded him, calling him a beast, shaming him for such words towards his father. Meanwhile, Lin Xin told the girls that during training, he was able to learn a new technique. After some time, the rivals met in the ring, standing opposite each other under the encouraging shouts of Lin Xin's fans. And before the fight, our hero's opponent asked the guy to give a sign to stop, otherwise he would torture Lin until he died. Lin Xin replied that the mistress of the palace was sitting here. If he killed him, it would be a violation of the rules of the arena, violated right in front of her eyes. With a gloomy, bloodthirsty look, the capital's guest said that today's final will determine the strongest, and our hero is thinking too naively. And he added that this means that the mistress of the palace does not care whether the guy lives or dies, she will not protect him. The man then summoned his Thunder Beast, wanting to quickly defeat Lin Xing. The guys watching this were shocked, not expecting to see an 11-star beast imitating a human. Master Shu said that as the level rises, the appearance of the beast changes, gradually approaching the appearance of a demon, and this spiritual beast is imitating a person. And Lin Xing remembered how yesterday the city master told him to secretly absorb his thunder element from his opponent and then use it to win by using the man's technique. He also remembered how during all this he was confused by the strange sounds that the man made. These memories brought upon him great shame, which the guy tried to hide. And then the right hand of the mistress of the palace ordered the participants to get ready, standing near the gong. Then she asked the head of the capital region to hit the gong, and she raised her leg high up. The woman suddenly lowered her foot, hitting the gong with it, announcing the start of the competition. As soon as the gong rang, Qin Feng Kun commanded his beast to deal with the guy, and he quickly headed towards him, emitting many green lightning bolts. Lin Xin managed to jump away from the blow of the beast, which smashed the stone floor beneath him with its strength. And at this time, the owner of the beast mocked the guy who was trying to fight the beast with the speed of lightning. Before the guy had time to jump away, the beast was again near him, wanting to grab the guy. The lightning beast succeeded, and Lin found himself in its tight grip. The guys watched the competition excitedly, worrying about our hero who was captured by the beast. And the hostess's right hand, still holding the gong under her feet, wondered if it would all end so quickly. But the hostess herself was sure that Lin Xing probably had an ace up his sleeve. Our hero kept trying to escape from the grip of the beast, but it was incredibly tight and strong. Our hero's rival reported disappointment in the guy and snapped his fingers. After this, the beast and Lin were enveloped in green lightning. Loud screams were heard, and the man invited the crowd to admire the painful expression on Lin's face. The guys looked at what was happening in fear, very worried about Lin Xin's life. Also from the bushes, the owner of the city watched him, cursing at the guy for so forcefully absorbing the element of thunder, risking exploding. Suddenly, the beast's grip trembled, and the guy raised his voice, saying that he was almost full of the beast's energy. He thanked the beast for the opportunity to use its energy and punched it in the face, leaving it unable to fight it. Looking at this, the guys were happy, realizing that the guy had turned the situation in his favor and used the power of the beast. While the guys were trying to attract Qin Feng Kun's attention, distracting him from what was happening to Lin, our hero approached the man with lightning speed, swinging his thunder fist. Well, he did not expect that our hero would be able to free himself from the grip of his beast, and slowly turning back, suddenly fell silent. Lin approaches him with lightning speed, striking the man with a thunder fist, slamming him face first into the stone floor. The bastard, experiencing the full power of our hero, asks in surprise how he could do this, because he does not master the element of thunder at all. While the man, clearing his throat, stood up from the pile of stones, Lin stood victoriously over him, knowing that the man had not foreseen such an eventuality. After all, he did not know about the real strength of our hero, who was capable of much, and stood in front of him sparkling with yellow lightning. After the guy changed his clothes, he headed towards the enemy, wanting to continue the competition while he was wondering what to do so as not to make a mistake again. And then Lin looked to the side in surprise, as if he saw something, pointing his finger there, and the man turned behind him. As soon as the man turned away, Lin Xing knocked him down, taking advantage of the man's gullibility. And while the man is falling, Xin kicks him, causing him to fly a long distance. Qin Feng Kun lands on the edge of the ring, risking falling out of it. The guys watch this with enthusiasm, anticipating their friend's victory. But suddenly, unexpectedly, the man is caught by his teammate, preventing him from flying out and landing outside the ring. He catches him with a serious look, not wanting him, being a guard, to lose to some boy. And then he returns him back to the ring, pledging to always be under him when he needs help. Confronting lands back in the ring, realizing that he was very close to losing. The dissatisfied crowd demanded to admit his loss, since he fell outside the ring. I wish this impudent man to be tried fairly. At this moment, her right-hand man approached the palace mistress, telling her that before the tournament, the Qin family had sent 10 boxes of rare antelope horns, the price of which was 200,000 liang of silver. Hearing this, the hostess decided that a participant in the tournament is not considered eliminated until his body touches the ground outside the ring. Having accepted the lady's order, her right hand told the participants about the new rule, due to which the state continues and Confronting is not considered eliminated. The guys did not like this news, and they considered it unfair, speaking dissatisfiedly about the new rule. But our hero only confidently crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he can beat the man until he gives up, if the changes in the rule are interpreted differently. Confronting stood opposite the guy, answering him that Xing would have no other opportunity to defeat him, and a light blue glow appeared around him. He activated the mode of uniting man and beast, concentrating a clot of energy between his hands. He then sent a stream of his energy towards his beast so that it penetrated him, and soon they united. His spirit beast was able to come to its senses as it rose from the floor. At this moment, Bai He read the beast's power, discovering that it now had as many as 12 stars, as the man had transferred his spiritual energy to the beast to increase its level. Rising from the ground, the beast rushed past our hero with even faster speed, surrounding him with lightning. The beast created a ring of green lightning around Lin Xing, and Confronting explained that as soon as the guy gets hit by this lightning, he will die. And now the man can only watch as lightning tears Lin Xing apart without removing the malicious smile from his face. Our hero was trying to figure out what to do since a beast with such speed could pierce him like a bullet, tearing him apart. And the guy decided that he could only go to the top in order to avoid contact with the lightning around him. He quickly darted upward between the lightning. I hope that this way he will have a chance of survival. But the man, who was expecting Lin Xing to rush upstairs, smiled maliciously and threw his blue lightning at him. This attack knocked off the guy's trajectory, and he flew to the side at the risk of falling out of the ring. Da Diao noticed this and quickly headed towards him. The guy wanted to save our hero, calling him second uncle, full of responsibility and determination. He hurried to catch Lin, but then, without noticing the guy, Xing and Bai He ran towards him, vying with each other to see who could help their lover. And Lin, trembling, hung from the edge of the ring, holding on to its end with his legs being completely tense. Hanging upside down, he noticed two beauties beneath him who rushed to his aid. The guy leaned his hands on the bodies of Xing and Nanai so as not to fall outside the ring, while the girls embarrassedly looked away to the sides. Lin thanked the girls for their help and courage, while they, blushing, asked him not to get up. And his opponent was already rushing towards him, repeating that the guy had no chance of winning no matter how much he tried to resist him. Without rising from his seat, Lin Xin called on Nanai for help. The beast maiden immediately appeared, attacking the enemy with an icy stream, threateningly telling the man not to try to harm her master. The man fought off Nanai's attack with his fist, calling her skills trivial, underestimating the girl's capabilities. And then he slips on a piece of ice that the beast maiden created. Confronting falls on his butt, with complete bewilderment on his face. Then, screaming loudly, he fearfully rolls down the icy path right outside the ring. The man is crying from pain and his hopeless situation, finding himself in such an absurd situation that could lead him to defeat. As a result, Confronting, trembling with anger and pain, shouted at our hero for using such an insidious technique that incredibly outraged the man. But Lin, scratching the back of his head, innocently replied that he did nothing and the man himself slipped and fell, but he refused to believe his excuses. Having experienced such shame, the enemy from the imperial capital wanted to tear the guy into pieces in order to appease his resentment and anger, and he and his beast enveloped the entire area around our hero in lightning, trapping the guy in a death trap. Da Diao, who watched this in horror, wondered why Lin Xing did not use the lightning element that was available to him. Suddenly, the voice of the city leader was heard, who spoke about the deafening thunder technique, which had 5 levels, such as Nian, Yin, Yu, Ming, and Hong. And since our hero studied in a hurry, he only managed to master the first level, so he is not able to create elements of thunder, but is only able to absorb and release. The Nian level is the creation of a reservoir to absorb the power of thunder, and with each level the ability to call upon the power of thunder increased. At the last level of Hun, it was possible to cause a clap of thunder with just one thought. In 10 years, a man was able to reach the yin level, at which he could use spiritual guidance to attract thunder to himself. So using the deafening thunder technique for Lin would be incredibly difficult. Continuing to envelop everything around with our left lightning, Qin Feng-kun prepared to count the last 3 seconds of the guy's life. Lin Xing was thinking about how to escape, because from such a distance he would not be able to absorb enough energy, and coming closer was too dangerous. At this time, the man was counting down the second, and then the thought came to his mind that if he maintained the same speed as Qin Feng-kun, he could survive. The man decided to check on our hero, and noticed that he was suddenly not there. Suddenly, a guy appeared behind the man, saying that thanks to him, he realized that if you collect the true Qi of lightning in your legs, you can move much faster. The man became angry, ordering the guy to stop chasing him, but Lin suddenly noticed that he could not slow down, and then asked Na Nai to create an ice ridge. The beast maiden immediately followed his order, and a huge ice mountain burst out of the ground. After that, Shin pushed the enemy and his beast straight into the ice ridge. They crashed into an icy mountain, frozen to it and unable to move. While they were trying to get unstuck from the ice, the guy used the accumulation technique, and a lot of yellow lightning appeared around him. As a result, the guys watched as the Qin Feng-kun formation was destroyed by Lin Xin, who used a new technique. And suddenly, the ice mountain, along with its opponents, was destroyed by a huge stream of thunder and lightning, which was directed by our hero. At this moment, the city lord watched in shame as the youth rose to the yin level in just one day, while his friends shouted, praising his victory. After Qin Feng-kun received such a powerful attack, Lin Xing pulled his burnt, weak body. He, dragging himself along the ground, barely uttered words telling the guy not to underestimate him. After dragging the man to the edge of the ring, he threw him to the ground outside the ring, informing his teammates that they had lost and could get out of there. King Fan was seriously angry at such disrespect for the personal Imperial Guard on the part of the guy. But suddenly, Amot hit him so that he would stop exposing himself to ridicule, and the guy fell to the ground head down. Our guys started discussing the loss of their opponents, telling them that they had common sense, because if they tried to do something, none of the 3 of them would come back alive. Then Amot turned to our hero, saying that since he managed to defeat both of them, it means he is really strong, but very soon anger will fall on him in the capitals, raising defeated men from the floor. Lin Xin just looked at her silently with her brows furrowed, thinking about what the girl had said. Amot rushed away with the defeated men to take the 2 home. The ruler of the city approached Lin. He put his comforting hand on the guy's shoulder, asking him not to worry and not to believe the girl's words. And if someone really comes, then it is the man's duty as the deputy head of the capital region to ensure security for the region. With these words, he threw off his camouflage. At that moment, the head of the area and her right hand approached the man, surprised by his activity and the fact that he even came to watch the fight. And the man awkwardly replied that he had come to look after their participant. He then moved closer to her, asking where he could place his new office, pointing to several rooms in the courtyard in which he would like to locate. The woman called a snake, which grabbed the insolent man, and not wanting to contact him, moved on. While Da Diao ran to help her father, the boss began a conversation with Lin Xing, moving closer to the guy. She told him that he had taken the position of her deputy and gently took his chin while the guy looked at her with besotted eyes, embarrassed and blushing. Xing Xing and Bai He were furious at what they saw, indignant at how a woman could so openly pester their object of desire. But the guy embarrassedly refused because he believed that the best candidate for this position would be the head of their city. The guy's answer made the woman sympathize with him even more, and she looked at him with fascinated eyes, licking her lips. She hugged him and informed the others that the winner of this year's 6th district tournament was Lin Xin, and the city manager of Shanyang County, Liu Teju, was taking the place of her deputy. Hearing her words, all the participants shouted with joy, especially Da Diao and Liu Teju, who was still entwined with the snake. But then the guys from other teams stopped, thinking about why they were also happy for someone else's district and team. 3 days later, in Shanyang County, Xing Xing joyfully ran to Lin Xin's chambers, inviting him to a banquet at the city chief's reservation. The girl walked up to the door and began to slowly open it, at the same time asking the guy to hurry up so as not to be late. But inside the room, instead of Lin, there was a group of armed people who were waiting for the owner of the room. The leader of the group ordered them to capture Xing Xing, and the bandits immediately took off, heading towards the defenseless girl. At this time, Ziku was sitting on Lin's lap, having been burning something for half an hour. The maiden enveloped the dragon bone in fire, while Laziness asked the book how to reforge the bone of the Dragon King for an incomparable weapon. And Master Shu replied that ordinary fire would not work. To do this, you will need the highest mystical fire, which is created using one of the secret skills of the race and demons. And, unfortunately, the location of the technique cannot be known. And at this time in the capital of the country, Tianyun, at the residence of the Qin family, in the family's chambers, the old doctor told his mistress that Qin Feng Kun's manhood could no longer be saved. The woman was furious that Lin Xin, who crippled Feng Kun, led their Qin clan to extinction, and vowed to tear him to pieces no matter what. As night approached, our hero returned to her chambers, upset that she could not find a use for the dragon bone. He walked to his door, but stopped before opening it, sensing something was wrong. On the other side, that is, inside the room, many arrows were flying towards the door. The arrows pierced the door, making holes in it, breaking everything into pieces. But there was no one behind the doors, and the mercenaries who came for Lin looked questioningly at the exit. Then Na Nai hit them, freezing their legs to the place where they were standing. Soon they were completely frozen, while the remaining mercenaries were hiding from our hero, who did not expect that he would come for him so quickly. The guy sat on the windowsill, looking at his enemies, noticing that there were quite a lot of them gathered. The leader of the group turned to Lin, saying that their auras and breaths were hidden, so how could he guess that there was an ambush in the house? The guy replied that they should look at their feet, otherwise they might step into the mud and not even notice it. The man replied that he did not expect such a stupid mistake from his secret guard, and Lin, as the opponent who defeated his master, has good skills. After listening to the head of the guard, Lin calls upon the Phoenix Beast Maiden, answering that they realized its capabilities too late and the end has come for them. At this point, these people began to open some kind of bag, and the man advised the guy not to get impudent ahead of time. It turns out that Meow Meow, chained and gagged, was sitting in the bag crying in fear. Our hero looked at the girl with horror in his eyes, realizing that everything would not be as easy as it initially seemed. The man, mocking the guy, asked him not to act rashly, otherwise the girl's head would end up on the ground, and then put a sharp knife to her throat. Lin, without losing self-confidence, answered the scoundrel that he shouldn't talk whatever he wanted, and added that this ugly woman was not his girlfriend. This word flashed through Meow Meow's mind as she bit off the gag with a horrified expression on her face, causing the man holding her to become agitated. The frightened man jumped away from the girl, unable to withstand her withering gaze, and the chains on her came untied. She looked at Lin Xin angrily, wanting to hear excuses about how he dared to call her ugly. The guy did not expect such a reaction because he wanted to deceive the men, making them think that the girl did not mean anything to him. She threw the chain towards Lin with great force, enraged by his words, and remembers Bai He, viciously suggesting that she is beautiful for a guy. The head of the secret guard ordered the girl to stop, wondering why she was so strong. After his words, she turned to the man. Her gaze was gloomy and fierce. Meow Meow told him to get out of here. The head of the squad was angry at this answer, because how could some girl defeat a cultivator at the second level of the heavenly source and instantly broke through the roof? He quickly ran away, jumping on the roofs of houses, while Meow Meow hysterically demanded that he let her go and bring her back. While running away, he told Lin that he would take the girl with him, and if he wanted to return her, then he should come to the capital in 10 days, and if the guy did not show up, he would receive her corpse. Master Fu advised Lin Xin to be careful, as this journey would be very dangerous. Almost certain death for the guy. Our hero was determined to meet them, and if it was certain death, then only for them. After Meow Meow was stolen, her father cried bitterly, calling out her name in despair. The city lord and his son were very angry, outraged at how these people dared to come into their territory and kidnap Meow Meow. And Bai He in turn calmly suggested setting off as soon as possible, since the road to the capital would take at least 5 days. Lin was surprised by the appearance of the girl who was invited by her father, as he wanted to take the opportunity to improve their relationship. Then the guy asked the mayor if he could solve all this in an official way, and the man awkwardly replied that it was possible, but since the other party was a person from the imperial capital, the process might take a long time. Bai He came closer to Lin Xing, urging him to quickly go to save Meow Meow since the girl may be in danger. Bai He said all this with a smile on her face, which confused the guy. In fact, the girl rejoiced at this opportunity to get closer to Lin Xin. due to being nearby for a long time in search of Meow Meow. After some time, our hero, along with Da Diao and Bai He, were flying through the forest on a huge flying chicken, which was moving too slowly. And then Da Diao replied that he had prepared for this in advance. Waving some kind of bag, he poured some grains in front of the chicken, and the animal immediately began to eat them. Having swallowed the grain, the chicken's eyes sparkled and she began to shake violently. The guys heard a strange sound and felt the chicken tremble. Lin Xing and Bai He looked questioningly at the chicken, not understanding what was happening, while Da Diao grabbed it tightly. A second later, the chicken rushed forward as fast as a jet, while the guys held on tightly to it, trying not to fall down. Meanwhile, below, two men were coming from the hunt, carrying a pig to the table for their leader. But then something falls on them from above at great speed, knocking them off their feet. It turned out to be our guys who descended on a flying chicken. Ling Xin managed to grab Bai He in time, unlike Da Diao, who landed in an unknown place. The guy found himself under the wing of a chicken, pressed to the ground by it. He quietly called for help. The guys went down to help him and began to pull him by the arms to get him out from under the wing. Strange men noticed them and ordered no one to move. And poor Da Diao cried in severe pain while his friends tried to pull him out. The men bloodthirstily examined the guys, smiling eerily, and asked how they dared to invade the Black Whirlwind Mountain. Noticing their smooth skin and tender flesh, one of them offered to grab the guys and present them to the boss. And then Lin Xin stood in front of Bai He, answering the bandits that they would have to go through him to get the girl. But it wasn't Bai He they needed. Then one of the bandits said that they didn't need a girl but a guy, pointing to our hero. The guy looked at the man in bewilderment, asking if they really wanted to take him. After these words, Bai He suggested something about the leader of the local mountains, looking at the bandits in confusion. And at this time, somewhere far from this place, the girl demanded to bring her meat, folding her legs on the trembling servants, while they reported to her that Peng Pengba and Ba Baben were soon to bring it. They added that the wood had already been laid out, so they would soon be able to roast the meat once the two men returned from hunting. Among the furs sat a drunken young woman, disappointed in her male servants who could not bring her prey. After some time, the two men sat and were beaten on their knees, praising Lin Xin, saying that the guy had a very dignified appearance. He sat opposite them, asking how far it was to the imperial capital. The men replied that they needed to walk another 300 lis in this direction. Meanwhile, Da Diao was lying under a tree, complaining of bleeding in the kidney area. Bai He examined the guy and concluded that he was seriously injured, so they needed to quickly find a cure for him. The beaten men, hearing this, immediately offered to go with them to their camp and take medicine there. As it turned out, the Black Vortex base is famous for its ointment for injury, as well as its ability to collect information. Therefore, Lin asked them if they were really engaged in trading information, to which the man replied that from them he could buy any information he wanted, and they enthusiastically added that the entire black market of the Tianyun Empire was trading with them. After their story, Bai He decided to ask them what they knew about the Qin family from the imperial capital, but as it turned out, the men were just servants, and for all the information they had to contact their boss. Then the girl whispered in the guy's ear that perhaps men could be lying, and they had better hurry up and continue on their way. After some thought, he replied that if they rushed to the imperial capital, they might be left without the opportunity to do anything, so it was important for them to find out more information about the enemy. The guys decided to visit this Black Whirlwind camp and buy medicine for the wounded Da Diao. Soon the guys approached the camp. The men were carrying the sick Da Diao, while Bai He jealously held Lin Xin's hand, worried that the guy wanted to meet the gang leader as soon as possible. While the guys walked behind, the men talked among themselves about how as soon as the guys got to the camp, they would be able to show the guys in a vulnerable position what real horror was. But they were overheard by Da Diao, who was lying on a stretcher and found himself conscious. As soon as the guys approached the cave of the camp, the man standing guard informed his boss that the men had returned and brought 3 strangers with them. Lin Xing stood in front of the cave, introducing himself to its owner. He said that his comrade was injured, and they would like to ask them for medicine. Then the owner's voice was heard from the cave, who called our hero's voice girlish, like that of a pretty gigolo. A second later, she ran out, aggressively heading towards the boys, shouting that she hated cute boys, especially those who prevented her from eating meat. While this was happening, Da Jiao was trying to get up from the stretcher, trembling from tension. He thought that he could no longer hide behind Lin Xing, and he jumped in front of our hero, shielding him from the woman's ferocious attack. Suddenly, a beauty with snow-white skin appeared in front of him, whom he did not expect to see. The guy looked at her with a loving gaze, forgetting that she was going to attack his friend. Then Lin Xing grabbed her hand, stopping her fiery attack. He held the girl tightly by the hand, threateningly telling her that if she wanted to fight, she would have to go through him. She quickly jumped away from him, breaking free from his grip, clearly agitated by this guy's behavior. She looked at him appraisingly, concluding that even though he was a cute boy, he was capable of something, and that's what the obstinate girl liked about him. Dadiao grabbed him by the shirt, but Lin hastened to calm the guy down, answering that he would protect him. While the guys were sorting things out among themselves, Bai He turned to the leader of the robbers with a request to buy medicine and the information they needed from her. I didn't want to get involved in unnecessary problems. She asked me to tell them the price for medicines and information, and they would immediately pay this cost. To this, the hostess of the camp replied that in order to negotiate with her, they had to prove their abilities and defeat her submissively. Then she called her sister Xiong. Dadiao's eyes sparkled and he imagined what little sister Xiong, which meant bear, would look like. He then confidently asked to fight, despite his injuries, claiming that he could handle Xiong without any problems. A large person flew out to answer the call, doing somersaults in the air on the way to the guys. Dadiao was surprised by the large size of the woman, and he looked at her with caution. The guy clearly expected to see a girl of a completely different size, but it was already too late, and she grabbed him in a tight hug. As a result, Dadiao lay beaten on the floor, receiving 18 new fractures in addition to his lower back injury. The gang leader looked at him with disappointment, unimpressed by his fighting abilities, not wanting to give information to weaklings like him. Therefore, Lin Xin asked to try to fight this Xiong, and Bai He even offered to pay for trying again. The woman replied that there was only one attempt. The pianos were doing business haphazardly. But suddenly she stopped, listening to what Sister Xu was telling her. Why did she start talking again? Saying that she was ready to make an exception, and some of them would have to keep company Sister Xu, who stood next to her with a loving look. The guys clearly did not like this proposal, and with fear on their faces they hastened to refuse the information. And then, suddenly, Da Diao rose from the floor, condemning the guys for being cowardly because of such a small difficulty, because he was ready to take a step forward, even if there was no living space left on him. As it turned out, little sister Zhu wanted it to be Da Diao, so a deal for information was concluded, and the head gave the go-ahead. Xu instantly took the guy with her, who had been screaming for help all this time, not wanting to end up in the arms of this lady, but the guys only thanked him from afar for his efforts. After the guy was taken away, the owner of the camp, looking at Lin Xing with interest, asked what information they needed. Lin wanted to know about the imperial capital and Qin Fenqiang, as well as all their relationships. With an innocent look, she called the guy to continue the conversation in the cave, since it was too hot outside, but in fact the girl wanted to lure him in order to get closer. There was a loud roar coming from the cave, and the head asked little sister Xiong not to collapse the cave, and then led our guys behind her. But suddenly, those two men blocked Bai He's path, saying that the girl could not go inside. And then, the head of the camp explained that she didn't want people around who would interfere with the deal. And crossing her arms over her chest, she busily continued her way into the cave. The girl did not like this, and with hatred on her face, she watched the suspicious owner of the cave, and Lin, in turn, asked the girl to wait outside and promised to return soon. And going into the hostess's chambers, he asked the girl what her name was, having not yet heard her name in all this time. The beauty sat on her bed, calling herself Qiu Yifa, and playfully swinging her legs. The guy looked at the girl awkwardly, thinking that her name sounded embarrassing, and she began her story that the Qin family was one of the 10 most powerful families in Tianyun. But 7 years ago, the head of the family died in a war with the Minglin state. This caused their status to decline, but their family is still considered one of the strongest in the country. After the death of the last head, he was left with a younger brother and sister. The sister became the head of the family, and the brother serves in the Imperial Guard. And then the beauty added that this morning they received top-secret information about the Qin family, which says that they are gathering all their resources to kill our hero, who started this conflict in vain. Lin Xing only ridiculed them, calling their family narrow-minded. He said that they were too hurt by the fact that he defeated Fenqiang in the competition. And then Qiu Yifa said that she had received information that things were not so simple. He arched an eyebrow in surprise, asking if anything else was known. Without answering his question, the girl beckoned him with her finger, and she added that if a guy needs to know more, then first he should try to satisfy her. Having taken off his shirt, the guy moved towards her, saying that he had no other choice. Having completely undressed, Lin Sin bent down on the girl with sparkling eyes and was ready to use all his strength to convince the girl. Meanwhile, outside, Bai He stood at the entrance to the cave and watched as the mountain opposite her shook. A green cloud appeared above the girl's head, hinting that she was being cheated on, and the rest of the men fled thinking that an earthquake had begun. 24 hours later, everything inside the cave was broken, and the girl was shaking loudly, breathing loudly. Sitting on the bed, Lin Sing put his clothes back on, reminding the girl of their agreement that she should now tell him everything. While the book complained to the guy that he had used up all his energy, Kyo Yifa replied that her head is now empty and she wants to take a break, trying to even out her breathing. To which our hero replied that he could help her come to her senses, but the girl immediately replied with alarm that everything was fine with her. And she then gave information that Qin Feng Qiang's reproductive organ was destroyed. His family is suppressing all rumors, since next month he is supposed to marry the emperor's daughter. What he heard alarmed Lin Sin, who just realized that he was in big trouble. After that, he thoughtfully left the cave, followed by Kyo Yifa, leaning on the walls and still trembling. The guy was met by Bai He, who said that Da Diao had long left the cave and was lying on the floor. The robbers gave him medicine, but he only got worse. On the floor near the cave lay a kissed, half-naked guy with an empty look, crying because he had been desecrated. Then Kyo Yifa pulled the guy by the hem of his shirt, addressing him. The girl looked at him with a loving gaze, asking him to come again, since she would be waiting for him. The surprised robbers looked at their boss, not understanding why she behaved like an ordinary girl. Assuming that our hero was able to conquer her, the guys left the camp while two girls in love shouted after them that they would be waiting, and Bai He noticed that the flying chicken had not yet recovered and they would have to walk. After the guys moved away from the camp, Lin told his friends what Kyo Yifa had told him. He said that the spread of this news is blocked, and most likely the imperial family does not know about it yet. But sooner or later the consequences of the deception will be revealed. Bai He, after listening to him, concluded that this could be a trap, and it was dangerous for the guys to go to the capital. Crossing his arms, Lin replied that they still have Meow Meow, and they won't be able to hide for long, so they can only think about how to solve this problem. Then he asked the shopkeeper where they were sitting and which direction the imperial capital was located. He pointed in the right direction and added that there were villages along the way, and they would reach the capital itself in 2 days. They thanked the man and headed in the right direction. The shopkeeper watched the guys from afar, smiling suspiciously. The guys walked until the evening, and suddenly the girl assumed that the old man had pointed them in the wrong direction, because they had not met anyone the whole way. Staring somewhere, the guy replied that, after all, someone had gotten in their way. A figure dressed in white clothes appeared in the fog in front of them, and a light blue lantern was stuck into the ground next to her. Noticing him, Da Diao and Bai He screamed in horror, their faces stretched out in a grimace of fear. And our hero instantly called upon his beast maiden Ziki, ordering him to clear the way for them. The maiden unquestioningly began to carry out the will of her emperor. Zika gathered her strength, preparing to unleash a powerful attack on the stranger blocking the way. The beast maiden then released a huge stream of flame, burning everything in the direction it was aimed. But something was able to overcome her fire, and the stranger in the white cloak remained untouched. It turns out that he was able to use the supreme mystical black flame, causing the guys and Master Shu to tense up. The stranger turned to reveal Qin Feng Qiang's sister, threateningly promising to bury our hero along with her unborn nephew and the future of her family. Lin told the guys that this is Qin Feng Yun. Ask them to leave while he detains her. The guy did not expect that they would fall into a trap and the girl would strike them ahead of the blow. She rose from her seat, warning that no one could escape, and throwing up her fiery wings, she threw black, hellish flames at the guys. A fiery attack from many fiery heads quickly flew towards our guys, Master Shu shouted, warning the guys to be careful. Lin Sing dragged his friends along with him, dodging attacks as Master Shu warned them not to touch this fire, which would not go out until it left behind embers. And then Shu added that the supreme mystical fire cannot be subdued, so the guys will have to either flee or fight to the death. After these words, Lin threw the guys to the top of the canyon, who flew up, not understanding his actions. He replied that they would only disturb him and said goodbye, promising to meet them in the capital. Bai He continued to call the guy, not wanting to leave, but Da Diao stopped the girl, explaining that they would only be a burden for Lin. While Xin was falling, Qin Feng Yun sent a fiery serpent at him, which kept getting closer to the guy. But Lin did not flinch, summoning lightning, preparing to attack the serpent in response. Jumping away from the edge of the canyon, he sent a huge stream of thunder straight into the mouth of the fire cobra, calling down the power of lightning from the sky. And then two great forces met, launching a shockwave from the collision with each other. An unfamiliar man watched all this, informing his mistress that Qin Fengyun was fighting with Lin Xun. The suspicious stranger sat on her throne, covered in the shadow of the leaves, answering the man that they must get our hero alive, and she will make him die of bliss in her arms. Not understanding his mistress's words, he worriedly asked again, saying that Lin must stay alive or die, complaining about her incorrect use of idioms. Zico rushed towards Lin Xin after he fell backwards onto the ground. Z helped Lin get up and asked how he was feeling. The guy replied that the thunder had blocked part of the blow, but the supreme mystical fire was too strong. Qin Fengyun ran to the guy, threatening that he would not be so lucky this time. A thought flashed through Qin's mind that she did not expect the use of lightning and realized how Fenchong could not defeat Lin. The girl stopped and a huge ice wall appeared in front of her. Lin Xin realized that the attack did not hit the girl, frowning his eyebrows as he peered at her silhouette. The guy understood that the girl was not frozen, but could not understand why she did not move. Excited and embarrassed, the girl froze in place, cursing the ice that had appeared. Lin Xin saw that Qin's clothes were stuck to the ice in the most inconvenient place. The guy started bleeding from his nose, and looking at the girl he realized that such physiology was not entirely comfortable. Lin Xin praised Nanai, who was hiding behind a rock and was pleased that she was able to help him. Shy and looking down, the girl admitted that she was very happy. Qin Fengyun realized that Lin had left his spirit beast in an ambush, and this helped to carry out the attack successfully. Lin asked the girl where his friend was, warning him that he would be rude if she did not tell. Angry, the girl pulled away from the ice wall, leaving part of her shirt on her. Qin Fengyun, with an evil grin, told Lin that he can watch as much as he wants because he is still a dead man, without the guy being embarrassed at all. Lin was frightened by the girl's gaze, but because of what was taken away, his nose began to bleed. Qin quickly walked towards the guy again, telling him to go to hell, and the frightened guy shouted that he was not ready for this. The guy began to run away from Qin, who was pursuing him, thinking that girls can be very unreasonable when they are angry. Suddenly, the ground collapsed under Lin and he began to fall, and hellish fire burned above him. Having plunged almost completely underground, the guy began to panic greatly. A dark force raged in the place where the guy went underground. Qin Fengyun immediately went to the pit to check what happened. She folded her arms across her chest and began to examine the scene of the attack. Standing on the edge, she saw a large one with several tunnels going underground. Meanwhile, Master Shu tried to wake up Lin Xin in an unknown room. Tied up and beaten, Lin Xin tried to get up, but Master Shu asked him not to move. Book realized it was already late when the bell on the ceiling rang. In the corner of the room, a hatch opened from the ceiling and a woman's leg appeared. A masked girl came down the stairs and said that if Lin Xin answered her questions, then maybe he would live. With his mouth gagged, Lin Xin wondered who this girl was. The girl came point blank to the guy and put her foot on his lap, warning him that otherwise he would face a good thrashing. After knocking the gag out of the guy's mouth, the girl asked why the family wanted to get rid of him and what happened to Qin Fenkun in the area around Mount Kang. With a smirk on his face, Lin Xin replied that Her Highness the Princess had better contact Qin Fenyun with these questions. Closing her eyes, the girl made an excuse that she could do it, but she didn't need it. She stared at the guy from above and stuck her leg between his. With a puzzled face, the girl wondered how he knew that she was a princess. Looking down at the girl, Lin Xin said that if she unties him, he will tell him how he recognized her, and at the same time tell him why the Qin family is making his life so difficult. With a look of amazement on her face, the girl sat down opposite Lin. Taking off the mask, it turned out that it was the Imperial Princess Long Sixing, and she told him to tell him how he knew who she was and what secret the Qin family was hiding. Smiling, Lin Xin explained that the only person who had a motive to save him from Qin Fenyun was Her Highness the Princess, who was engaged to him. Long Sixing stood up and crushed the watermelon slice in her hand out of anger when she realized that it was very easy to open it. Lin Xin wondered that if she found out who caused Qin Fenqiang to lose his reproductive organ, would he really be executed? Imagining how the girl would chop him into pieces, he found himself confused, not knowing whether to tell her everything or hide the truth. Lin Xin watched Princess Long Sixing sternly. Long Sixing turned away from the guy, reproaching herself for giving herself away and not acting mature enough, while Lin intended to knock her unconscious while she wasn't looking. But suddenly a huge monkey appears behind him, hitting the bell above it. The spikes on the monkey shone sharply, and the guy shouted for her to let him go. And in return, he would give her a banana. While he was squirming, grabbed by the monkey, the girl approached him, guessing that he was planning to attack her on the sly. And then she ordered her monkey to put him down, since she still needed him, and the beast immediately let go of the guy, crushing him into the ground. Long Sixing swung her heel over the guy's head, once again asking what secret Qin Feng Yun was hiding. She looked at Lin Xin threateningly, advising him not to remain silent, and especially not to try to lie to her. And after these words, she sharply lowered her foot with great force, hitting the floor with her heel close to Lin Xin's private place. A shockwave rang through the room and the stone floor cracked. She warned Lin that if he didn't tell the truth, then it would be him instead of the floor. After his story, Long Sixing looked at our hero in bewilderment, asking about the injury he inflicted on Feng Chong. Frightened by the consequences, he hastened to explain himself to the girl, assuring that the guy had inflicted such a blow on himself. But she just laughed out loud, crying and blushing with laughter, surprising Lin Xing with her reaction. He looked at her, speculating in his head that perhaps she did not want to marry Qin Feng Chong. And at that time, in his chambers, poor Feng Chong was swallowing a lot of pills, not paying attention to the doctor, who kept telling him about the harmfulness of the large number of drugs that he had taken. The guy just threw a terrifying, gloomy look at the doctor. His eyes were inflamed from madness. A moment later, the doctor's blood splashed onto the bamboo door, and he crashed into it, probably from the guy's blow. Then the patient's sister entered the room, seeing many corpses on the floor. She condemned him for killing innocent people. He only asked her about Lin Xinggu's place, which she had to do by asking for the guy's head, and at the same time drinking the contents of the bottle. The girl gave a disappointing answer that they would have to ask His Majesty to refuse the marriage due to unforeseen circumstances. But this situation did not suit Feng Qiong. Therefore, she replied that Lin Xing was already aware of his situation. Then she added that she was going to kill him, but he was saved by the princess, who did not want to marry Feng Qiong, so she would tell everything to the emperor, and they would be accused of deception. Suddenly, the guy trembled, desperately saying that this couldn't happen, and he ran to his sister asking her for a little more time so that he could recover. Unable to stand on his feet, he fell to his knees in front of Feng Yun, trying to convince her that he could become the emperor's son-in-law and return glory to his family. She continued to stand calmly in her place, coldly answering her brother that it was all useless. And leaving his chambers, she replied that tomorrow she would go to the palace and ask for forgiveness. And the guy continued to shout after her. He trembled and collapsed to the ground, face to the floor, calling in a whisper for his sister. Then he raised his head, becoming completely enraged, cursing all his offenders. He vowed to take revenge on them for their inhumane treatment of him. And our hero, Long Sixing, was indignant that such a pathetic puppy like Qin Feng Chong thought of marrying her, and she was clearly not happy with this. After she finished her speech, Lin asked her for help in rescuing Miao Miao, since he helped her solve the problem with Feng Chong. The princess turned to him with an innocent smile, answering that it was not her problem. And as she left, she added that last night she saved his life, and now they are even, and tonight she will ask someone to throw the guy out of here. But Lin Xing continued his attempts to persuade her. Suddenly, a voice from Sai Sin's mother was heard upstairs, promising to destroy the princess's secret room because she was not preparing for the wedding properly. And the girl panicked. She turned sharply to the guy, calling him to follow her so that her mother would not notice an unfamiliar man in the girl's chambers. But the guy responded with the girl's words that it was no longer his problem, grinning slyly. Sai Sin got angry at the guy who was looking at her serenely, waiting for an answer. And upstairs, they were already going to call the princess from her room, and the girl still agreed to help Sin find his girlfriend, just to avoid unnecessary problems. As a result, the guys crawled out of the secret room, went up to the bathroom. Sin saw the silhouette of her mother outside the door, panicking in such a situation. She then threw Lin into the bathtub, ordering him to dive in and not come out. And a second later, the empress entered the bathroom, looking for her daughter, opening the doors to the room. The girl was already sitting in the bathroom and smiled innocently at her mother, asking what brought her here, explaining that she did not hear the woman's voice because of the dizziness from the hot bath. And our hero sat at the bottom of the bathtub, finding the princess completely naked. The empress entered the room and ordered the servants to wait for her outside. She said indignantly that if she found out that Long Sixing was doing trashy things in the secret room again, she would be put under house arrest. Looking inside the room, the Empress became indignant about what kind of imperial princess would dig a secret room in the palace. Lin Xin emerged from the water, shouting that he couldn't stand it anymore. Long Sisen lowered him back under the water, saying that he must endure, even if he cannot. The Empress turned to Long and asked what she was suffering. The girl replied that the water in the bathroom was too hot, but she tolerated it and continued to sit there. The Empress looked at the girl with suspicion. Lin Xin turned his back to Long underwater and began to calm himself, realizing that as long as he did not look there, he would not have increased oxygen consumption and would last longer underwater. Another pair of legs appeared under the water, and the guy excitedly lowered his hands down. The Empress climbed into Long Xing's bathroom, saying that today was a hard day and she would also take a little bath. Looking at the girl, the Empress said that even though she was not her real mother and not much older, she was really doing this for her good. The girl looked down, seeing air bubbles rising from under the water. The Empress explained that after the outbreak of war in the country and the death of the head of the Qin family, their influence had fallen and they could fall out of the four powerful families of the empire. Closing her eyes, she continued that the Zhao, Ye, and Chu families want to throw stones at the man who fell into the well, and other families will take his place and this fight will not end well. Underwater, Lin Xin covered his mouth and eyes, trying not to look at the scene in front of him. Concluding her speech, the Empress said that by betrothing Long Xing to Qin Feng Qiong, they wanted to show that the imperial family supported the Qin family. Long Xing tries to divert the Empress's attention and says that he understands the family's efforts and supports them. Having calmed down, the Empress realized that it was not in vain that she decided to talk about this openly. She looked at the girl with a smile on her face and suggested that afterward, they go try on the new clothes that the palace department had sent. Afterwards, the Empress suggested going into the city for desserts, but she seemed to begin to lose consciousness. Lin Xin emerged from the water, trying to get some air. The Empress completely lost consciousness, and Long Xing did not understand what the guy did to her. After catching his breath and holding a purple spider in his hand, the guy apologized and explained that he was on the verge and had to put the Empress to sleep for a while. She laid her head on the edge of the bathtub and completely fell asleep. Looking at her, Lin said that she would sleep for about an hour and asked him to take him out quickly. Long Xing got dressed and replied that it was better to wait before leaving since this is a palace and there are guards everywhere. Suddenly the door opened. The guards who were standing outside fell inside the room and 4 strangers stood in front of them. The guy was surprised that their guards were dressed so strangely, and the girl replied that they were not guards, but murderers. A masked man appeared in front of them, who noticed that he had met Lin again and 3 people in capes. Lin Xin became very nervous and stared at the stranger, thinking that he recognized his voice. Long Xing saw Qin Fengqiong and condemned him for invading the palace. Khan was indignant and said not to shout at him, threatened that he would not only invade, but also kidnap the girl to show who is in charge today. Lin Xin said that there were many of them and they needed to run, but the girl threw something on the floor and said that no one would leave here. Xiao Guai appeared in the middle of the room and began to pound his chest menacingly. One of the assassins asked him to leave it to him, but Qin Fengqiong stopped him by saying that it was not so simple. Without listening to Qin, the killer jumped forward and hit the beast in the chest, causing it to lean back. The girl watched the fight excitedly and screamed the name of the beast. The blow sent Xiao Guai flying towards the boy and girl. Lin Xin pushed Long Xing aside so that she would not get hurt. From the impact, the beast and the guy broke the wall with their bodies and flew far up. Qin Fengqiong began to be indignant at the killer that he sent them to nowhere, and he could not take revenge. The assassin was taken away by Long Xing and Qin, fearing that the imperial guards were already heading towards them and that they needed to leave. Xiao Guai and Lin Xin fell with a roar in an unknown place, causing a column of smoke to rise. The smoke cleared a little, and a building with a barrel of spears and roofs was visible. Lin Xin appeared from the smoke, coughing and rubbing his head in pain. As soon as he looked around, he was very surprised at the place where he ended up. With a sigh of relief, he thought that he had not crushed any of the officials. But suddenly he heard the screams of the servants and saw His Majesty beneath him, whom he crushed with his fall. As a result, our hero was tied up and guards were assigned to him, who kept their swords at the ready, but he convinced them not to waste time on him, but to go save the princess. The emperor's servants told him that they had searched the entire palace, but had not found the princess, and he, shouting fiercely, answered Lin that he would subject him to severe torture so that he would confess. But Lin, not tolerating injustice, replied that these were false accusations, and he was on the same team with the princess, and saw Feng Yong burst into the palace. The Empress asked the guy if he really was there because she didn't see him, and where he was hiding then. He wanted to answer, but hesitated, not wanting to say that he was sitting in the bathroom and saw them naked. Then the Emperor finally decided not to waste time on Lin Xin, and ordered people to be sent to the Qin family to find and bring Feng Chong. Having heard such a will of the Emperor, the guy immediately began to praise his wisdom and ability to focus on the problem. After this, the Emperor stood up, addressing Lin, answering that he knew a way to verify the guy's innocence, and asked Xiao Guai to tell him the whole truth. This disappointed the guy, and his face became gloomy, changing his opinion about the ruler. The guy then watched the monkey, who was writing something on paper with a brush, marveling at the abilities of the imperial family's spirit beast. The Emperor read what the beast had written, saying that it seemed the guy had not lied. The culprit was indeed Qin Feng Chong. And Guai also wrote that Xin saved Sixing's life in dangerous moments, and hitting the table, the Emperor ordered his order to be conveyed to attack the Qin family and detain Feng Chong. After some time, the bound Feng Yun was brought to His Majesty. Ordering her to kneel down, he asked the girl where her younger brother had gone, to which she humbly replied that she deserved to die, and Feng Chong had disappeared. He was dissatisfied with this behavior of the Qin family, saying that he felt sorry for their parents who fought for their country, and therefore he was going to marry the princess to a member of their family. But instead of gratitude, they entered his palace and kidnapped Cixin, which greatly angered the Emperor, after which he ordered Feng Yun to be beaten to death with sticks. And after his words, the girl was dragged by ropes away from the palace. But then they were stopped, attracting the attention of the ruler. It was Lin Xin, along with Xiao Guai, who asked His Majesty to give Qin Feng Yun a chance to redeem herself. The girl, crying, looked at the guy, surprised at meeting him and his words. The Emperor answered the guy that he saved his life only because he saved the princess, but he didn't like that the guy didn't distinguish between good and bad. Hearing the Lord's words, he explained that thanks to Qin Feng Yun, it would be easier for them to find Feng Chong, keeping the main priority to save the princess. And then, the Emperor, with the most serious tone possible, said that the exit from the capital was completely closed, and the entire guard had been sent to search, so he wanted to hear a guarantee that Lin, together with Fei Yun, would be able to find the princess. The guy, trying to maintain confidence, replied that he would try, looking the Emperor in the eyes. Then the man changed his tone, kindly answering our hero that it was not for nothing that Cixin liked him. And then he added eerily that Lin would be beaten to death with sticks if he could not find the girl in 3 days. After talking with the Emperor, Xin examined the scene together with Master Shu, who appreciated the professionalism of the opponents, who left no traces. She then irritably condemned Lin for putting his life on the line, so the book had to take part in it too. But Lin assured her that it was not a losing business. Suddenly, King Bi Feng Yun was thrown to him, informing him that she had been deprived of cultivation, and they had marked her for death, and sat down within 3 days. If the seal would not be removed from her, then she would die. After this, he asked them to send him the people he was looking for as soon as possible. Lying on the floor, the girl asked Lin Xin why he decided to save her. Leaning towards her, he replied that for this she must fulfill several of his conditions. The guy told her to give him Cheng Miao Miao and accompany him, because she probably knew her younger brother well, and information about him would be very useful. And then, with a sparkle in his eyes, he asked for her mystical fire technique. But she did not want to share it, since it was her family's secret, and Lin was a complete stranger. Hearing the refusal, the guy shouted to the servants that Feng Yong was refusing to cooperate and should be beaten with sticks, so the girl quickly changed her mind. The guy sat down with her again, and she told her that Miao Miao was locked in a secret room in her family's residence, and she would take the guy there. But he replied that she should bring Miao Miao herself, because he was waiting to meet someone. The girl was surprised to find out who exactly. Yilin replied with an innocent smile that he was waiting for his informant. Suddenly, a servant came in, leading one of the informants requested by Lin Xin, reporting that the second had disappeared. He replied that their work was finished and released the women. Then a girl from Feng Chong's team came out to the guy, greeting him, calling the guy Lin Ying. The guy was upset that the girl said his name incorrectly, answering that his name was Lin Xing. Listening to Xing's story, the girl wet her feet in the water, surprised that Senior Qin and Qing Feng were involved in the kidnapping of the princess. Lin added that Qin Feng Chong was definitely involved in this, but he was not sure about Qing Feng. But because Qing Feng disappeared at such a moment, he became a suspect, and then the girl asked Lin why he called her. The guy calmly answered the girl's question that since she knew him well, she could give him a couple of tips. Continuing to rinse her feet in the water, she directly asked the guy why she should help him. Slightly taken aback, he replied that saving the princess was the duty of every courtier. And being a member of the guard, the girl is obliged to cooperate with Lin. Otherwise, he will file a complaint against her and will be deprived of property. And in the worst case, her entire family will be exterminated. Here the girl, with her characteristic naive look, tells Lin Xing that her father is the king of perfect virtue, and she is considered the aunt of his majesty. So Lin's complaint is useless, and the guy immediately changes his decision to file a complaint against the girl, answering with a confused look that he sees that she is trying very hard. Unexpectedly, the girl seemed ready to change her mind, remembering how Zhao Sixing called her auntie, so it would be wrong not to save her. She turned her face to the guy, agreeing to help him if he agreed to one of her conditions. But the girl had not yet come up with which one, which confused Lin Xin, to which she replied that she could provide information only when she thought about the condition, and the guy immediately agreed without knowing the condition. As it turned out, two of her friends were leaving the city to play, but they didn't say where exactly, and she only saw the emblem on the supplies they were carrying. The girl drew this emblem on paper. She suggested that if other mysterious masters were involved in the abduction, then perhaps they were connected to this place. But for now, Lin looked at the drawing drawn by the girl in puzzlement. Suddenly, a happy Meow Meow runs into the room, approaching Lin Xing, followed slowly by Feng Yun. The girl happily hugged Lin, thanking her for saving her, and he gently hugged her back, glad that she was okay. Then, changing her tone to a more threatening one, she asked him what he meant when he called her ugly. He laughed it off, saying that she had an excellent memory. While the guys were hugging, the girl who informed Lin left, finally saying that Senior Qin was probably bewitched, and whether they could save the Qi family depended on their speed. Feng Yun then reminded Lin that they had little time left and it was time to go look for her brother, because she had fulfilled the condition and brought Meow Meow. Also wanting to continue the search, he showed the girl a drawing with an emblem, saying that Fen Qiang could be associated with this organization, asking if she had ever seen this emblem. The girl looked at the drawing, just as puzzled, looking at it, obviously not recognizing such an emblem, and the guys decided to go to the information center. The man, holding a cup of hot tea in his hands, replied that he had never seen anything like this. The girl was angered by the answer from the head of the intelligence pavilion, who is responsible for trading operational information, but the man answered disinterestedly that he was not a know-it-all, continuing to cool his tea. He just threw up his hands, answering that they had no evidence that he was deliberately hiding information from them. But his words angered Feng Yun even more, who clenched her teeth and grinned in irritation while Lin Xing silently watched this. Suspiciously adjusting his mustache, the man hinted that if the head of the Qin family helped him relax, he would be able to remember. The old man continued his dirty hints, laughing and leaning back in his chair, and then our hero could not stand the impudence of the old man, smashing with his foot the table at which the scoundrel was sitting. Then, pretending to be innocent, he answered that the table was of such poor quality that it fell apart on its own, and the man shouted hysterically that it was the guy who broke it and would not be able to get away with impunity. Wanting to punish the old man, he accused him of being hostile to his majesty and obstructing the investigation. And he added that if we consider this situation more broadly, we can say that the old man is collaborating with criminals and hindering the rescue operation, finally threatening to report everything to the emperor. And the head of the intelligence pavilion immediately called this situation a misunderstanding and called the guys behind him to verify the information. Fei Yun was impressed by the guy's ability to convince people and obtain information. While the old man was looking for information, Lin Xing stood over him, making the remark that the old man was doing a very poor job of searching for information for a long time. Having looked through the entire information book, he did not find information about this emblem, suggesting that such an organization did not exist or was very well classified. Hearing this, the guys left the pavilion, and Lin suggested where he could still get the information. He ordered Meow Meow to stay in the city and continue searching with Da Jiao while he left the city for a while, and the girl agreed. After some time, Lin Xin visited Q Ifa, who, trembling and blushing, realized that the guy had come to exchange information. The guy began to undress, intending to repay the girl, but since she had not left after the last time, she offered the information for free. He lowered his shirt, revealing a drawing of the ill-fated emblem, as he had originally wanted to question the girl during their affair. Having examined the emblem, the girl widened her eyes in surprise, asking why the guy needed information about this organization. Feng Yun answered instead, saying that the princess had been kidnapped and only by finding this organization could they save her. Kyo Ifa replied that if someone else had asked, she would not have given information about this organization, continuing to wonder why the guy was looking for them. As it turned out, this organization was called the White Tiger Hall. It was the largest underground gang in the Tianshan continent, with countless experts and wealth. Over the past 10 years, they have devastated 3 countries. According to the girl, their power exceeds that of the Emperor of the Great Xuan Empire, so it would be very difficult for our hero to contact them. But the guy assessed this organization as a worthy opponent, also considering himself superior to the Emperor, remembering how he fell on his majesty from above. Kyo Ifa said that she did not know where their lair was because keeping too much information about the White Tiger Hall was too dangerous for her and her people. Trying to extract more information from the girl, he took out a wand made by the palace artisans according to his size, and he brought it to the impressed girl, saying that he wanted to give it to the person with whom fate had brought him together. This loosened the girl's tongue, and she agreed to give even more information. Looking fascinated at the stick in Lin Xin's hands, she said that there was an infiltrated agent of the White Tiger Hall in the Imperial Palace, and if they find her, they will be able to get the necessary leads, Lin asked. Who exactly it could be? Kyo Ifa, admiring Lin's gift, asked to raise it higher. But the guys thought she was talking about an agent who could be a member of the ruling family, and our hero suggested that if the White Tiger Hall was involved in this, then it would be better for them to kidnap as many Imperial persons as possible. And with a thoughtful look, he added that they left her at the crime scene, seeming to have guessed something. He thanked Kyo Yifu, tossing her his gift, and quickly headed back to the palace. He grabbed Feng Yun by the hand, saying that he had guessed who it was, and it was time for them to hurry up before she left. She noticed with embarrassment that even though she didn't like having her hand held, she didn't feel disgusted when Lin Xin did it. At this time, it was already late evening in the Imperial Palace. The servants carried the Empress, inviting her to go visit her relatives tomorrow, but she ordered them to shut up because only she could decide what to do. She grumbled dissatisfiedly that discipline was becoming less and less, but then suddenly the servants fell to the floor, causing the woman to collapse with her lounger. The Empress began screaming that there were murderers nearby and calling for help, fearing for her life. The stranger in a long cloak answered her with a challenge, so that she continued screaming, calling for help from the guards, and the woman looked at them angrily, wanting to know what these two had forgotten. The stranger ignored the woman's question, asking if she was in such a hurry to leave because she was afraid of being under suspicion for not being taken away with her daughter. The Empress continued her hysterics, telling them that she had done what she had to do and demanded that the IOU they had promised her be returned to her. But the stranger replied that she had not done enough. She then accused them of cheating, otherwise she wouldn't be stuck in gambling debts, and threatened to fight them to the death if they didn't leave her alone. The strangers took off their masks, but the woman did not recognize her offenders, to whom she owed a huge debt and carried out their instructions. Of course, our Lin Xin was hiding under the mask, promising to help the Empress by learning her secret. The woman realized that her secret had been revealed, becoming angry with the guys. Lin concluded that, as the wife of the ruler of the country, she became addicted to gambling, which was her first crime. And her second dulling was that she led the wolves to the palace. Lin Xin tore off his cloak and condemned her for her third and most shameless crime. She sold her daughter to pay off her debt. The Empress admitted her guilt to Cixin, but she had no choice because she was threatened. Unable to bear such pressure, the woman could not stand firmly on her feet. Lin Xin managed to catch her in time, promising to help her, save the princess, and return the promissory note. The guy and the woman looked into each other's eyes for a long time, and she whispered to the guy that she had no one else to rely on. Being a centimeter away from the kiss, Lin stopped at the words of Fekun, who warned that for this, he and his relatives could be executed to the 9th generation. Sang then heard information that the lair of the White Tiger Hall changes every month, and now they should be in the Wedge Valley area, west of the city. The organization also often organizes entertainment for dignitaries, and in the end, with the help of gambling and girls, they cling to these important people. Since there are many experts in the White Tiger Hall, it is controlled by a strong person at the 9th layer of the heavenly source level. The woman then suggested that given our hero's strength, he could not save Zixing, and Lin asked her why they would conspire with Feng Qiong to kidnap the princess. The Empress did not know the exact reason, but she guessed that they kidnapped Cixin to force the emperor to make concessions. After thinking a little, Shin was about to go to the Maple Valley. The woman, concerned for his life, advised him to take assistance, otherwise it would be too dangerous. Taking Master Shu in his hands, he smiled self-confidently, answering that he already had a worthy assistant, and there was no need to worry. But since only he sees Shu, the women saw only his 5 fingers, not understanding what he was talking about. After some time in the guest room, Lin wanted to summon a new beast maiden, since the enemy had a numerical superiority. But Shu tried to persuade him to increase the level of the existing maidens. But our hero could not be convinced, and he opened the book calling for a new maiden. A bright glow streamed from his room onto the street, which Feng Yun noticed, and a moment later the beast maiden was sitting on it, not understanding where her emperor had gone, pressing the guy's hand with her heel. The girl began jumping around and rejoicing that she managed to get out. Lin Xin asked the book what the letter on the girl's chest was, to which the book replied that Yu Chu converts the energy absorbed by the body into thunder energy. Master Shu continued to explain that the letter on the girl's chest represented how much thunder energy was stored in her. For example, if she had little reserves, it would be A. He ended with the phrase that you just had to wait a little and it would turn into V. Master Shu asked Lin if he thought it was entertaining, and Lin realized in his thoughts that just one beast girl could help him master 26 types of pleasure. The book also noted that the girl could be extremely unstable, and if she was too excited, the electricity could leak out. And Lin agreed with this and allowed her to calmly charge. The guy called the girl by the name of Yu Chu, told her to stop playing and come to him. The beast maiden turned to her master, looking at him with interest. Extending his hand to her, the guy introduced himself that his name was Lin Xin, and Master Shu said that she would not have been able to get out without the Emperor of Beasts, and she should thank him. The girl called him Mr. Beast Emperor, and her eyes sparkled brightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Repeating the phrase, she happily jumped towards the guy to quickly hug him. Master Shu and Lin Xing jumped in different directions, avoiding the maiden's touch, saying that it was dangerous. The doors opened in front of the girl, and Da Diao appeared behind them, who called out to Lin. Seeing what was happening in front of him, Da Diao frowned and immediately began to assess the situation. The girl was already flying towards him, continuing to smile. And the guy confirmed in his mind that she was very pretty. The guy also saw that Lin Xin was too far from him, and Lin himself shouted at him to dodge. Da Diao decided not to repeat the mistake he made when meeting the tigress and bear sisters and prepared for a kiss. Bright electrical energy appeared from the house, and a loud and heart-rending scream came from inside. But Da Diao was lying on the floor after a strong electric shock. Lin felt sorry for him and was surprised why he did not listen to advice. And Yu Chu apologized for not having time to stop. 3 girls appeared outside the door, and Miao Miao asked what happened to Da Diao. Lin Xin called Yu Q back and told the others that they should immediately go outside the city to save the princess. Hearing about the rescue of the princess, Da Diao suddenly opened his eyes. Quickly recovering, he quickly rose to his feet, calling out to Lin Xin, which surprised him. Da Diao asked Lin for a chance to become the main character in the mission to save the girl. The guy said that as a child, his father tattooed his high expectations on him in 4 characters on his back and asked if Lin knew what they meant. Taking off his shirt, Da Diao shouted for them to watch, and all 3 girls and Lin himself were shocked. On the back were 4 hieroglyphs, which meant wealth like that of an entire country, receive a pound of gold every day and become rich, 10,000 liang of gold, and attract wealth and possess treasures. With tears in his eyes, the guy said that his father's will has always been in his heart, and only by saving the princess can he achieve his goal. So this opportunity is very important to him. Lin Xin walked closer to Da Diao and asked him to get dressed, while the girls discussed among themselves how unlucky he was. Riding along a country road in a wagon, they discussed that they could not go ahead and they had to outwit the enemy. Lin Xin announced a plan in which he would pretend to be a rich man who wants to gamble and take the girls with him, and Da Diao would pretend to be a servant and then go look for the princess. Da Diao was pleased and listened to Lin's plan with a smile, looking around. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of the cart and shouted and asked who was coming. A man with a sword in his hand and a tattoo on his chest threatened that his man village was building a road, and they could not go further. He ordered them to turn around and go back. Da Diao was very worried, but still answered that his master was looking for a place where he could play dice and have fun, and maybe one of them knew where to go. The man asked who was inside the cart and ordered to open the curtains, and Da Diao obediently agreed. Inside the cart sat Lin Xin, wearing a red vest and hugging two girls who were drinking something. The guy asked Da Diao but called him Xiao Diao if they had arrived. Da Diao split into two sides, simultaneously wanting to be in Lin Xin's place and calm down because he has the task of saving the princess. Then the man on the road said that they could follow him. The two girls sat next to the guy and were embarrassed by the past situation, and Qin Fengyun was indignant that she had to pretend to be a calmer. Looking out of the window, Lin Xin said that this was called showing off. The guy thought that it is not surprising that the White Tiger Hall moves often, since it is built on the back of a turtle. A man and Da Diao were walking up the stairs. The first one said to watch his feet since he was not responsible if Da fell, and he said just to lead him quickly. While the guy was getting up, he thought with satisfaction that Lin Xin was a man of his word, since he actually let him go forward. Three girls got up behind the guy and discussed why they had to get there this way. Lin Xin stood up behind the girls and one of them asked him a question. The guy's face was happy, and his nose was bleeding again, and he replied to the girl that she was talking completely nonsense. Approaching the entrance to the hall, the company was met by a girl, and Da Diao was surprised that it was so lively there. The girl greeted the group, introduced herself as Xiao Ying, and said that she would be their escort. Looking around, Lin Xin asked if this was all there was to play, and the girl replied that this was not the case and the hall always pays attention to the variety and fun of entertainment. As an example, the girl showed a program in which a stone must be broken on the chest of a person lying with a hammer, and noticed that it was tense and explosive. For a second example, she showed a red apple throwing program that emphasized experience and participation. Xiao Ying asked what Lin would like to experience, and in the background you can see a man being carried away with a bunch of knives sticking out of him. Putting his hand under his face, Lin Xin said that neon scenes never lost their relevance and asked if there was anything interesting in this regard. The girl covered her face with her hand in surprise, since there were already 3 women with him, but he wanted more. Lin Xin, with a grin on his face, asked to describe him in one word. And among all the girls, Da Diao was the most active, saying his word about the guy. Everyone present stared with surprised faces at the guy, who didn't understand why he didn't have to answer along with the girls. Their escort noticed that Lin Xing was a broad-minded gentleman, looking at him with admiration. The girl took him to a pavilion with many beauties of various types and for every taste, so our hero could choose anyone. She opened the door, behind which were actually hiding a variety of specimens, waiting for the master. The guy only grimaced his face with displeasure, expecting to see more. To which the girl answered, puzzled, that these were the main calling cards of groups of beauties and beasts. She asked the guy if he was interested in a specific type, and he asked for something more expensive, whispering it in her ear. She understood Lin's desire, answering that such girls are worth a lot of money, and asked what our hero's fortune was, and he immediately called Da Diao in a businesslike manner. The guy immediately opened his shirt, underneath which were hidden dozens of gold bars. Then Lin looked at the girl again to make sure that this was enough for him to receive the required service. With a sparkle in her eyes, she looked at the gold in fascination. More than satisfied with such payment, the escort sweetly asked Lin Xin to wait until she found out if there was someone suitable for him, and he crossed his arms expectantly. As soon as the girl turned around and left the room, he released his spider. The spider landed on the back of the girl, who continued to walk away. The beast released a web from its belly, which shone transparently. Lin watched the web stretch, and then Feng Yun asked if he really thought that the princess would be brought to him. But in fact, he expected that the person to whom the girl was going knew where the princess was. The girl calmly walked along the corridor, passing by the bear minions. She knocked on the door, and a second later heard the answer that she could come in. Carefully opening the door, she said that one rich man wanted a daughter from an official family, and asked if they had one. The man who was playing at the table turned to her, answering that there were no such people, and let her pick someone up and send him away. He was surrounded by beautiful girls and gambling, and Qingfan, whom we knew, who was sitting at their table, joked with a sly squint that if Elder Qin forced the princess to obey, he could make good money from it. Suddenly, the man sharply ordered him to watch his tongue. Informing that their boss would be here soon and it was impossible to spoil his plans, the guy only justified himself by asking Ji not to be angry with him. And then the spider sitting on the girl's back jerked its web. Lin Xing noticed the sign from the spider and called the guys to follow him. Meow Meow opened the door to go out into the corridor and noticed a crowd of people running away from something, screaming in fear. After what they saw, the guys looked at Lin, asking him what they should do next, looking expectantly at the guy. And our hero answered with fire in his eyes that the chaos that was happening would only benefit them. Grinning confidently, 2 girls and 2 servants were running down the corridor, calling for help to the people on the other side. A minute later, words of confirmation were heard from behind the wall that everyone had left. Behind the cover were Lin, Da Diao, and 3 girls, who thought that there was no one left from the guards inside. Da Diao ran towards the door, and Meow Meow called out to him and asked what he was doing. With a smile in his eyes, Da Diao replied that he was a giant in thought, a giant in action, and was running to save the princess. Da Diao sharply opened the door and uttered a very ridiculous phrase. Inside the room stood 4 heavily armed men, and a servant girl was hiding behind one of the tables. The guy froze with horror and fear on his face, as he thought that there were no guards left in the room. One of the men asked the girl if she knew this guy, to which she replied that he was the servant of the one who wanted to take the official's daughter. The man prepared for battle, sharpening his blades against each other, and asked Da Diao if he was here to save him, and if the people who attacked them were with him. Da Diao waved it off and said that he was not here to save the princess, and the man shouted and asked how then he knew that they had a princess. The guy began to run away, saving his life, and they threw a blade after him and shouted for him to stop. Yes, asked Brother G not to do this, to which the second replied that he was G. The cover of the wall dropped again, and Lin Xin praised Da Jiao for distracting all the remaining enemies. King Fan, looking around in the corridor, opened the secret door while Lin and the 2 girls watched him from around the corner. Lin Xin offered to follow him in the hope that a surprise would await them. The guy took out a purple spider and said that he would reward him well when they returned. The man walked up the stairs, followed by Lin Xin and his companions. The girls were wondering where the man was going, and Lin thought that something was wrong. The man looked down at the group and said that he had seen that guy somewhere and realized that they were from the same group. Qin Fengyang called the man by name and said that he was making a big mistake. Since she had seen him grow up, she did not want to beat him and ordered him to take her to Fenqiang. King Fan realized with horror in his eyes that it was Sister Yoon. Putting his finger on the buttons and gritting his teeth, he said that there was no turning back and apologized. Pressing a button on the stairs, he said that someone would come for their bodies later, but for now they could enjoy the last moments of their lives. After pressing, the ladder began to break into pieces and fall down, throwing everyone into freefall. First, Lin Xin fell to the ground, and then all 3 girls landed right on top of him. Lin Xin stood up and tremblingly walked away from the fall, simultaneously calling Qing Fan a bastard. Meow Meow touched the wall and concluded that the walls were too smooth and they would not be able to climb them. Lin Xin knew that if they just waited, they would be in trouble and needed to act. A voice came from the shadows and asked if they were there too to save the princess. The company turned sharply in the direction where the voice was coming from, and a silhouette began to appear from the shadows. The silhouette turned out to be a fair-haired, slender girl who was the personal Imperial Guard. Lin Xin said that they were His Majesty's search and rescue team, and they had a warrant confirming this, which he immediately showed, after which he asked what the personal Imperial Guard was doing here. Crunching her fingers, the girl said that her name was Liang Qingqing, and she was the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Guard. Liang Qingqing said that she led the attack on the White Tiger Hall, but failed, after which she had no choice but to stay in this place. Lin asked why they launched a surprise attack, and in his thoughts, he was surprised that the Emperor's power was indeed not easy. The girl replied that 3 hours ago the White Tiger Hall sent a letter demanding the withdrawal of troops from the border cities, otherwise they would kill the princess. His Majesty had no choice but to launch an attack. Qin Fengyang resented the White Tiger Hall's plan to attack the northern cities and thought that they were collaborating with the Beixiang state, and Lin Xin asked how important these cities were. Qin replied that these cities were the defensive basis of the Tianyun camp, and once they lost these 3 cities, they would have no chance to defend themselves. Then the Beixiang would be able to reach the capital overnight. Lin Xin realized that the White Tiger Hall was using Fenqiang, that they were planning to use the princess to force the emperor to cede their cities. Meow Meow asked what they should do, to which Lin replied that the only way to ruin their plans was to save the princess. But now, they could not go up to her. Liang Qingqing said that she could deliver several there and picked up the coin. The girl summoned her spirit beast and said that it could shoot far. Lin Xin was very impressed by the Liang spiritual beast, and at that time the princess was sleeping peacefully in the room allocated for her. Qin Fengqiang watched her with an embittered face, standing over the girl's bed. Suddenly, Qing Fan bursts into the room, scaring the guy with his sudden appearance. After catching his breath, Fang tells Feng Chong that his sister and Lin Xin are here. The guy turns to him, looking at him with a bloodthirsty gaze, hearing that Lin Xing himself came into his arms. Qing Fan also reported that he had dropped them below, and this would be able to delay the guys, so it was necessary to quickly grab the princess and leave. But Feng Chong was aimed at killing Lin Xin. Then someone suddenly bursts into the room, breaking the window into many pieces. It was our hero who lands somersault, glad that he did not crash into the wall, but noticing something else. During the somersault, the guy rested his feet on Qin Fengyang, who screamed heart-rendingly in pain. The other guys heard this cry, calling him pathetic. Lin Xin then grabbed the princess, jumping out the window with her, calling for Nan Nai to cover him, and the two beasts freezes the window behind him. The guy with the sleeping princess in his arms flies down to the others, calling on the spider for help so that he does not let them fall from such a height. And the spider, using her web, catches our hero, preventing him from falling. As a result, Lin lands softly on the girls, who run towards him, rejoicing at the successful outcome. Qing Fan and Qin Fengqiang broke the ice that Na Nai had left, wanting to capture Lin and return the princess. Then the guy's sister turned to him angrily. Unable to contain her resentment and anger, she asked him if he really wanted their whole family to disappear. He widened his eyes in fear when he heard his sister, who told him to quickly go down to her. Suddenly, another group of people appeared and discovered the escaped guys. The thugs went to the guys to take their lives because they were rampaging in the White Tiger Hall, and our company decided not to stay there, trying to find a way out. While Feng Yun attacked the bandits while running, Liang Qi-Qing remembered that there was a hole through which she got here. Soon the guys ran out of the White Tiger Hall, and Lin Xing remembered that he had promised his friend to save the princess. He decided to hurry so that Da Jiao could fulfill his role, and the princess woke up in his arms, thinking that he was the one who saved her. At the wrong time, the girl began to toss and turn, and this meant that she would wake up soon. After running a little more, the guys noticed Da Jiao standing in the distance waving his hand at them, and our hero trying to keep his word threw the princess into Da Jiao's arms before she had time to wake up. The guy looked dreamily at the girl, anticipating this moment, even though he was beaten by a bunch of strong men, beaten with sticks and cut with knives. All that pain was forgotten, because having caught the princess, he felt that all his labors were not in vain. After a couple of seconds, the princess woke up, slowly opening her beautiful eyes, and in front of her stood the beaten, swollen, bruised Da Jiao, introducing himself to the princess, trying to seem irresistible. But the girl did not appreciate the guy's efforts. Out of fear, she hit him in the face, mistaking him for a monster. Lin watched with empathy as poor Da Jiao was beaten by the princess, wondering what he had done to deserve such bad luck. After finishing with the guy, Sixing noticed Lin Xin, and she immediately rushed to hug the guy, thanking him for coming to save her, while the other girls watched with envy. And our Da Jiao's heart was broken, and the guy lay all beaten, crying from the lack of sweet love. Soon, Feng Yun ran out to the guys, saying that she had blocked the exit with fire and their pursuers would not be able to get out for some time. But Diao continued to sob inconsolably, dragging himself along the road. Miao Miao was attracted to a guy who, due to unreciprocal love, had lost the meaning of life, while everyone else was trying to leave this place as quickly as possible. At this time, Ji scolded his men for allowing Lin and the princess to escape. Then someone's heavy hand rests on his shoulder, and this person reports that he is very disappointed in the man. It was the head of this organization, who was clearly very unhappy that the man allowed the princess to leave. Despite the fact that the preparation for this operation lasted 2 years, Liang Xing ran in the moonlight with inspiration and excitement. At the front of the group, the girl says that they will get help as soon as they get out of Maple Valley. Bai Ho warned the others that the pursuers were approaching very quickly, and Miao Miao was surprised where they came from and which way the group went. Bai He realized that they had released the spirit beast to track. The pursuers and the spirit beast ran after the group and had no intention of stopping. Long Sixing was already barely breathing and said that she couldn't take it anymore. The girl says that she can no longer run, and Lin Xin asks if she wants to be caught and brought back. Si Xin said that they still couldn't escape and offered to fight, saying that they would not lose anything from this, and Lin Xin said that it would be a fight to the death. The guy noticed that a bright light appeared and he wondered what it was. Da Jiao decided that in times of mortal danger, the only way out was to sacrifice his life for the sake of duty, and wanted to strike again. Thinking that he must be very charming now, Da Diao said that he would always protect the princess. But as luck would have it, Da Diao's smile contained the remnants of yesterday's salad. Everyone else watched Da Diao's actions with disappointment. The guy wondered if he could get a kiss from the princess if they were destined to meet again in this life. He waved his hand and silently turned away in the other direction, and his company disappeared from the background. A rustling sound was heard from behind the bushes, and the phrase was said that you need to go straight. It was Ji and his spiritual beast, who still continued to pursue the guys. Da Diao threatened them not to move, otherwise they would have to step over him. Ji shouted at the guy to get out of the way and that he would finish him with one blow. His spirit beast made a sharp turn and slammed into Da Diao with all its strength. Yes flew very far, shouting that he would return, and Ji watched his flight. Ji turned his attention to Da Diao's spirit beast. He sat on the grass and looked back at Ji with a sweet and pitiful look. Lin Xin and the girls stopped, looking at the person who looked familiar to them. Looking at this man, the guy said that they had just separated. Da Diao was hanging on a tree and with a lost look asked Lin to help him. Lin asked him why he was running ahead of us, and he replied that he slipped, and at that moment he was shamelessly attacked. Bai He said that they could no longer move on, and Miao Miao asked about the reason. With the help of her spirit beast, she saw that the White Tiger Hall was surrounded by forest, and if they went any further, they would fall into a trap. Long Sixing suggested that they just run and break free to test how strong they are. Lin Xin turned around and called for the others to turn around too, which surprised Da Diao. Standing behind him were Ji, his minions, and the spirit beast. The spirit beast turned both its heads and let out a bark. He turned around and walked in the opposite direction, surprising the man with this action. Ji asked the beast where he wanted to go, and the servant stood aside incomprehensibly. Ji threateningly told the beast not to move back and asked if he turned around because it was time for dinner, and then added that working overtime was a blessing and he should be grateful. Suddenly, the beast stopped and smelled the scent of Lin Xin and the others. He pretends to sniff the air and moves on, and Ji praises him and says that he is a good boy. But suddenly, the animal was very alarmed by something. Lin Xin and company again stood at the White Tiger Hall. Bai He asked why they had returned, to which Lin replied that they could not escape the siege without a fierce battle and they needed a mount. Miao Miao asked if they had come for the horses, but Lin replied that they had not. Thinking for a moment, the guy said that for this they needed something bigger. He turned to the others and confidently said that he was going to ride the turtle. His companions became very worried and asked him if he was serious. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Hall, a servant in a bunny costume informed the guests that the troublemakers had been eliminated. Turning around, the girl met Lin Ying and Da Diao, who was eerily flexing his fists. A moment later, she was thrown to the floor, and the girl screamed in surprise. The guys found themselves in the same room with the frightened girl, closing the entrance doors. Lin Xin turned to her, asking how the turtle was controlled, but the girl did not give an intelligible answer, trembling with fear and repeating that she knew nothing. Here, Da Diao took on the image of a bad cop, threatening the girl if she did not agree to tell everything in an amicable way, which is why Lin asked the guy if he was going to torture the woman. The guy noticed the girl's pleasant appearance, pointing this out to Lin Xing, and then he asks his spider to do him a favor in order to properly interrogate the girl. Lin grins and agrees. A moment later, the girl was pressed into the wall. The guy was holding her so that the spider could bite her calmly, and she ends up doing it by injecting poison into the girl's neck. Then he says that the effect will appear in 10 seconds, and Da Diao was looking forward to this. He escorted Lin Xin out of the room, asking him to wait outside and not open the door while he obtained information. After closing the doors, he heard Xin say that he had 10 minutes and exhaled. He waited impatiently for the process to begin, fully confident that this time he would succeed. Hearing the girl's advice, he became full of strength and desire to get closer to her as quickly as possible. She sat seductively on the floor, telling him that she couldn't wait for him and would tell him everything he wanted to know. This warmed him up even more, and he replied that he would make her squeal and call him daddy. A moment later, the girl tore off her skirt, beckoning the guy to join quickly. He looked at her in fear, noticing that there was something wrong with her anatomy, like all women. But she could not be stopped, and with desire in her eyes, she jumped on Da Diao, answering that all the escorts in their hall were from Sawadiki, and the poor guy tearfully asked her to stop. As a result, the guys became close despite their similar anatomy. From the room came the pitiful cries of Da Diao, who called Lin Xin for help, but then asked him not to give up and find out information. The girls listened to the guy's screams, discussing what was happening. Unimpressed by these sounds, all except Liang Qingqing. After half an hour, the sounds died down. Miao Miao described the whole process as quite tragic, judging by the sounds, and Liang listened redder at the door. Immediately the door opened and Da Diao came out with a gloomy look and covered in lipstick. With tears in his eyes, he said that the control room was located at the back of the turtle's neck, in a secret room. The guy, not wanting to talk about what happened, quickly walked forward, calling the others behind him. And after a while, in a secret room, a security guard was sleeping serenely. Then he felt a sharp knife being put to his throat and forcing him to wake up. Lin Sin walked up to the controller who controls the turtle's movements and looked at him thoughtfully. Then he asked the man how it works, and the man with a knife at his throat replied that you just need to turn over the scooping adhesive crystal, but only Brother Shen can do this. Not satisfied with this answer, Feng Jun asked how the turtle knew who was touching the crystal. And the man said that the mystical turtle knows that once she intimidated males and dominated females. Later, Shen caught her and began to shock the turtle, so she began to fear and obey him. Hearing this, Lin realized that it was necessary to intimidate the turtle so that it would begin to obey, and this was not difficult for him. And then summoned the beast maiden Yu Chu, who appeared in a green glow. The contented maiden fully appeared in front of the guys, ready to help Lin Xing, and the badge on her chest showed the letter F. Along with the badge, its size increased greatly, surprising the guys, from whom, of course, different reactions followed. Beginning to carry out her master's order, Yu Chu slowly, but in the end, shouted very loudly that there would be a blow. A powerful shock of electricity ran through the entire turtle and the entire hall. Lin Sin praised Yu Chu and asked her to reduce the force, to release just a little. The guy approached the ball, put his hand on it, and warned the turtle that if he did not behave well, he would have to shock him again. The turtle raised its body in place of the white tiger and began to move, which made everyone surprised and happy. Suddenly, she began to move at very high speed and even run along the walls. The guys watched the road from the tower, and Long Susun was glad that at this rate they would get out of there in an hour. The turtle suddenly braked, causing everyone to get scared and begin to lose their balance and fall. Qin Fen Yun embarrassedly apologized to Lin Sin and asked if the blow hurt him, and he asked what she was talking about. Pointing his finger at his back and with a straight face, Lin said that they were partners and fought side by side and that his back was always ready for her. Miao Miao looked out from above and asked the turtle why he stopped, and then asked in surprise whether it was a rooster. There was a rooster standing below, holding the turtle in place with one hand, and a man stood behind him and said that the turtle had betrayed him just like that. The man said that he was very disappointed and that there was no point in keeping the turtle. He gave the order to kill the turtle, and at the same moment the rooster's eyes turned red. Then the beast screamed and an additional pair of hands appeared behind its back. Jumping forward, the animal hit the turtle on the neck, causing it to lean to the side, and then the rooster jumped up. Having prepared all four hands, the rooster prepared to deliver a series of blows to the turtle. All members of the group were scared and watched what was happening, and Da Jiao noticed that he only used his fists, but the strength was incredible. Lin Sin ordered everyone to seal the passages to prevent them from passing through. The beast reached higher up to the group and aimed at the princess. Lin Sin said that the princess was first, and she asked again, not understanding what he meant. Rushing forward, Lin Sin found himself in front of the girl, trying to strike the beast. But the rooster hit harder, causing Lin Sin to instantly fly into the wall. After the fall, smoke rose, and the guy thought that the rooster was hard as steel. The beast grabbed the princess, lifted her up, and defended herself from the attacks of the rest of the group. Lin and Feng Yun rushed into battle again. The guy said that he would detain the beast, and the girl should find an opportunity to take the princess. The owner of the spiritual beast watched the battle from the side and said that dreaming was harmful, after which he pressed the strange button. A huge pit appeared under Lin and Feng Yun's feet, which they obviously didn't expect. The guy and girl began to fall down, breaking through floor after floor with their bodies. Almost falling on the sharp thorns, Lin grabbed the girl in his hands and took out the spider. The spider turned into a beautiful girl in a purple suit. The girl caught the wall with a web and, heading to the side, broke through it, saving the guys. They landed on the floor of the next room, spreading out in different directions. Landing in another room, Lin Sin flew a little further, dragging his face along the floor. Getting up, the guy said that he had to save the others. A book appeared nearby and said that the guy couldn't even break through the golden armor of the rooster and that he would die if he rushed there. Lin Sin asked what he should do then because he couldn't just turn away from them. to which Master Shu advised not to worry and reminded him that he had a high dragon bone. The book said that if it were processed into a mystical weapon, no golden armor could resist. Lin asked if he could allow Feng Yun to refine the bone since he did not have the supreme mystic flame. Master Shu explained that processing requires a lot of energy, which he can replenish thanks to his physique. But the girl cannot do this because forced improvement would be dangerous for her life. Caught on the words of Master Shu, the guy threatened the book to think carefully because there is always a way out. Lin took the stake and prepared to drive it into the book, and he was surprised that his opponent would be so good. Twirling her hair with her fingers, Feng Yun said that there was a quick way to obtain the highest mystical fire. Lin turned towards the girl and looked at her in surprise. Worried and embarrassed, the girl says that with the help of pair cultivation, she will direct the power of the mystical fire of her body to the guy. Lin was amazed that it was possible to transfer techniques through paired cultivation, remembering the shameful positions Liu Tezhu had trained him in. Feng Yun embarrassedly replied that there was no other way, and if the guy was against it, then they could just forget about it. Then the guy replied that all his life he had lived honestly and openly, and if this action had not been an extreme measure, the guy closed his eyes. Instantly taking off his shirt, he added that he would never have agreed to this so easily. Suddenly, someone attacks Da Diao, and the guy crashes into the wall, breaking it into pieces. Gradually, they started throwing the guys out of the room, calling them a bunch of losers. Holding the princess in his hands, Brother Ji arrogantly watched the guys, belittling their fighting skills. They then discovered a hole in the floor, realizing that Lin had managed to escape. Shen decided that he would deal with the guy himself and ordered Ji to stay there and quickly wake up the turtle, directing it to the border. After these words, the man grabbed the princess by the hands, wanting to take her with him in search of our hero, and the girl tried to free herself, calling him a bastard. As a result, the two jumped into the hole, and Ji was left alone with his dreams of returning to Beixiong in order to take his treasure and make money for her body. Before he can wake up the turtle, a piece of log suddenly flies into the man's head, Dadio, and Meow Meow climbed into the room, who were in no hurry to give up, not wanting to give the man the opportunity to set the turtle in motion. The man took off, outraged by the guy's behavior. Heading towards the guys, he swung his leg, aiming at Dadio, but he steadfastly remained in his place, covering himself with his hands and answering that he wanted to follow Lin Xin and see the world. Da Diao grimaced angrily, adding that he could not be defeated by such a vile guy as Ji, but he only smiled mockingly, intending to show the guy his strength. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Ji screamed loudly. His eyes popped out of their sockets and his face turned deep red. At that moment, while he was trying to strike Da Diao, he was bitten by the guy's spiritual beast tiger. The man abruptly escaped from the tiger's mouth, throwing it aside, and ran away from the guys, screaming loudly. Da Diao caught his beast, informing him that Ji should not be allowed to wake the turtle. The guy was determined to win, saying that it was time for his second uncle. At this time, Ji called his dog, angrily wishing death for our guys. Undeterred by the man's threats, Da Diao took out his 2 spirit beast summoning stones, smiling confidently as he prepared to show off his true strength. And then he threw one of the pebbles towards the bastard Ji. The man smashed the pebble with his hand, and it burst open, releasing thick smoke. And then he realized that it was a smoke bomb disguised as a jade pendant for storing the beast. When everything around the man was in smoke, Da Diao screamed to stop the smoke from spreading. And then Bai He came into play, summoning her spiritual beast bird, while Da Diao threw another of his pebbles. This did not bother Ji because he and his dog Shuangxi have the best sense of smell in the world. Then Da Diao's pendant opened, releasing some kind of red smoke into the air, penetrating the noses of the opponents, who were sniffing to find the guy's trace. The smoke released was a cloud of devilish chili powder, which caused the mucous membranes of the nose to heat and the tongue and mouth to burn with fire. While they were suffering from the burning sensation of the pepper, the girls, with the help of a seahorse and an octopus, fired huge ice projectiles, attacking Ji with them. The shells knocked the man off his feet, carrying him away at great speed. As a result, the ice bayonets pressed the man into the wall, depriving him of the opportunity to move to confront the guys. After they defeated the villain, Da Diao happily hugged his tiger, happy that they were not a burden to the others after all. Meanwhile, Shen ordered his men to check all the rooms, looking for our hero. Suddenly, one of the people flew out of the room, burning in black mystical fire and screaming loudly in pain. Shen turned his head towards the source of the sound and addressed Qin Feng Yun, who even in such situations stubbornly resisted. But then it was not a girl who came out of the room, attracting attention and raising questions from everyone around. Lin Yin came out of the room with a huge black sword, saying that Xiao Yunyun could not get out of bed yet, and it was time for him to beat one dog that had been chasing them all the way, hinting at the scoundrel Shen. Shen noticed the black fire with a serious look and realized that Lin had become so close to Qin Fenyun for the sake of the supreme mystical fire. Standing behind the warriors, Shen explained that their armor was forged specifically against black fire, and Lin would not be able to burn even the hair of these warriors. After the villain's words, Lin Xin understood the reason why the Qin family suffered losses in the north. A trembling Qin Fengyun appeared from the corner and urged the guy to be careful, since mithril armor was heat-resistant, and the guy wondered why he had mastered black fire. Armed to the teeth and armored, Shen's warriors rushed into battle against Lin Xin. While the warriors were approaching the guy, he asked himself another question, charging his weapon with energy. Lin Xin thought that since this armor has such good fire protection, it means the conductivity is also good. The guy waved his sword, which sparked electrical energy, and the warriors froze in horror, waiting for the inevitable. After the impact, the entire White Tiger Hall was shrouded in electricity, and even the turtle was hit. Lin Xin and Qin Fengyun jumped out of the turtle, which was passed out after the attack. The girl asked where the princess was, to which the guy said that as long as she and Shen were fine, she would be fine. Lin didn't expect that the power of this weapon was so incredible, even after just one accidental strike. Master Shu appeared and explained that the highest dragon bone had been stored for thousands of years, and its energy was endless. If you released just 1 point of true qi, the bone would increase it tenfold. Lin Xin swung his sword upward and gave the weapon the name Long Yuan. Shen and the princess came out from behind the bushes, and he called out to Lin with great anger. The beaten Shen threatened the guy that he really pissed him off, and the princess asked for help. Holding the sword in his hand, Lin suggested that Shen resolve everything according to the laws. Shen got furious and said that he had sent the guy to his forefathers and would show his real strength. Holding the princess tightly by the neck, Shen shouted for an invincible fierce 3 to emerge. At the same moment, the uncrowned king of the world of musclemen, the tyrant Rooster, appeared between the heroes. Rooster, usurper of the spear, the fastest thrower with a spear, and another spirit beast like a chicken who was destined to become a star with a limitless future. Shen said that they were a superstar group that traveled to the Tianshuan continent and ruled in Beixiong state. Lin Xin and Qin Fengyun wondered in confusion why his team had only roosters. Xin insulted the guy with contempt and stated that he had not yet seen his enemy's spirit beasts. The villain urged Lin to show them, saying that he would not kill no matter who it was. In his mind, Lin Xin was pleased that Shen was depressed at the sight of his strength, and in response he said that he would introduce them now. 4 sweet girls appeared behind the guy, and at his request they greeted Shen. Getting even more angry, Shen began to envy Lin Xin that his animals are beautiful girls, and his animals are roosters. Despite the envy, Shen said that a real macho's spiritual beasts should be strong and with muscles, and then he sent them to attack and called on them to tear apart their enemies. Jumping back, Lin Xin called the girls back, declaring that this time he wanted to test Long Yuan's power. Again calling Lin a brat, Shen threatened the guy not to repeat his trick because he doesn't even know how the villain trained his animals. The villain said that each chicken was marinated in his secret sauce for 75 days, fried in a frying pan many times before their skin and bones could be forged into steel. Shen continued to explain that they permanently kept the muscles plump and juicy, gaining golden skin. In the end, he said that he also seasoned them with 18 spiritual aromatic tonic herbs, thanks to which they can show the greatest power in battle. The story made Lin Xin's mouth water and asked Shen to stop after realizing that it was not a training session, but a recipe for cooking chicken. 3 roosters simultaneously attack the guy, and Shen ends with the words that the attack of any element is not a hindrance to them. But at that very second, Lin Xin cut 3 roosters with the most ordinary blow of a sword. Shen fell into a stupor. All his expectations were destroyed, and only the impossibility of the situation was in his thoughts. Lin gratefully examined his sword, rejoicing at how, without any improvements, it cut so well. Then the guy looked at Shen in the reflection of the shining sword, announcing that now it was his turn. The man threatened to kill the princess if Lin did not give up his sword. Shen wanted to stabilize the situation, because the guy's blade was too strong. Lin decides to give the man his sword, angrily calling him a scumbag. Having caught the sword, Shen smiled smugly, claiming that the guy was still too young to fight with him. But the sword immediately falls, piercing the ground, dragging the frightened man with it. He tried with all his might to pull the sword out of the ground, but the blade apparently would not budge. Observing this, Master Shu explained that once the Supreme Dragon Bone recognizes its owner, no one else will be able to pick it up. Unable to master the sword, Shen asked for this matter and invited Lin to arrange a fair duel with his bare hands. And then a purple glow appeared around his ass, surrounding the man with streams of energy. Suddenly, he rose into the air, releasing a huge stream of energy, surprising our hero with his unusual skill. Lin managed to jump away from his attack, and Shen sent his stream of power into the tree, pushing away from it. Having made a hole in the tree with this flow, he mockingly asked Lin if he had managed to shit his pants from fear, and the guy looked around in fear at the through hole in the tree. He explained that his iron ass technique had no equal in the world, and addressed Lin Xing with a challenge. But the guy was not eager to fight the man's ass, watching him in horror. And after this conversation, our hero tried with all his might to evade the attacks of Shen, who was trying to defeat the self-confident guy. The man realized that the guy was too good at avoiding attacks, so he needed bait to lure him. And he immediately headed towards the princess, informing Lin about this in order to lure him and attack. Our hero, hearing this, instantly went to the princess, trying to protect the girl. After a couple of seconds, the guy covered Sison with himself in order to save this madman from the attack. But that's what the man needed, so he smiled maliciously, glad that the guy opened himself up to his attack. Yishen walked towards Lin Xing, preparing to launch a powerful attack. Suddenly, the man impales himself on the handle of the sword. Without completing his attack and with a look of incomprehension on his face, he sinks deeper and deeper. Realizing that he was in an unpleasant position, the man let out a deep groan. Seeing this, Lin screamed, unhappy that his sword had been soiled in this way. But the man told him that it was just a minor injury, and if he got up from him, he would be able to fight. And Lin offered him his help so that he could get up from him, because in no case should he attack Lun Yuan. Otherwise, he would respond 10 times stronger. And so it happened. The sword entered Shen to the very end, and a bright yellow glow poured out of the man in all directions. After some time, Da Diao and the girls found Lin Xing, running up from the forest to meet the guy. Crouching over the man, Lin demanded information from him about the whereabouts of the IOUs written by rich and powerful people. But Shen could not say anything after the incident with the sword. Hearing Lin's words, the princess asked him why he needed the promissory notes, but the guy did not give a clear answer, answering that he had promised them to someone. Having come to his senses, Shen, full of hatred and malice, answered our hero that the insane revenge of the Beixiong state awaited him, and crying, added that he was the 7th prince of Beixiong. And everyone looked at the man with sparkling eyes. Holding a stack of papers in his hands, Lin Xin realized that this guy was a real crook if he had so many IOUs on him. Qin Fengyun asked Lin what he was going to do with the prince, and the guy said that he would take it with him and give it to the emperor. The girl remembered the stories about the behavior of Emperor Beixiong and suggested killing the prince and pretending that they knew nothing so that the state of Beixiong would not have a reason to attack. Suddenly, a big man in golden armor appeared and asked if the criminals had been dealt with. The big man turned out to be the eyes of the Zhao Xiong family, and he praised the elite imperial troops for their good work, to which the soldiers thanked the general. While the general was urging the soldiers on, Qin Fengyun explained that he was the sworn enemy of the Qin family, and as soon as he realized that the situation had been resolved, he arrived on the spot to take the credit for himself. At the same moment, Zhao Xiong fell to his knees in front of the princess, apologizing for arriving late to save her. With contempt, Long Sixing condemned Zhao for not being in a particular hurry and choosing the moment to appear carefully. One of the soldiers reported that they had captured the leader of the kidnappers alive, to which the general praised them and ordered them to take him back to the city. Miao Miao and Bai He were immediately outraged by the behavior of the soldiers and the general, and Lin Xin tried to calm them down. Out of nowhere, a crowd of journalists appeared who tried to ask the general about the incident, and he with a satisfied face asked them not to rush. Lin Xin was surprised by the capital, and even the presence of reporters there. Qin Fengyun explained to the others that he first takes credit and then immediately advertises it, through which the imperial family believes his words. Loudly and confidently, the general declared that no one understood rescues better than he. Continuing to communicate with reporters, he stated that he would ensure the safety of everyone, and then announced the name of the kidnapper. The reporters immediately ran to take a portrait of the villain, and Lin Xin walked up to the general and called out to him. With disrespect, Zhao Xiong advised the guy to behave better. He immediately turned around and threatened that everything could end badly if you don't know what is possible and what is not, and that Lin should know who is in charge. Lin Xin tried to explain that Shen's personality was not entirely ordinary and should not be revealed, to which the general laughed and asked to tell who he was. The guy replied that Shen was the 7th prince of the Beiqiong country, after which horror and fear appeared on the general's face. On the table was a newspaper with a story and a drawing of General Zhao Xiong and Shen. The emperor read the newspaper and was surprised that the journalists even knew that Shen was the son of the emperor. Afterwards, the emperor's face changed to anger and he asked those present who brought him there. The general, with his hands cuffed, began to apologize and said that he knew nothing about this. And the emperor asked how he could not have known about it, since the newspaper said that he was in charge of the operation. First advisor Chu Chu Baby said that spreading this news would anger the Beiqiong state and that war was inevitable. The emperor, in a rage, ordered the general to be dragged to the flogging bench and beaten to death. Chu Chu Baby began to carry out the order, and the general only begged for mercy with tears in his eyes. Lin Xin realized with apprehension that the prime minister was so tactful that he killed his political opponent with just a few words. Qin Fengyun said that this man was the most treacherous and cruel among the 4 families and uses every opportunity to suppress his competitors. The emperor asked the advisor to suggest whether it was worth killing the 7th prince or freeing him. Chu Chu Baby began to discuss the issue, and the emperor ordered not to delay and talk about his proposal. The advisor replied that whoever created this problem should solve it, adding that it was Lin Xing's failure to eliminate the root of the problem that was the cause. Qin Fengyun advised Lin to be careful with his words as the advisor was targeting him. Suddenly the door opened, several people appeared, and one of them shouted that it was nonsense. The princess explained that if it were not for Lin Xin, who saved her, she would have already been taken to the state of Beiqiong, and then condemned the advisor for inaction and slander. The empress added that the prime minister should have gone to the front line and led the battle if he was so worried about the emperor. The girl from the imperial guard added that she would ensure his safety and assured that she would not retreat to the last. The advisor began to make excuses, but in his thoughts he was scared that 3 women who should not be messed with were simultaneously taking up arms against him. Lin Xin breathed a sigh of relief and thought that these 3 were capable of a lot together. With a worried expression on his face, the emperor thought that he felt something strange. The king's advisor bowed to him, praising Lin Xin, saying that the guy showed himself well by fighting all the bandits alone. And he asked His Majesty to reward him for serving so well, while Lin awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The girls completely agreed with Chubabi's words, but the emperor interrupted them because only he could make a verdict. Then the advisor added that there was another person who needed to be dealt with, and the emperor lost his temper, thinking that no one cared about his opinion. But the man continued to say that the whole incident started because of the Qin family, so it would be impossible to calm the people's anger unless they killed their current leader. And these words angered Feng Yun. After the advisor's words, the emperor stood up from his throne, asking the girl where her younger brother was. Feng Yun explained that due to the difficult situation, she was unable to return her brother, and his whereabouts are unknown. Trying to justify the girl, Lin added that the emperor promised to pardon her if they saved the princess. And the emperor answered him that he only promised to save her life, and not to spare her therefore, since he could not execute her. The emperor decided to send the girl to life imprisonment. Then, looking sternly at the guy, he said that collusion with foreign invaders was severely punished. So he issued the order to inflict 30 lashes and send the head of their family to the barren north. Chubabi, smiling maliciously, accepted His Majesty's order, bowing respectfully to him. And after asking to bring instruments for punishment, the servants immediately brought a wooden table with a whip. The man took the whip, wanting to do everything himself, thinking that his family would finally become dominant in the empire. Holding the instrument in his hands, he called the girl a traitor who sold the ruler for profit. So he would beat her until her wrist shook. Turning around, he noticed Lin Xin lying in the place of Feng Yun, who was hurrying Chu Baby. The emperor was angered by the guy's action, and he asked him not to create unnecessary problems and leave the place of punishment. But our hero was not going to give up so easily, and lied, saying that he was actually the head of the Qin family. This amazed the girls, who could not believe his words. He continued the story that Feng Yun had given up her position as head to him, and as a sign of proof that he was the head of the Qin family, Lin showed that he possessed the supreme mystical fire. And then Lin expressed his willingness to accept punishment from the emperor, asking him to begin it. An enraged Chubaby shouted at the guy, not believing that he could be the head of the Qin family since his surname is Lin. And the guy calmly asked why he couldn't take his wife's surname and live in her family, because there is no law prohibiting this. The man could not stand it and called Feng Yun to him, saying that His Majesty ordered her to be punished, to which Lin Xing replied that the emperor ordered the punishment of the head of the Qin family, and the first advisor was shamelessly redoing the imperial decree. But Chubaby did not want to listen to the guy, complaining to His Majesty that Lin Xing put himself above the emperor, but the emperor had no time for them, and he slept peacefully on his wife's lap. The empress said that everyone would have to disperse and postpone this trifling matter for another day. When the guys left the hall, the princess told them that her father always pretends to be asleep when he wants to avoid conflict, so Lin should act as if nothing happened and then everything will be fine. And then his friends came running to our hero asking how the emperor's reception went. He said that it looked like there would be no reward, and apologized to the guys for dragging them into this. But Feng Yun refuted his words, saying that all the possessions and wealth of the Qin family now belonged to him, the new head of the Qin family, but the guy excitedly replied that he was just talking nonsense in the palace. And then the princess decided to answer him, saying that now everyone knows that he is the head of the Qin family. Therefore, if he changes his mind, he will be accused of deceiving the emperor, and no one else will be able to protect the guy. Lin Xing listened to the princess's words with displeasure, worried about this outcome of events. Feng Yun added that because he had done a great service to their family, it would be fair for him to take the place of the head, and they also sat down to get closer. Hearing the girl's last words, Mai Miao and Bai He were furious, but Lin believed them that he and Feng Yun were just friends. And at this time, Da Diao, who was offended by the guys, complained that all his work and courage were in vain, and everyone was jealous of his talent as a genius. The princess, hearing his words, praised him for his assistance and offered to introduce him to her younger cousin, who was also a member of the imperial family. And then her voice was heard and the princess said that her sister was already here. Anticipated by Da Diao, he turned to his sister, wanting to charm her with his charm and beauty. And he was immediately embraced by a girl he already knew, squeezing the poor guy too tightly with her mountain of muscles. Watching them surrounded by beauties, our hero concluded that Da Diao would not live more than a month. Suddenly, a voice sounded asking Lin Xin to stay. The door opened, and a eunuch appeared behind it, who brought news from the state of Beixiong with a request for an exchange of hostages. His Majesty invites the guy to discuss the whole situation. The servant introduced the emperor that Lin Xin and Qin Feng Yun had arrived. With tension on his face and voice, the emperor said that Lin Xin had done a lot. Tapping his finger on the table next to the letter, the emperor said that the guy had solved one problem, but brought an even bigger one. Scratching his head, Lin thought that since it was just a request for a hostage exchange, why not do it that way? Tearing the envelope, the emperor threw the letter into the guy's hands so that he could look at it for himself. Having caught the letter with his hands, Lin was surprised by the emperor's movements and realized that this was not an ordinary person, and he was hiding it well. The letter said that Beixiong was ready to retreat 15 kilometers and release 8,000 prisoners, as well as pay compensation in the amount of 40,000 liang of gold. Qin Feng Yun asked if it was definitely the prince and not the crown prince, to which Lin said that she heard everything herself, and the emperor confirmed his words. The emperor stated that Tai Kushan was the 8th son of Tai Doxing, the ruler of the Beixiong country, and he was also the current manager of the White Tiger Hall. With bewilderment, Lin suggested that the Beixiong emperor was very fond of this chicken breeding specialist. Continuing the story, the emperor said that in total Tai Doxing had 72 sons, and he killed 6 of them with his own hands for not very good reasons. Afterwards, the man asked the guys if Tai Doxing would make such concessions for the sake of some 8th son. Lin Xin was shocked by the story about the ruler of Beixiong and thought that he had reduced the number of children to 66 for the sake of luck. The guy suggested that the emperor exchange the prince in any case, to which the emperor replied that the other side had overestimated his value. The emperor was too puzzled and thought it was a trick. Lin Xin and the emperor sat down next to each other and began to ponder, not very successfully, whether it was worth agreeing to the exchange. The guy began to lose his nerves, to which the man asked him to calm down and listen to him. The emperor revealed that Beixiong had asked for the exchange to take place in the city of Yunqi, and this was the only barrier that prevented Beixiong's heavy cavalry from passing south. The man added that this city is located on lands granted to the Qin family, to which Lin Xin immediately responded. The emperor concluded that as the head of the Qin family, the guy was obliged to fulfill his duties, and his task was to avoid the enemy's conspiracy and successfully complete the matter. In the end, he stated that this was a great opportunity to prove the strength of the South, and the code name for the operation was Bright Future. Immediately after this, Lin Xin began to make excuses by saying that he did not want to interfere in state affairs, and the emperor should have found someone else. The emperor said that initially Cixin was supposed to be married to a member of the Qin family, and now only Lin is worthy to be the emperor's son-in-law. With burning eyes, he ended the story by saying that if Lin successfully completed his task, next time he would be able to call him Father Emperor. Lin Xin was indignant and said that instead of the priest, there should be a Father Emperor. The emperor agreed with the guy and replied that after returning from the mission, he would become his Father Emperor. Lin asked if he had a conscience, to which the emperor replied that he would wait for a triumphant return and that he did not need a conscience, but only Lin. Master Shu suddenly appeared and said that the palace of the demon emperor used to be located in the territory of the Beixiong country. The book encouraged the guy that perhaps he would find some kind of surprise there, and Lin answered the master that he should have spoken earlier. The emperor, with complete misunderstanding, asked the guy what exactly should have been said before, and then thought with apprehension that Lin was talking about the phrase that the emperor only needed him. Lin Xin said that he agreed to go, but he had a condition. The guy said that he himself would choose the escorts and asked how many treasures the imperial family had. After the conversation, the heroes stood at a huge golden and very expensive sign. Lin and the three girls were welcomed into the imperial treasury. Given the status of super VIP visitors, two servants let the group inside with permission to familiarize themselves with any techniques and take any medicines. At first, the guy rejoiced at the collection of secret techniques of the Tianyun state. After he saw the precious medicines, he was crazy about them, thinking that he was dreaming. The guy asked one of the servants to give him medicine to tonic the kidneys. Standing at the exit, Qin Fengyun asked the guy if he was sure that he wanted to take them with him, because the trip was extremely dangerous, and Lin assured her that they were strong and trustworthy. Lin Xin said contentedly that they had 3 days to increase their cultivation level and improve their spirit beasts, and in 3 days they would leave. With great anger, Counselor Chu Chu Baby cursed the Qin family. The man added that he would not allow them to just leave, and behind him stood the figure of an unknown girl, whom he ordered to sit in ambush and wait for the opportunity to kill Shen. He was confident that Beixiong would destroy the Qin family after learning of Shen's death. Having accepted Chu Chu Baby's order, the masked killer girl bowed her head in front of the advisor. One of the soldiers began to report to the sovereign's mentor that they had received inside information. The soldier continued to report that in 3 days, the 8th prince would be sent from the capital of Tianyun to Yunqi City. The mentor of the sovereign of the country, Beixiong, praised the soldier and said that the plan was already half completed, and then ordered the best experts to be selected, and they would go with her to Yunqi to save Shen. At that time, local traders were selling watermelons in the square of Ping'an County. Entering Fengyun County, he offered to take a break there today. The girl said that this is a place through which travel is required when traveling from the capital to Yunshan, and here they could replenish supplies. They walked further into the city and saw many watermelons, assuming that they were grown in this city. A couple of old men selling watermelons did not understand where all the other sellers around them came from. This situation confused Da Diao, and he suggested going straight to the city, but Lin wanted to buy something. The guy approached the old men, asking if the watermelons were ripe, inspecting their goods, and then the rest of the people selling watermelons suddenly took out their swords, intending to attack our hero. But the guy continued to knock on the watermelons, choosing the best one. While he was doing this, he was surrounded by a crowd of armed bandits, and as soon as he turned around to look around, they immediately returned to their previous places, pretending that nothing had happened, going about their business. As a result, Lin and the guys continued on their way, agreeing to eat watermelon as soon as they entered the city. The mercenaries watched as the boys drove off, informing their boss that they were their target. He ordered them to return and report everything, while the poor old men trembled with fear on the sidelines. Once night fell on the city, Da Diao fed Tai Quishan, throwing food into his cart. After feeding him, he went to his chambers, wanting to rest and sleep. As soon as he left, a group of spies peeked out from behind the roof of a neighboring house, wondering why the carriage with the prince was left right on the street. Suddenly, the carriage unexpectedly fell into the ground, causing the group of spies to panic, worried about the eighth prince. And they decided to go down to help the prince. When they went down, they saw people inside the pit who were trying to open the cart with the prince. This confused the spies who arrived first, and one of them irritably asked what unit they were from and what kind of mess they had created. There was no response, and swords and other weapons rained down from the pit, attacking another group of mercenaries. And at this time, the guys watched from the ram what was happening, as two warring groups fought among themselves. But our hero did not expect that two groups would come, thinking that someone would try to steal the cart. And the guy suggested just watching the fun and waiting until they finished the fight so that he could intervene later. Eating the watermelon bought from the old people, the guys continued to watch with interest the mess on the street. Suddenly, everything around blurred, became fuzzy and strange. Master Shu informed Lin that these were the tricks of the spiritual beast of darkness, and the guys should quickly run away. Lin attacked the darkness with a higher flame and ordered the guys to run away from this place. His supreme flame was swallowed up by darkness, which scared the guy, and Master Shu said that the elements of darkness specialize in spatial and mental attacks, so our hero is not yet a match. Lin Sun's head began to hurt greatly, and everything around him began to blur even more. The rest lay unconscious on the floor while Lin tried to find out who came and attacked them. A woman's legs appeared from the darkness, walking towards our hero. It was the mercenary Chu Baby, who looked menacingly at the guy asking where Tai Quishan was, who was not in the cart. Lin told her that he had locked it where no one could find him, and if the woman killed him, Shen would die of hunger. Then her spirit beast created a funnel of rays of darkness around Lin, which lifted him into the air. At this moment, the guy was thinking about where the second group was and why they weren't taking any measures. And then suddenly, Lin Xing crashed into someone's face. It was the Sovereign's mentor and the main villain of this story who came, wanting to find out from Lin where Tai Kushen was hidden. The mentor of the Sovereign of the country asked the guy where his favorite student was going. Lin Xin jumped back in fear, thinking that he would completely suffocate. The masked killer sent a blow of dark energy towards the mentor with the words, "So that you don't get in the way." Easily counterattacking, the mentor told the killer to leave. After the counterattack, the masked girl lost her balance and fell backwards. The Sovereign's mentor asked Lin Xin again, and he responded by advising him to deal with the killer before interrogation. Immediately after Lin's words, the mentor was enveloped in the dark energy, which she clearly did not expect. Having suffered slightly from the previous blow, the masked killer stood up and used maximum suction power. The mentor's clothes began to disintegrate and get sucked into the beast's technique, and the girl herself was indignant that the killer did not want to calm down. Observing from the side, Lin Xin realized that both sides were open and it was time to close the cage, after which he immediately whistled. The girl from the guard ordered not to miss anyone, to which they received an answer from her soldiers. The guard soldiers rushed into battle against the Beixiong soldiers. The Sovereign's mentor sent her serpent Blackcuss to attack the killer, but he barely touched the girl. Lin Xin jumped to the side, admiring the clean blow to the chest. The killer prepared to carry out a dangerous blow with the blade, but the mentor was also able to avoid it. The guy was again shocked by such a brilliant attack. The masked girl took her spirit beast in her hands and began petting it to perform an illusion attack. The guy continued to admire the skill of both girls, praising their skills. Suddenly, the girl in the mask was struck by a strong pain in her heart, causing her to freeze. The mentor explained that blackbite is extremely poisonous, and even a scratch on the skin can poison. The killer fell to the ground, and the teacher mocked that the girl did not even realize that she had been poisoned. A girl from the guard burst into the room, calling the guy incorrectly, to which he immediately became indignant. The mentor ordered the girl to get out and directed the attack with the snake's venom towards the girl. The snake's attack broke through the wall and hit everyone who was behind it, but the girl jumped to the side. The Sovereign's mentor jumped over the roof and took Lin with her, who screamed and asked to leave him. Finally, the guy shouted to the girls to follow the plan, and the teacher shouted at him to shut up. The girl from the guard watched as her mentor moved further and further away with Lin, and she could do nothing. Afterwards, she wished the guy to rest in peace and said that she would ask the emperor to posthumously assign him a noble title. Hearing the girl's words, Lin shouted to her that he was not going to die, which the girl clearly did not expect. Tied to a tree, Lin, in a panic, tried to prove that he did not know where her student was, but the mentor said that she did not have time and would subject him to painful torture. The girl flashed a green aura and bit the guy on the neck, showing her snake fangs. After the bite, the mentor said that she had injected the guy with a corrupting poison that would increase the aura of lust tenfold, and if he did not remove it, he would explode and die. Lin felt dizzy. He realized that this poison was stronger than Xiao Ju's, and his consciousness began to cloud. At that moment, the guy found himself in an unknown place and completely naked. His spirit beasts appeared in front of the tench and said that they would make sure that he did not suffer. And suddenly, the guy met with his beast maidens, thinking that it was all a dream. Then Master Shu appeared, explaining that this is an advanced form of cooperation between man and beast, connecting with each other through consciousness. Therefore, it turned out that the maidens were real. But unfortunately, Feng Yuqiu was not present due to the fact that she still had not concluded the contract. The book then added that because everything is real, everything done to the beast maidens will reflect on them. And the guy smiled, thinking about this information. Then, with shining eyes, he undressed and bent the beast maidens into his arms, wanting to quickly get closer to the beauties. And at this time on the battlefield, the woman watched the blushing guy. She looked at Lin questioningly, not understanding what was happening to the guy. Our hero began to breathe heavily, lost and blushing, fidgeting, tied to a tree. Suddenly, he moaned loudly, opening his mouth wide and rolling his eyes from the pleasant sensations he felt in his mind. She looked at him irritably, not understanding what was happening. Thinking that Lin was trying to pretend to be calm, the woman assumed that he was able to get rid of her corrupting poison due to his special nature, and he did not have enough dose of her poison. And then she decided to use a third of the poison, confident that it would definitely have an effect on Lin Xing. And at this time, our hero increased the level of the beast maidens, raising ZK to the 13th level, the spider to the 11th, and Nanai right up to the 14th. And the guy returned to the maidens again, continuing to move in with them, while the Emperor's mentor looked indignantly at Lin Xing, who was again able to overcome her poison. After this, the woman decided to inject him with poison again, as much as 50%, to test his endurance. Once again, the guy again experienced powerful pleasure while the woman injected him with poison. After some time, he woke up, satisfied, asking the woman for even more poison. But she stared at him exhaustedly, answering that the guy made her sick. She suddenly felt dizzy due to severe overexertion, and the woman tried to stay on her feet holding her head. At such a vulnerable moment for a woman, her rival appears behind her, with a long sword in her hands. To avoid a bad outcome for her, she summoned Blackbite. At that same second, a beast appeared from the forest nearby, hearing the call of its owner. The huge beast wrapped itself around the assassin, shackling her arms and legs so that she would lose the ability to fight. And the woman began to approach the snake, telling the killer that apparently she knew something, since she was able to catch up with her, being poisoned. She replied that she had been watching her for half a day and noticed that she could not even cope with Lin. So obviously, her skills in creating poisons were very poor. These words angered the woman, and with a terrifying expression on her face, she replied that then she would simply strangle the daring mercenary. Seeing this, Master Shu told Lin Xing that they couldn't let her die as they needed to find the Dark Guard community through her spirit beast. Because the spirit beasts at that time were the Dark Guards of the Demon Emperor, having found them, our hero will be able to unravel many secrets. And Lin ordered the woman to leave the mercenary. She turned to him, wondering if the guy had an interest in this girl, continuing to hold her by the throat. Then the guy decided to make a deal with her, promising to reveal the location of Tai Kushin, and she, in turn, would leave the girl alive. And she looked thoughtfully at the guy, releasing the girl, agreeing to his terms, and asking where he hid her student. Soon Shin said that he had transported him by air, and most likely the guy arrived in the city of Yunshan. And if she wants Shen to survive, her side must fulfill his conditions. The woman suddenly screamed at Lin. According to her, Shen might die because of the guy, and they would not be able to save the city of Yunshan. Lin Xin was surprised to hear what the woman said. Then she added that Emperor Baespina had no intention of returning Tai Tushen alive, and wanted to take the opportunity to take over Yunshan. And then Lin raised his voice, asking how he could pull this off if the city was well protected. The woman turned around and headed to save Tai Tushen before the emperor acted. Lin shouted after her that she could not rescue him alone, and they had only one way left. The woman turned to him, listening to his idea. The guy offered peace to the women, holding hands with them, pledging to go to the pit prepared by Bai Xiong together and prevent the emperor from carrying out his plan. A clear blue sky was visible above the border fortress of Yunshan City. Advisor Chu Chu Baby noticed that the team was late and assumed that something happened on the way. General Qin Wanli wanted to know from Chu why he had come to the front lines, to which the Prime Minister replied that he had come on the orders of the Emperor to supervise the exchange. The advisor said that if anyone dares to cause trouble, he will first execute him and then report him. A column appeared in the tunnel, and it was announced that the escort group had arrived. Qin Fengyun and Miao Miao were surprised that Chu Chu Baby was also present there. Having finished eating a slice of watermelon, Chu replied that this should be clear, and his servant reported that Tai Kushen was not with them. And after Chu stated that the Emperor expected the group to fail, all three girls were surprised and outraged by the Prime Minister's words. After Chu Baby added that he was sent here, that he rewarded them for their efforts and asked them to give him a sword. The advisor cut one of the watermelons and offered the girls something to eat, which they clearly did not expect and were surprised. Turning around, the advisor began to shout at the servant for misunderstanding him and bringing the wrong sword. Taking the courtier's sword, Chu Baby licked his lips and admitted that he could use his powers. Qin Wanli interrupted Chu, revealing that Tai Kushen was not lost, and the advisor was shocked. Chu Bayebi and his advisor looked at Shen dumbfounded. From shock, Chu cut himself on his sword. They continued to shout as Lin Xin and the teacher watched and discussed the Prime Minister's stupidity. Lin Xin asked the girl why the Baekxiong state was going to kill the prince, even if his white tiger hall only did, to which the girl said that Tai Daxing does not forgive failures. She explained that Shen died for him as soon as he was captured since Tai Daxing relies on ruthlessness and insensitivity. In his eyes, children were just pawns that could be thrown away at any moment. Afterwards, Lin Xin asked what Baekxiong's plan was to capture the city of Yunshan, but the girl said that the plan was secret. A voice came from behind, saying that only the guard commander of Feirong City, the border fortress of the Baekxiong kingdom, knew about this. The couple turned back, and the voice continued to say that if it had been her, she would have mixed among the 8,000 prisoners a squad ready to go to their death. It turned out that it was the girl who was the killer, and she ended the plan by saying that she would carry out a surprise attack as soon as they were inside. Lin told the girl that he and Feng Yun had already checked the identities of the people before letting them into the city to prevent such a situation, and then asked why she was following them. The girl blushed a little, but said that she never remains in debt, and since he saved her, she will help him, and then return to the mission of killing Tai Tushen. A quarrel began between the girls about the prince's life, and Lin Xin tried to calm them down. An announcement was heard from below that a messenger had arrived from the state of Baekxiong, and the guy was a little surprised by this. Qin Wanli praised Baekxiong's intelligence as they appeared immediately after the arrival of the cart, to which he received the answer that His Majesty really missed the prince and for now suggested counting the money in the carts. Afterwards, Qin asked where the prisoners were, to which he heard a request to wait about 15 minutes because there were too many of them. Chu Baby immediately ordered the gold to be counted. Since a shortage could not be allowed, the servant began to carry out the order, and the girls behind his back began to condemn him. Qin Fengyun watched what was happening with a groan and realized that this was very risky. Lin Xin urged the girls to probe the enemy since they cannot wait until they reveal all their cards, to which the ladies asked what the guy meant. Lin said seriously that they would have to go to Feirong to see what they were doing there. Afterwards, his seriousness changed to admiration and courage, which made him stand in a slightly strange position. After some time, according to the terms of the exchange, the Tianyun prisoners returned home, joyfully praising their emperor. Returning prisoners were examined, checking Tianyun's tattoos on their chests, and if there were none or it was freshly done, then these people were brought to light. Then the girl from the guard tells Qin Fengyun that someone just threw a piece of paper at her. With the help of a rebus, a secret message was depicted on it, which said to stall for time and wait for news. And the girl realized that it was from Lin. She examined the soldiers, concluding that if they were not allowed into the city before dark, there might be a mutiny, mentally pleading with Lin to hurry up. On the border of the Yuexiong State Feizhong Fortress, our hero was hiding on a rock, along with pink-haired women, complaining about the poor lighting. They observed the situation in the city and Lin assumed that things were going well. But the prince's mentor condemned him for his stupidity because the conspiracy was so easy to overlook. And the second girl said that she saw familiar faces there, but Lin did not believe her because there was nowhere to find acquaintances here. But looking closer, he saw Qing Fan and Qin Feng Qiong, who were tied up and having fun over two fires under the supervision of guards. The guys begged the guards for mercy, but they only threw wood on the fire, laughing at their stupid request. Crying, Feng Qiang offered to exchange the best lighting pearl for their lives, which surprised his friend. The guard did not believe him, answering that during his search nothing was found. Where did the guy get the pearl? Raising his leg, he spread them and said that there was one untested place. Qin was going to trick him into releasing him so he could fight, because a real man would never wait for his death. The guard started poking the guy with a stick, asking if the guy really had secret pockets, but he only replied that he would show him when he was released. Then Lin Xin suddenly jumped on the man, surprising the rest of the guards with his appearance. The mercenary Chu Baby appeared behind him, holding a sharp knife to the face of another guard. Having dealt with the guards, the girl offered to remove them before anyone noticed, and Lin scratched the back of his head in puzzlement, afraid that he might have done something wrong. He then turned to Qin Feng Qiang, calling him lucky to be saved by our hero, and then grinning confidently asked him to say thank you. But suddenly, I saw that the guy had a stick sticking out of his ass, which the guard had stabbed when our hero attacked him. Qin still bowed down to Lin, thanking him and begging him to spare him. He remembered that since he met Lin, he had been broken. His marriage had broken up, his career had collapsed, and now he had also been stabbed with a stick. They were in some warehouse so that no one would notice them, and the guy kept begging Lin Xin to let him go since he was his curse. And our hero, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, explained that he had come to scout out the situation and did not expect to meet them, asking these two how they ended up here. Kang Fan said that after the White Tiger Hall disintegrated, they went to look for shelter, but they didn't realize that Brother Shen's name didn't mean anything there. So the guys were captured and tortured. After listening to him, Shen's teacher crossed her arms and asked if they had seen anything unusual being done to the recently released prisoners. And the guy replied that today they were not allowed to eat from the same pan with the prisoners. It seemed strange to him. Then, at the same time, taking out a stick from Feng Qiang, he said that he saw how they added a strange flower to the prisoners' porridge and agreed to draw it. He drew a red spiral flower that he had never seen before on the stone floor. Seeing the drawing, the woman was horrified, clearly recognizing it, condemning the emperor's people for cruelty and desire to turn Yunshang into hell on earth. The sovereign's mentor said that on the border of the state of Beishun, there was a deadly place called the Cursed Mountain of Ghosts. The girl knew that the flowers of the underworld, unique to that place, grew on this mountain. She said that if a person tries a flower on a full moon, he will become a monster who is not afraid of anything, and there is no way to turn a person back. The mentor thought that the ruling family destroyed the flowers on the mountain of ghosts to prevent the spread of the plague, but did not know that they still had them. Lin Xin realized that he needed to return quickly to report, but they did not have flying beasts, and Qing Fan added that the journey on horses would take at least 2 hours and would be late. Then Lin calmed down and turned to the others because he had an idea. Outside Yunshan City, there was a crowd of angry prisoners who were not allowed into the city. The general asked Qin Feng Yun to make a decision, and the girl asked to wait a little longer for a signal from Lin Xing. Suddenly, the moon in the sky glowed red, and the prisoners began to turn into monsters. The soldier who was holding the barricades against the walls noticed that the prisoners were feeling bad and asked what was happening to them. No longer a man, he rushed forward, grabbed one of the soldiers by the hand and bit him. A crowd of bloodthirsty monsters rushed at the standing soldiers, mercilessly attacking them. A horde of monsters was getting closer and closer to the city walls, making eerie sounds. General Qin Wanli ordered the soldiers to raise their spears and stop the monsters. The monsters attacked the line of soldiers who were defending the city, without fear throwing themselves at the spears protruding from their shields. Despite the weapons, the soldiers still felt fear of the terrible monsters, because they understood that they were not afraid of anything and they did not feel anything. Qin Wanli pulled out his sword after the defense line was broken and ordered the soldiers to stop the monsters before they entered the city. Suddenly, a wave of fire hit the battlefield, shocking both the general and Qin Feng Yun. It turned out that it was Lin Xin riding GK, who had taken the form of a fiery phoenix. Miao Miao, Bai He, and Da Diao watched Lin's actions with amazement and delight. Qin Feng Yun was happy that Lin Xin had arrived in the city and they could protect him. Against the backdrop of flames on the battlefield, Lin declared that they would not defend the city and would leave it, which shocked the girl. She asked what he was going to tell the emperor if they left the city just like that, but the guy replied that it was not a problem. With a confident smirk on his face, Lin Xin said that they would bring him back anyway. An army of riders stood on the border of the countries, which reported to the commander that the battle for the city was over and the movements had stopped. The army commander of Feirong City, Liu Busa, raised his sword upward and called on his warriors to capture the city. The cavalry, led by Liu Busa, went to the city walls along a narrow passage between the rocks. The commander believed that there were 16,000 defenders in the city, and after the battle with the dead, about half should have remained. He understood that there were either a handful of living dead or individual surviving defenders left in the city, and with his army he would quickly win the battle. Liu Busa was already imagining in his head how he would be raised in rank, and he would receive lands and concubines. Opening the gates to the city on horseback, the commander ordered the troops to kill those who remained. Unfortunately for the man, he saw a huge number of monsters in front of him, which turned towards him as soon as he opened the gate. Liu Busa was scared to death by what he saw in front of him. With a quick and precise swing of his sword, the warrior cut off the dead man's head. One of the soldiers ran to the general, reporting that the living dead had been destroyed. Liu Busa began to insult the defenders of the city as cowards, since they fled and he had to deal with the monsters. And the soldier added that even despite the losses, the capture of the fortress was a great feat. The commander cried out loudly that the general's success was worth 10,000 bones. With his hands folded on his chest, he proudly said that behind victory there are countless sacrifices, but success will go only to him. The general shed a tear, pretending that he was ashamed of this, but he was just pretending. The warriors around began to admire and praise Liu Bu's, and in the distance a horseman's voice sounded about an urgent report. The soldier reported that the main enemy forces had attacked Feirong and the city was lost. The general immediately turned to the soldier and looked at him intimidatingly after speaking about the loss of the city. Qin Fengqiong ran forward with tears in his eyes and outstretched arms, happy to see his sister. Qin Fengyun felt sorry for her brother and said that she missed him a lot. But the girl suddenly became enraged and hit the guy, asking if he understood how many problems he had created. The blow sent him flying backwards and his head flew straight into the horse's ass. The horse immediately hit the guy with its hoof, causing him to fly back, and the sister was afraid for her brother. While bandaging the guy, the girl again began to feel sorry for him, and he continued to laugh and rejoice. Qin Fengqiong said that it did not matter if he could not marry the princess, since she would not find anyone better than him. The sister stopped her brother and with fear in her eyes began to say something. The guy immediately flew into a rage, asking if the emperor had found a new match for her, and asked who it was. The sister began to say something with even greater apprehension, trying to calm her brother down. Qin Fengqiong lit up with anger, asking his sister if it was Lin Xin again. But suddenly the guy calmed down and resigned himself, because the main thing was that he could stay with his sister and that Lin would not come into his sight. Qin Fengyun caught the moment and told her brother that she was engaged to Lin because he became the head of the Qin family, and asked her brother to behave with dignity when meeting Lin. Lin Xin provided Tai Kushan to the sovereign's mentor as they agreed, and was pleased with the capture of Feirong, but the girl was not happy with everything. She stated that she was the imperial mentor of Beixiong and could not help the enemy invade the city of her country, after which she advised him to abandon the city, and in return she would help return the lost Yun Yushan. Lin stopped the girl, saying that he did not want and could not defend the fortress, but Beixiong had killed 8,000 captives and must pay the appropriate price. A third voice burst into the conversation and called Lin's words nonsense. It was Chu Chu Baby who blamed the guy for the loss of Yunshan City and called him a criminal. The advisor stated that only the capture of the Feizhong fortress helped him make amends, but still threatened him with execution. Bai He was indignant that the man was pretending to be an important person, and it was not for him to talk about it. Chu Chu Bobby was surprised that some village woman dared to scream in front of him and ordered him to deal with her. Lin reassured Bai He and called the prime minister a man of honor who cares about the country and people, and then asked whether he would defend Feirong Fortress. Chu Chu Baby said with a smile that the city's terrain made it easy to defend and made it difficult to attack. He considered capturing the city tantamount to a sword being thrust into Beixiong, and they must defend the fortress no matter what. Lin Xin replied with the same smile that he was worried that there would be no one to defend the fortress, but after the advisor's words, he felt relieved. The guy said that he planned to later withdraw the main troops from the city and set up an ambush, and the advisor would bring guards to protect the city and they would attack the enemy from the inside, to which Chu began to give his go-ahead. But after listening to the plan to the end, Chu Chu Bobby froze in horror, realizing that he had hit it very hard. Later, one of the soldiers ran to our hero with a report. The man knelt before Jin and said that the enemy was approaching the Feizhong fortress, and very soon they would be at the walls. After listening to the soldier, Lin Xing grinned and told Qin Fengyun that the time had come, so it was time to get started. The girl got ready. Pulling back the string of her bow, she took aim at her target, and soon she released the arrow, following it with a stern look. The arrow flew rapidly, approaching the bound people. It turned out to be Choo Choo Baby and his people. The arrow cut their ropes, and the man who had been crying before looked around in surprise. Soon, he shouted to Shin and Feng Yun that he would report everything to the emperor, and for this they would be executed. And suddenly, one of his people fearfully announced that their affairs were bad, pointing to Mr. Chu somewhere in the distance. The men saw their enemies returning, their eyes wide in fear. An army was running towards them from the other side, motivated by the fact that if Feizhong was lost, they would still not be left alive. Liu Busa enthusiastically shouted to his soldiers, urging them to recapture the fortress while the enemy had not yet gained a foothold in it. And at this time, Chu's servants, reporting with such a small number, they would not be able to hold the fortress, so the master had to escape through the back gate. But he boldly stood with a sword, answering that he must meet the enemy with dignity. His people were touched by this response from their master, because he was not afraid to sacrifice his life for the sake of his country, and therefore is a role model. But it turned out that the man had already checked the back gate and it was locked, so he was forced to stay here, cursing Lin Xing. The man realized that the only thing he could do was fight, so his people valiantly fought the enemy. During the battle, he realized what it was like to fight a bloody war for the good of his country. With tears in his eyes, he thanked Lin for bringing back his long-lost passion, and as prime minister, he would not allow him to be made a laughingstock. Meanwhile, Lin was carefully observing something, and his face was full of seriousness and concentration. Miao Miao stood next to him, nervously looking at the guy, wanting to know something, but he didn't let her tell her, asking her to wait. The guys all sat together near the fire, waiting for our hero to cook the beef, watching the process. While the guys were serenely preparing food, the prime minister continued to hold the line, worrying why the soldiers in ambush did not come to the rescue. Suddenly, the sound of a bugle sounded loudly, attracting the soldiers' attention. Liu Busa, hearing a strange sound, looked around and noticed enemies on the top of the mountain. Our hero stood at the top with a full belly, giving the order to launch an attack on the soldiers crowded at the walls of the fortress. And his entire army rushed to attack the enemies, racing on their gallant horses down to the fortress. Lin Xing and the other masters stood on the top of the mountain, preparing to also go on the attack in order to quickly defeat the enemy. And Da Diao wanted to show the strength of his improved spiritual beasts. The general of the enemy army ordered everyone to retreat, and while running away from Lin's army, they suddenly noticed that the light of the sun was disappearing. He looked up, puzzled, trying to understand what had happened. The man watched as the sun almost disappeared behind something huge, horrified by what he saw. A proud and pleased Da Diao appeared, riding on his spirit beast Ah Biao. The beast scattered enemy soldiers left and right with its attacks. Then Miao Miao and her spiritual beast Xiao Wu appeared. Behind her, Xuan Niao, by his spiritual beast, was also added. The attacks of the animals flew at the enemies from all sides, leaving them with no choice but to run and save their lives. Liu Busa urged his army to leave at any cost, since they had no chance against high-ranking spirit beasts. Suddenly, two huge silhouettes appeared in front of the general, shrouded in supreme mystical flames. Qin Fengyun addressed the general, saying that today she would avenge her father's death. She said that the prime minister was just bait to lure them into an ambush, and it would be disrespectful to leave anyone out. Liu Busa was horrified that two people possessed the supreme mystical flame at once. Before they could utter a thought, Lin Xin and Qin Fengyun attacked the general and his troops with all their might. Shen and the sovereign's mentor watched the explosions after the impact, and the former regretted that they had lost the fortress that they had been building for 30 years. The girl said that Lin Xin was to blame for everything and admitted that he should be feared. The prince declared that Lin was a complete bastard and wondered what he would do when he recovered. Without finishing his thought, a blow from the girl landed on the back of Tai Kushen's head, stopping the guy. The sovereign's mentor besieged the guy, saying that the only reason for his salvation was the fact of his relationship with her sister, and that he needed to accumulate strength before chatting whatever he wanted. The girl stated that from today she will lead the White Tiger Hall and will return the hall to its peak within 6 months. Tai Kushen pointed his finger towards the Feirong fortress and asked if they would allow the Tianyun state to put a sword to their neck. The girl advised the couple not to worry and said that in less than 10 days an incredible force would force them to give up the city. The warriors on the battlefield rejoiced and began to celebrate their victory. Chu Chu Ba Bi and his minions huddled in the corner behind the wall, Wishing they had suffered greatly, the killer girl approached the advisor and apologized that she could not complete her task. Chu began to blame the girl for not being able to kill the prince and not coming to protect him when he was in mortal danger. The girls were very upset by the words of the advisor and lowered their eyes downwards. She said that she followed the plan and stayed with Lin Xin and helped him prepare the spice base from the roast. After the girl's words, the prime minister began to insult and blame the girl, and then said that he would execute her. After swinging the sword, the girl closed her eyes and accepted her fate. But Lin stopped the blow and advised the prime minister to calm down. The guy asked if Chu could pardon her, but he replied that it had nothing to do with him and told him to get lost. Looking at the girl, Lin stated that he liked her and asked if Chu could give her to him. A logical chain began in the girl's head, where she thought that Lin loved her and wanted to marry her. She began to feel very shy and assumed that the guy wanted children from her. Chu Chubei became furious and began to resent that she was his servant, and he did not understand why he had to give her away. Lin Xin calmly and confidently stated that he would tell the emperor how the advisor played an important role in the capture of Feirong Fortress. Instantly, the premier's face changed to a joyful one, and he agreed to give the girl to Lin as a concubine. Outside the walls, the prime minister rode in a carriage and bid farewell to the heroes, wishing them good luck. Qin Fengyun asked the guy why he allowed the advisor to keep the credit for himself, but Lin said that the emperor was not stupid. The girl from the guard added that yesterday she sent a message to the palace, and now the emperor knew all the circumstances, and Lin Xin praised her for it. At the same moment, silence reigned in the imperial palace and pigeons flew around. Long Sixing tried on the clothes that her mother had chosen and consulted with her father whether Lin Xin would like the outfits. The tired emperor, with his eyes almost closed, did not stop praising the girl's outfits. While one of the servants was giving the emperor a massage, he complained that the message from the front was late and suspected that something had happened. Long was indignant that her father still did not trust Lin Xin and assured that nothing would happen while he was participating. And at that time, a servant arrived and notified that a carrier pigeon had arrived. The servant continued to massage the emperor, and he admitted that the dove was sent from the front only in emergency situations, but still ordered the message to be read. The servant read out a letter in which it was written that the exchange turned out to be a trick. All 8,000 prisoners were poisoned, but the money was delivered in full. After hearing this, the emperor stood up and was surprised by the information from the message. But the emperor's surprise was interrupted by the masseuse, who crunched the emperor's back hard. The servant continued to report that at night the enemy attacked Yunshan, but Lin Xin set up an ambush after which the enemy lost 20,000 soldiers, including General Liu Bus. The servant repeated the movement again, from which the emperor received incredible relief. The speaker ended with Lin Xin's troops moving north and capturing Feirong Fortress. Long Sixing began to admire her lover with amazement and delight. At that time, inside Feirong City, Lin Xin was walking around the streets whistling a tune. Miao Miao invited the guy to eat, but he refused, explaining that he wanted to sleep in the house. The girl went about her business, and Lin continued to head towards the house. Having gone inside, the guy abruptly and with a loud bang closed the door behind him. Lin closed the window with a curtain. Master Shu appeared and wanted to immediately conclude a contract with UQ, but the guy urged him not to rush. Putting the book on the table, Lin Xin began to open it with the desire to release UQ. Having opened the book, a bright light illuminated the room, and then something crashed right into the guy's face. On the street, Da Diao was having lunch with the girls, and they were all surprised by an incomprehensible noise. UQ appeared and asked why the guy called her because she had not woken up yet. The guy was surprised at the size of the girl because she had been released not long ago. She suggested that this could be due to the advantages nearby. And Master Shu explained that in a crowded place, the accumulated energy is prohibitive. The book asked Lin Xin if he would allow the girl to release all her energy. The guy was frightened by the proposal, thinking that she could raise the fortress to the ground, and generally did not understand what to do because he could not approach her. The master urged the guy to calm down and think about the problem from a different angle. The book became a thinker's pose with glasses on his eyes, trying to rethink the problem. The guy realized what to do if he couldn't approach the girl from the front. While Lin was half naked in the room, someone knocked on the door and the guy asked who it was. From behind the door, they said that the prime minister had left the guy a gift before leaving, and Lin did not understand what was happening. Two people left a gift in front of the door, said goodbye, and began to run away. Lin wondered what was inside if the box was so big, and he immediately began to open it. Inside the box was a killer girl, but she was no longer hiding behind a mask. and there was also a chest of gold. Lin Xin was surprised that it was An Xian and was very happy to see her. The girl explained with great embarrassment that he had saved her so many times and even gave up fame to protect her. An Xian bowed her head in front of the guy and said that she wanted to present herself. But the heroes were interrupted by the voice of the girls who wanted to give the guy some food. He immediately realized that if the girls saw them, they would be finished. Lin Xin rushed at the girl and pressed her to him, which made her scared and even more embarrassed. The guy immediately dragged An Xian into the house, clinging to the red ribbon on the floor. Bai He and Miao Miao were standing at the door. They noticed that the same ribbon was sticking out from under the door and did not understand what it was. The girls from the street called the guy to come out, but he asked to leave the food under the door since he was not dressed, and An Xian ended up riding the guy. Both girls were inflamed with the desire to hand over the food personally since he said that he was naked. Hearing their words, Lin Xin got scared and shouted that it was better not to do this. Suddenly, the girls fell under the influence of an unknown force and immediately calmed down. It turned out to be the spirit beast An Xian who was using his abilities. The guy asked what the girl had done, and she said that she had delayed them for a while and that nothing would come of it, and she also didn't want anyone to interfere with her for the first time. Lin Xin began to feel very worried and wanted to stop and calm down. Master Shu did not see that the guy's charm could not be stopped and advised her to hurry up or find out about the origin of her spiritual beast. Lin Xin and An Xian got up from the floor, and the guy immediately began asking where the girl found Miao Mao. The girl said that she got it from her father because in her clan, everyone had a spiritual beast of darkness. The guy was very interested in the girl's words and began asking about her clan. An Xian said with sadness and fear that 10 years ago her clan was attacked and no one survived except her. Lin was horrified by the girl's words and asked if she knew who it was. With anger on her face, the girl replied that it was a sect that considered them heretics, and this righteous sect was called the Heavenly Tao Union. The guy was surprised by the information that there were cultivator sects that he didn't even know about. Lin wondered why they decided to exterminate the Dark Clan and whether they could have been involved in the destruction of the demon country. Words came from the street that the Qingyun sect and the Beiming Mountains had arrived, and they were asking the commander of the troops in the fortress to come out and meet. The girl immediately said that the Qingyu sect is also a member of the Heavenly Tao Union. She added that they were also the defenders of Beixiong and probably arrived to help in the battle against them. And the guy praised the ruler of the country because he was very cunning. Qin Fengyun said that in the old days, the Qingyun sect made an agreement with the ruling family of Beixiong that the sect would not participate in the external wars of the state. The girl added that when the country was under attack, they had to intervene, and she did not think that after so many years the sect still respected the agreement. Seeing a young girl floating in the air wearing a blue cape, they thought that she wanted to drive them away on her own. Lin and Anne appeared on the wall. The girl said that they want to negotiate peacefully, but if we do not agree, then many sectarians will kill them. The girl from the sect confirmed Lin Xin's words, saying that she was here to prevent anyone from slandering the Qingyun sect. Lin said with a smile on his face that it was just a retreat and that, of course, they could leave. The girl in the blue cape began to tell how they planned to take back the city, but then stopped when she heard Lin's words. She was clearly confused that Lin did not follow the usual script. The man began to praise the emperor for forcing the Qingyun sect to take action. Wu Neng watched from the mountain and praised the emperor's plan, which would cause both sides to suffer. The man watched as the girl from the sect approached Lin and waited for the battle to begin. They hugged, which shocked the head of the palace guard. Lin began to complain to the girl that the Beixiong emperor was not human and he was very offended. The cultist asked to let her go, and Lin was surprised that this girl's muscles were so well developed. She jumped away from Lin Xin and still accused him that they were the ones who captured Feirong Fortress. Lin Xin, with tears in his eyes, handed the girl an envelope and invited her to see for herself what the Beixiong emperor was offering. The girl read the letter and asked what the problem was, because the emperor was ready to pay such a price to save his son. With a cold look, Lin Xin said that there was still a problem. Wiping tears from his face, he said that all the prisoners were fed the flower of the underworld, and they turned into the living dead. The girl was immediately indignant because she thought that these flowers had been destroyed. Pointing to Da Jiao and the girls, Lin called them family members of the captives who had to watch their loved ones die. He called the girl to look at their suffering, and they began to cry and complain about what happened. The girl felt sorry for Lin, and he said that they were not interested in the city, and if they achieved the fulfillment of the conditions, they would immediately leave the city. The cultist thought for a moment and asked what conditions Lin was talking about. Lin Xin said that they want 10 liang for each dead person, and after payment they will immediately leave the city. The girl said that it was necessary to wait until she conveyed the information to the emperor, and Lin agreed with this. The emperor was furious because he knew that those 40,000 liang of gold were a bait, and then he completely broke the table when he heard that they wanted another 80,000 liang. The Baixiang emperor called the sect's cultivators idiots and ordered troops to begin capturing the fortress. Wu Neng called upon his troops to go on the attack to bring the city back under Baixiang's control. There were posters calling for peace on the wall of the fortress, and the troops took them for weakness and believed that they were afraid. The cultist and Lin appeared from behind the wall. They asked if the troops had come to pay compensation. Nan was furious that the sect man was still there. The girl explained that Lin Xin invited her to discuss the peace treaty and then asked if they had brought money. The head of the palace guards cursed Lin Xin for using the sect as protection. He decided that one person from the sect was not scary, and the army could deal with him, and then they would shift the blame to Tan Yun. Wu Neng ordered the soldiers to follow him, and the entire army went on the attack. Sect elder Qing Yunzi was surprised that there were many troops there. Wu Nan was shocked that the elder and the 13 swords of Qing Yun stood guarding the fortress. The Qing urged the troops to value peace and stop fighting and killing, and Lin supported his words. Lin suggested returning inside the city and continuing to talk. While talking about Sun Wukong, Lin Xin invited the elder to stay for a few more days to tell everything. The girl from the sect asked the head of the palace guard what he was going to do, calling everyone to follow him. Wu Neng replied that he was going to call everyone back to bring the gold. The Baixiang emperor was eating in the palace, but was interrupted by a messenger with a message from the front line. He addressed the messenger horribly if they had recaptured Feirong so quickly. The soldier was very scared, but reported that, unfortunately, the Qingyun sect demanded a peaceful resolution of the conflict without an attack on the city. Without allowing the soldier to finish everything, the emperor ordered the collection of money. One of the soldiers reported to Wu Neng that the gold had been brought, and he was very happy about it. He brought the carts to the walls and asked to leave the fortress, since Lin had received his compensation, and the guy himself said that they were already packing their things. Wu Nan was surprised that the emperor decided to pay the gold, and the soldier said that it was money from the house of the head of the palace guard. The head of the guard immediately realized the vileness of the act and fell into a stupor. The soldier also said that there was no point in returning to the city because he would immediately be sent to hard labor. Da Zhou rejoiced at the pile of carts with gold and glorified Lin Xin, while the guy himself calmly watched what was happening from the wall. The sect elder believed that Lin was a selfless person, but contrary to his expectations, the guy was also addicted to the smell of money. The guy replied that he had heard the elder's words and would try doubly to reach his level. Qing Yunzi reassured the guy by saying that he would definitely catch up with him if he didn't rush. Lin Xin said that as a token of gratitude, he wanted to donate half of the gold he received to them. At the same moment, the elder lit up with joy and understanding of how much money he would receive. Lin asked what would happen to Qing, but he said that he was not interested in this, but it was stupid to refuse him. Qing Yunzi wished Lin Xin a good journey, and the girl from the sect asked if the elder was offended by the money. The elder was indignant at the girl's words, and she immediately began to apologize. The man shed a tear and said that friendship is more valuable than gold. Qin Fengyun asked the guy why he decided to give half of the gold to the sect, to which the guy said that such acquaintances would definitely come in handy. The girl agreed that 40,000 liang of gold for the fortress was still a great deal, and thought that in any case she would support Lin. Anxian intervened in the conversation and asked if the guy was interested in spiritual beasts of darkness. He replied that he was, and asked why she asked. The girl said that despite the death of the clan, she could lead him to the place where all the spiritual beasts of her tribe came from, because it was very close to them. Master Shu told the guy that they could find the remnants of the demonic state there, and the guy himself agreed and asked to take him there. At the emperor's camp residence not far from the capital, there were the emperor himself, the empress, and Long Sisin. Qin Fengyun did not understand what was happening, and the girl from the guard explained that upon her return, a wedding was supposed to be arranged, but someone did not have the patience. The emperor greeted the group on their triumphant return. The man insisted that they must now quickly hold the wedding and quickly send the newlyweds to the newlyweds' room. The empress asked where Lin Xin was, to which Qin Fengyun replied that the guy separated from them, saying that he had business. Long immediately thought that the guy had run away from her and became very angry, but Qin began to calm her down. The emperor asked if he had gone alone, but the girl said that he had gone with his new maid. What she heard made the princess even angrier, but Qin again began to bring her to calm. The sky was covered with dark and thick clouds, but Lin interrupted the atmosphere with his sneeze. Xian led Lin to a narrow gorge and said that they were almost there, but the guy sensed something was wrong. The girl brought the guy and told him that this was a sacred place for her clan. Before them opened a view of a bunch of huge trees, shrouded in a strange fog. This place was called the Immortal Forest and caused only fear. Xian said that the forest is located on the border of 3 countries and is an uninhabited land where outsiders usually do not enter. Lin Xin listened to the girl carefully, trying to remember every word. Suddenly, a shockwave came from behind the trees, which scared the horses, and Lin said that today was not an ordinary day. The girl asked if it was related to someone from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, but Lin only suggested they go take a look. They left their horses and quickly went in search, discussing the possible goals of their new enemies. The animals calmly remained eating grass, but the ground around them began to shake. Suddenly, a huge gorilla landed in front of the horses. It was Long Sixing, riding a gorilla, and it intended to beat up Anne and Lin as soon as it found them. The couple was moving in tall and thick grass, and right ahead they heard someone's voice. Coming closer, they saw how strange tentacles grabbed the stranger. The tentacles grabbed the girl in the blue dress by the legs, and she tried to get out. Lin Xin learned that it was Qing Lianzi from the sect, but he decided to just watch what was happening. The guy thought about it, and then began to regret that he had not guessed right away. The tentacles grabbed the girl, enveloping her entire body, and she began to get angry at the situation. The girl was observed by adherents from the Xuanqing sect, who began to insult the girl and discuss her. Khan replied that the Immortal Forest was jointly managed by the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, but stated that they were the ones who hid the spirit beast in the swamp. One of the sectarians saw the amulet around her neck and said that she had stolen their created beast. The girl continued to try to get out, but she understood that things were bad. Lin didn't understand what they were talking about, but An Xian said that there had long been rumors that the alliance between the Tao of Heaven and demons was colluding, and that they were using magic to create spiritual beasts. Master Fu began to explain that a spirit beast is a partner that helps in cultivation. Book continued, calling the created beast a pure weapon without emotions, and was surprised that there were sects in the alliance that did such evil deeds. After hearing this, Lin Xin began to understand what was happening. The guy told An Xian to get ready to save the girl. The cultist guy began to threaten Qing Lianzi for seeing something she shouldn't have. He called the beast and encouraged it to enjoy its dinner, and a huge creature began to appear from under the water. The Swamp Emperor came out with a huge number of sharp teeth in his mouth, and the girl began to panic very much. Suddenly, one of the tentacles cuts through the sword that Lin threw. Immediately after this, Anne grabs Qing Lianzi and carries her aside. The sectarians were angry that the girl survived and wanted to catch her and her accomplices. But the guys began to notice that the water had risen, and they thought that the tide had begun. One of the bottom denied the tide because it was a swamp, but they did not understand why the water rose then. Yu was facing the water and said that she was ready. Lin Xin asked her to use enough at one time, but that she leave the energy at level D, and the girl only accepted the guy's order. Then a group of guys noticed our hero intending to grab them. The swamp beast raises its tentacle, attacking Lin Xin and Yu. Noticing the beast, Jin orders the maiden to activate her lightning power using her chest. A second later, the beast and the others were enveloped in green lightning, completely piercing its body through the water. A moment later, the Swamp Emperor, along with the sectarians, lay burnt in the swamp, glistening with lightning. Yi Yukio smiled contentedly, saying that she finally felt more comfortable. Having dealt with the scoundrels, Lin talked with An Xian, who was holding Qing Lianzi's body, planning to pull the girl out of this place. Suddenly, strange voices were heard from the bushes, and Lin tensed, thinking that there was no one else here. Those who came were also from the sect, noticing Brother Dio King's defeated group. Our heroes managed to hide in the bushes behind the swamp, watching as those who came pulled the victims out of the swamp, planning to report to the elders and cordon off the perimeter of the forest. And our hero calmed the girl down, suggesting that if they didn't make any noise, the group would quickly leave. Suddenly, Xiaoguai appeared behind them, holding signs in her paws that said that it was she who was asking for mercy. The guy looked at the monkey in surprise, asking why she was here. And then Xiao showed other signs, where it was written that she came with the princess in search of Lin. But since the forest was large, they decided to split up. The guy was surprised that the princess was also here, and he hoped that this was not true because she was not so stupid. But then someone's voice was heard calling the arriving members of this sect. In front of them stood Princess Long Sixing, who was trying to find out if they had seen a handsome young guy there. Hearing her, Lin began waving his hands in his hiding place, signaling for her to stop questioning. But she didn't understand anything and began to call Lin Xing, revealing his location. And the men suggested that the girl could not be a killer, so this was the work of our hero. Lin cursed at the princess's actions, and calling on Xian with him, ran to the attack, leaving Qing Lianzi to Xiao Guai. Yishen, with fire in her eyes, promised today to avenge the dead members of the Dark Clan, summoning her beast. The men from the sect, noticing that the girl was from a dark clan, could not leave her alive and allow her to escape. Suddenly, black holes appeared under the feet of the boys and the princess, leaving everyone in confusion. The princess suddenly fell into a hole, and the sectarians assumed that it was the magic of darkness, watching in fear what was happening. As a result, the guys fell somewhere underground, crashing from a height onto the stone floor. The girls fell on top of Lin Xin, causing him to crouch as he tried to stand up. But suddenly, something caught his attention. A black silhouette stood at the top of the mountain, asking who dared to invade his domain. An old man with long hair appeared in front of the heroes, and Xian thought that it was the eternal ruler. Lin asked the girl if she knew him, but he only began to talk about the legend of her people. The legend said that deep in the immortal forest lived an eternal lord. He was the king of the spirit beasts and guarded this place. The lord realized that the girl was from a dark clan, and with her was a spiritual beast that came out of his territory. The girl greeted the eternal ruler, and he asked where the members of her clan had gone. Anshan said that she was a gray-haired member of the Dark Clan and asked the elder to provide the strongest spiritual beast to take revenge. The Lord listened to her and refused to help, as he had not even avenged the demon emperor. Master Fu appeared and realized that a familiar person was standing in front of him. This was the commander of the personal guard of the demon emperor of the past era named Ling Tianhua. He said that Lin was one of the strongest fighters under the command of the demon emperor. The book said that while he had the moon-washing sword in his hands, he had no equal in the world, and the demonic capital fell simply because the Lord left to lead an expedition against monsters. The master, laughing, said that when he looks at him, the phrase comes to his mind that our generation rules the world. And Lin said that the phrase comes to him, how beautiful the sunset of life is. Suddenly, Ling Tianhua raised his gaze and hailed Lin Xin as his emperor. Master Fu was glad that the man recognized Lin, but he thought that the man was mentally ill. Lin gritted his teeth and apologized for being late. He continued to apologize and promised to take revenge for his family. Lin held his head and laughed terribly, threatening to chop them into pieces. Long Sixing was frightened by the sight of the Lord and wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible, and Lin completely agreed with her. With his hands on his face but leaving his eyes open, Ling Tianhui asked who was standing in front of him. Hiding behind the gorilla, Lin called on the others to step back. The Lord thought that there were murderers in front of him and began to call upon the corpses of soldiers to protect the emperor. Living skeletons in armor began to emerge from the portals. Long Sixing ordered Zhao Guai to protect the emperor's son-in-law, and he began to attack the skeletons. Lin clarified why she called him son-in-law, and the princess replied that her father managed to get them engaged. The girl became angry, having no desire to become a widow in her youth, and the guy did not understand what she meant when she said that he was engaged to her. Taking out a knife and falling into a rage, Lun threatened Lin that she would cut something off him if he slept with other women. Zhao continued to attack the skeletons, but his blows were simply useless and the dead continued to advance. A crowd of skeletons surrounded the gorilla, and he began to stomp on them, begging for help. Lin Xin called Jika and Nanai to help the gorilla. The guy ordered Nanai to freeze Zhao first, so that he would not get hurt again, and GK had to stop the corpse soldiers with fire. Master Fu stated that only the element of thunder can cope with the dark element. The book told Lin to hurry up to make a contract with Yu Chu, but the guy said that there was no time or situation right now. The master did not listen to Lin, saying that he would arrange a themed room with a large bed and absorb the guy. Lin Xin found himself in a place with butterflies and hearts flying inside. He realized that he was in Yu Chu's bedroom, and she asked if this size suited him. Then the girls noticed that Lin Xin had disappeared somewhere, disappearing in an instant. And at this time, Master Shu, with our hero inside, endured his sudden movements inside himself, worrying that he would tear his cover. The princess and Anxian could not see the book, but they felt that something shameful was happening nearby. Then black sharp things burst out of the ground, looking like the tentacles of an unknown creature. These tentacles wrapped around the bodies of the frightened beast maidens, lifting their bodies into the air. They were captured by the distraught Ling Tianhua, accusing them of daring to riot in front of him, and the frightened maidens tried to bring him back to consciousness. Zixing and Enxian hurried to their aid, but a crater began to form in the floor in front of them. The girls began to fall down, screaming in fear and surprise. But suddenly someone's hands catch them in time, preventing the girls from falling down. Their savior, of course, turned out to be Lin Xing, and the joyful girls smiled at their savior. The book breathed a sigh of relief after Lin Xin finally left her, and the guy replied that due to the urgency of the situation, he had to hurry up. And after that, he asked Yu Q to get ready to work, with a grin on his face. The maiden, standing on trembling legs, obeyed the emperor, preparing for his orders. Lin pushed the girls back away from the pit and the battlefield so as not to harm them. Having done this, his hands sparkled with lightning, and the guy was ready for battle. He shouted that there would be a charge and went to help his beast maidens with lightning in his hands. And at this time, the maddened ruler of the forest shouted that they had exterminated his people and destroyed the empire. Many black tentacles grew around him. Noticing her emperor, Ziki asked him to be careful, saying that these black vines were strange, and Na Nai reported that they had run out of all their strength. And our hero rushed into the very heart of these vines, turning lightning into sharp daggers. He began to chop them down, preventing them from getting closer to him and growing even larger. The princess looked at him with admiration, thinking that he was worthy of the title of the emperor's son-in-law betrothed to her, being very strong and robust. But the book watched a little worriedly because Lin still couldn't create lightning using the deafening thunder technique, and fortunately he made a contract with UQ in time. And now our hero could summon energy using the human spirit-beast connection mode, using UQ as a portable battery. He rushed at great speed towards his maidens, cutting black vines on his way. Approaching the old man, he swung a huge thunder fist at him, but he shouted to Lin that he could not get closer, opening a crater in front of him. The old man opened the gates leading straight to hell in front of him, but our hero did not stop in front of him. Throwing her hand into the gate, she disappeared into the darkness, and the madman watched this, laughing at the guy. But while in the darkness, his fist continued to sparkle with yellow lightning. A moment later, there was an explosion, and the gate leading to hell cracked from the blow of our hero. Without stopping his fist, Lin Xing struck Ling Tianhua straight into his face, and the old man felt a familiar feeling. Ling Tianhui angrily released his tentacles and threatened to use his deadly technique on him. Raising his sword upward and emitting thunderbolts, Lin Xin decided to send the old man on his last journey. The Lord noticed that the guy fought well and asked his name, even considering that he didn't like him. But the old man liked to make friends. Lin noticed that the Lord was quite flexible, and the old man himself did not remember anything. Master Fu advised Lin to convince the old man that the guy was the reincarnation of the demon emperor and reminded him that he had a nickname that only the two of them knew. Lin approached the Lord, put his hand on his shoulder, and thanked him for working hard and calling him the Black Imp. Ling Tianhe immediately burst into tears and asked how he knew about the nickname, beginning to believe that the guy was the emperor. Smiling and closing his eyes, Lin Xin confirmed that it was him and that he had returned. Delighted by what he heard, Lin began to cry even harder and rushed to hug Lin. But the guy said that he did not want to reveal his identity and asked to keep it secret, to which the elder agreed. Long Sisson was furious and ordered the old man to remove his hands because it was her man. The bishop began to talk about how, when he learned about the attack, he hurried to bring troops to the capital, but, unfortunately, did not have time. He said that for many years he suffered from feelings of guilt and hoped for a chance to atone for his sins, but now he was glad that heaven had sent the guy back to him. Out of joy, Lin did not stop crying and blew his nose into a rag. Afterwards, the old man suggested that Lin wipe his face again with the same rag, but the guy objected. Anxian wondered why the Lord treated Lin so well, while Long only admired her man's latest victory. Lin Xin began to ask Ling Tianhui how he became the eternal sovereign and how he brought all the spirit beasts of darkness. The Lord said that after the fall of the demonic capital, the allied forces destroyed the demon race, and in order to save the last representatives of the bloodline of darkness, he hid them in this place. He cooperated with the human tribe in exchange for supplies. They traded materials for darkness, spirit beasts. Also, one of the conditions was that they had to keep this place a secret, but recently strangers came here and for some reason began to capture spirit beasts. Unfortunately, the ruler has become one with the core of the forest and cannot leave there. Lin Xin asked how many darkness beasts were under his command and how strong they were. The Lord replied that 32 with more than 15 stars, 7 with more than 18, and quite a few with fewer stars, but he ordered them to hide. Lin realized that this is an important power and it cannot be revealed ahead of time, so he said that they should continue to hide. The guy began to think about how he could cope with the people of the Xuanqing sect so that they would not find the animals. Suddenly, Lin Xin looked at Long and Anne, who were standing nearby and watching what was happening. Both girls began to feel embarrassed because the guy started looking at them. With a dangerous smile, Lin turned to the old man so that he would listen carefully to his plan. The Lord immediately began to listen to the guy and at the same time imagined how the demon race would be reborn. Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake, causing all the heroes to get scared. 4 sharp claws pierced the ceiling as if it were butter. A hole appeared in the ceiling, from which 2 red eyes and claws could be seen, and the old man realized that they had been discovered. A crowd of sectarians led by a gray-haired man stood above, and he called on the others to go on the attack. And then, far from the guys, an iron beast appeared, looking at them menacingly. It was a huge and ferocious created beast. It looked at the guys with red glowing eyes and had steel armor. Suddenly, they heard someone coming down towards them, and Lin Xing asked the old man to help pull them back to the surface. Ling Tianhua agreed to help them by creating a black funnel, answering that he himself would deal with the bastards pursuing them. But the guy told him to hide as soon as he sent them upstairs, because he should not face those scoundrels alone, but rather let him gather strength and wait for his call. Touched by Lin's words, the elder began to cry, answering that he was obeying the will of the emperor. Then the princess pointed to the created beast, telling Lin that he had heard their plan, but the guy replied that there was nothing wrong with it. And he added that this beast cannot speak, and he smiled awkwardly. A second later, they were standing in the middle of the pit, and then the old man threw some kind of weapon to Lin. Taking it in his hands, Lin looks with admiration at the blade presented by the old man. The weapon that emitted blue fire was a moon bathing blade with a seal on the hilt, and Lin Tianhuan bowed to the guy, saying that he was returning this blade that Jin had once given to him, returning it to its rightful owner. The guys began to disappear, heading back to the surface. The old man also disappeared behind them, following the orders of his emperor, hiding from the approaching enemies. And a few minutes later, a group of armed men descended on this place. They approached the beast, asking where our heroes were, and he pointed to a boulder, which did not suit the men. The beast was beaten because he could not find the violators, and was brought to a place where there was no one. Suddenly, they bowed down to the man descending, calling him Elder Sunzi. He calmly told his men that it was no big deal that the intruders had fled, because he knew where they were going, then ordered them to gather their men and follow him. Meanwhile, Qing Lianzi lay unconscious, on top of soft wool. The guys sat astride Xiao Guai, who can shrink and grow in size, and quickly carried the guys out of this place. The girl woke up, wondering why she was with the guys, but Lin Xin himself did not know the answer to the question, and why she ended up in the immortal face. Then, smiling, he added that it was probably fate that brought them together. After their conversation, Qian An reported that they were near the Qinzhou border region of Beixiong and suggested going there to replenish supplies and then send the girl back to the Qingyun sect. Lin agreed, but the princess said that in their situation it would be very dangerous to enter there. But the guy reassured her, answering that he would find a way. Their desire to help Qing Lianzi surprised the girl, and she asked why they were willing to risk their lives to bring her back to the sect. And our hero replied that he admired her courage, her willingness to risk her life to expose the atrocities of the Xuanqing sect. And in order for her to convey information, he was ready to lay down his life. The girl was very touched by his answer, holding back tears. Afterwards, the guy handed her clothes, saying that they needed to change before entering the city. He explained that they needed to hide their identities in order to hide from the sect, and the Beixiong guards would not recognize them. Therefore, Lin suggested that the girls change into men's clothes, and he and Qing Lianzi, considering her a guy, suggested changing into women's clothes. They then asked Xiao Guai to stop and find a place to change clothes. Blushing, Qing Lianzi took the clothes from Xin's hands, embarrassed to wear women's clothes. After a while, the heroes finished changing clothes in a secluded place. And Xian and Long Sixing looked like valiant men after changing their clothes. A painted Lin Xin appeared from behind a tree and complained that these apples were too big and didn't hold up well. Long Sixing pressed Lin to a tree and called him home, inviting him to take a walk in the forest, but he only asked where the girl's breasts had gone. The girl reminded Lin that there is such a thing as a corset and invited him to touch it. The guy started to get nervous and tried to change the topic by asking if Qing Lianji had changed her clothes. The silhouette of a girl appeared from behind the tree, and Lin was surprised why the guys should change clothes separately, because he could help put in the apples. Lin Xin and Long Sixing were shocked by what they saw. Qing Lianji stood in front of the other guys in an incredibly beautiful outfit and asked how she looked. The girls noticed her shape, temperament, and manners, saying that she really looked like a girl. Long gave Qing an example to Lin so that he could see what kind of breasts are natural. The guy turned around and immediately began to leave, saying that they needed to hurry up to get to the city before dark. The guy himself was very excited that he liked Qing Lianji's outfit too much, because he was sure that she was a man. On the border of the Beixiong country in the city of Qinzhou, people were walking along the streets and calm reigned. The guys were very pleased that they were able to eat normally and asked for 4 rooms upstairs. The innkeeper said that there were only 2 rooms left. Long offered to share them, but Lin Xin refused. He said that the guys would stay in one room and the girls would be in another, and put his arm around Qing's neck. Long Sixing was angry that Lin wanted to be alone with him and that he no longer needed the girl. The girl continued to burn with anger, and Lin pulled Qing by the hand towards the room. Lying on the sofa, Lin complained that the dress was very uncomfortable and suggested that Qing also undress. Thinking that she had better sneak out of there, Qing Lianji said that she would go for a walk. Suddenly, Long Sixing's hand flew into the door from the other side and she shouted to the guy. Qing was thrown to the floor by the door, and Long demanded an explanation for Lin's behavior. People behind their backs began to discuss and condemn what was happening. Lin closed the door and dragged the girl into the room, asking her not to scream so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Lin Xin said that he was not attracted to Qing, and Long said that she saw the exact opposite. While the guys continued to argue, Qing wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Lun pulled back Qing Lianji's dress to show that there were just apples behind it. To protect the girl's honor, a censorship-type spiritual beast, a 2-headed pink-nosed big polar bear, appeared. Long Sixing and Lin Xin were almost horrified by what they saw, asking what they saw on Qing's chest. Sitting on her knees in front of the guys, Qing Lianzi admitted that she was the daughter of the head of the Qingyun sect, Qing Erqiu, and to hide her identity, she joined the sect disguised as a man. Cixin then asked why the girl would hide her identity while treating Lin Xing's beaten face. Qing told them that she didn't like that some people were starting to realize that she had an extraordinary status, so the girl had a desire to express herself more. That's why she was separated by her mentor and went alone to the immortal forest. She wants to bring evidence of the sect's atrocities and prove her strength to everyone. Suddenly, something caught Lin Xing's attention. Sounds came from outside, making our heroes wary. Meanwhile, outside, a sharp sword was pointed at Xian An's throat, threatening to kill her if she moved. The people from the sect ordered the girl to call the others and bring Lin Xing first, and they set up an ambush outside near the door to Lin Xin's room, waiting for the guy to appear. Suddenly, unexpectedly, 2 hands appeared from the wall behind Xian An, piercing right through her. They grabbed the girl, dragging her back into the room. The man in front of her swung his sword, but did not have time to hit the girl. He then informed the rest of the group that enemies had been detected, and it was time for them to act. Armed men, raising their swords, rushed to attack our guys, but suddenly a door crashes into the man in front, hitting him hard in the face. It turns out to be our hero, who opened the door and killed a group of armed sectarians with it, surprised by the number of people. And then he kindly leans towards them, offering his help. One of them thanks him, giving him his hand. Lin Xing took his hand, smiled suspiciously, and a small lightning bolt flashed in his hand. Instantly, the rest of the men's bodies were struck by an electric current, passing a deadly charge of lightning towards each other. Having dealt with the sectarians, Lin and the girls hurried to leave the hotel, shouting to the disgruntled owner that they were attacked by the Zhuanqing sect, and let him write down the entire bill on Tao to them. But the guys did not have time to leave this place, and they were attacked by the elder of the sect, accusing the guy of slandering his sect. Sin ordered the girls to move away and took Xun Zi's blow, colliding with the old man, causing a shockwave. Touching the old man's palm with his palm, he felt that he could not free his hand, guessing that Xun was sucking out his qi. And the old man confirmed his fears, saying that now it doesn't matter what technique the guy uses because he will suck everything out of him. The girls could not calmly watch this, rushing to help our hero, but the old man immediately threw them away with a wave of his leg, ordering the girls not to interfere in their duel. Lin visibly tensed, trying to figure out how he could defeat Xun. Even if he summoned the beast maiden GK, her energy would also be drained. And then the guy decided to try to use the moonwashing blade, summoning it in his hand. Summoning his blade, Lin Xin swung it in front of him, attacking the sect elder. But the old man managed to dodge in time, which displeased the guy. Suddenly, Lin noticed something, raising his eyebrow and watching the old man in surprise. The old man stood with his arms crossed confidently, answering the guy that he remained unharmed despite his insidious trick. But the hair on the top of his head was missing, and in its place was a shiny bald spot. The old man stood opposite Lin and bathed in the rays of light, praising his beauty, inventing a poem to himself. But our guy was blinded by the shine of his bald head, and he mockingly asked him to stop doing it. But Jun ignored the guy, saying that such a poem was worthy of his majestic beauty. And why did he add that his literary talent and appearance were the same, complimenting each other, and then glanced sideways at the chuckling crowd asking them what was the matter? One of his men handed him a mirror with a shaking hand, and he looked at him with confusion. When he saw his reflection, he was horrified, not understanding who this ugly guy was, refusing to believe that it was him. The old man got furious, calling the guys little bastards, and I promised to let them have sashimi. He jumped out of his seat and headed towards Lin, cursing him and wanting to take revenge on the guy for his action. Our hero swung his sword at him again, but the old man managed to grab it with his hands, preventing the guy from attacking him. Then he looked at Shin from under his forehead and said that he could use his draining power even through weapons. Being clever, the guy immediately called on his beast maiden Nanai for help. She immediately appeared next to her emperor, freezing him with her ice. Watching this, the old man laughed, thinking that Lin was so panicked that he missed and attacked himself. But suddenly, they were enveloped in wildfire, covering the entire space around them, until the old man's servants escaped from this flame. From the center of the flames, the voice of our hero was heard, who said that even with the icy insulation in which Nanai placed him, he was still hot. Soon Lin escaped from the flames, causing worries among his friends. While running away, he shouted to the girls that it was time for them to run away from the city so as not to fall under another attack by sectarians. But they were still noticed by sectarians who had escaped the fire. Later, the elder of the sect came out of the fire. They say that the escaped guys were only delaying their death, while a group of his people marveled in admiration at his condition after such an attack. And he, smiling, replied that he remained safe and sound, although the hair on his head became even less. The next day, the city guards were discussing yesterday's skirmish between members of the Xuanqing sect and a group of suspicious people, and that anyone causing trouble within the city should be arrested. Behind the men, the lid of a barrel shook. It was Lin Xing who was watching the guards who were alarmed after yesterday's incident, making it even more difficult to escape from the city. Then he lowered his eyes and looked inside the barrel, wondering what to do if they couldn't get out of the city. Inside the barrel sat 3 girls hugging a guy, pledging to protect him. But suddenly the guy was confused by something, and he stopped them, looking out of the barrel. Lin saw someone's silhouette on a nearby roof and realized that they had been discovered. The girls were surprised, not understanding how the enemies managed to find them in such a secluded place. Zunzi stood on the roof, walked through his remaining hair, looked threateningly at our hero, pledging to deal with him as soon as the guards left. And then suddenly, Lin Xin jumped out of the barrel, drawing the attention of those around him to the old man on the roof. The guards immediately noticed the old man, taking out their weapons, and at that time Lin climbed back into the barrel and covered himself with the lid. The armed men headed to the roof, wanting to grab Jun and prevent him from leaving. The sect elder's face twisted in anger and surprise, and the remaining hair stood on end. The soldier called to kill all violators and protect the city. Junji called the soldiers' names, because he did not threaten his country, but still called for them to try to detain him. While a fierce battle broke out between the soldiers and the spirit beasts, Lin quietly made his way further. Lin Xin asked Xiao Guai to stop, but the others did not understand why he did this. The guy realized that something was wrong, because they were constantly tracking them. And then he asked what exactly they asked the Xuanqing sect. King Lianji tensed and wondered if this was worth saying. But still, she said that she took 1 capsule at random and did not even know what kind of animal was inside, and Lun offered to call him to understand. The girl threw the capsule onto the ground, and it glowed bright purple. A fire-type beast emerged from the capsule, and Qing asked Nanai to get down to business. The girl accepted the order and made an ice wall into which the beast crashed. The fire began to go out and the second element appeared, the form of an earthen keelin. The beast sent earthen spikes towards the ice wall. The attack hit the wall, causing it to shatter into pieces, but Lin managed to knock Nanai to the ground to save her. The others were surprised that the beast had two elements and were afraid for Xiao Guai and Lin Xin. The gorilla began to break the thorns with strong and sweeping blows. Blow by blow, he made his way through the barrier and was finally able to reach the beast itself. Suddenly, yellow thunder erupted across the battlefield, striking the gorilla directly. Long Sixing was seriously angry about Xiao, but she turned away from the explosion so as not to get hurt. After receiving a direct hit, Xiao Guai began to fall to the ground, losing consciousness. It turned out that the beast possessed a third element, the form of a thunder Qilin. Qing Lianji was shocked that the beast had three attributes at the same time. After Zhao collapsed, the beast jumped towards the girls to deliver the final blow. Lin Xin suddenly appeared and grabbed the beast by the throat, stopping it in its tracks. He noticed that the beast was really cool, continuing to change the elements. Lin Xin himself launched a thunderclap at the beast, trying to stop it from switching again. The guy called Xiao Ju and asked him to calm the beast, after which the spider immediately bit the monster. The beast immediately began to fall asleep, and Lin realized that it had no resistance to toxins and that it did not possess the poison attribute. The beast completely fell to the ground and fell asleep. And Master Fu stated that there could not be a spirit beast with multiple elements. It was probably artificially modified and it was worth researching. But Lin Xin said that he was not interested in such villainous technologies. With his peripheral vision, the guy noticed that the sleeping beast began to turn into a man. As a result, a completely naked girl with long yellow hair lay in front of Lin Xin. The guy immediately became interested in this technique and wanted to conduct a thorough examination as quickly as possible. Why did the guy's hand reach out to something desired? And he chuckled quietly. With a face full of anticipation, the guy was reaching for something, wanting to tear it apart in order to feel the tenderness and the juice coming out. The guy stood over the meat, which was roasting on a spit over the fire, wanting to quickly taste the crispy crust. And then Qing Lianji came out, carrying in her hands some piece of paper found in the beast's stomach. This was the Xuan Qing sect's tracking talisman, and Xian An added that they were very cruel to do something like this to a humanoid spirit beast. Having stuck this talisman on a hair that happened to come to hand, Lin said that all sects are like this, but the girl hastened to dispute his words, saying that her sect is not involved in dirty deeds, and the guy replied that that's why he undertook to escort her back, hoping that the girl would not let him down. And at this time, the captured animal crawled out to the top of the cave, and the monkey noticed it. While the guys were enjoying their meal, Xiao Guai tried to point out a new problem to them. As it turned out, Qilin was not tied up, but lay unconscious and presumably would not wake up soon. Xiao shouted loudly, unable to bear the guy's inattention. The princess did not like this, and, cracking her knuckles, she threatened the monkey. But Xiao immediately showed a sign that said that Qilin was escaping. Qing Lianji turned around in fear, not expecting the animals to come to their senses so quickly, and our hero immediately took off, calling the rest of the guys along with him, heading for Qilin. The beast ran towards the water in which the ships were sailing. A generation chased after her, trying to assure that they would not harm her. He realized that as soon as she was in the water, there would be no way to catch her, and she was already in the jump to the water. He jumped away from the stone, storing all the lightning energy in his legs. Making a powerful jump, Lin grabbed the beast, preventing her from jumping into the water. But unable to contain their strength, they crashed together into the side of the ship, breaking through it. The men sitting inside looked at our hero with a beast in his hands, puzzled. With their entry into the ship, they hit the man and falling on the table in front of him. Our hero tried to calm the naughty beast. Looking around, the guy realized that he had found trouble. Embittered men tried to find out where he came from. The man who was touched by Lin slowly raised his head, saying that the guy dared to attack the ship of the Heavenly Duty Gang. He sat on his chair, licking his face, and with an intimidating look asked our hero who sent him here. Holding the beast tightly to himself, Lin awkwardly scratched the back of his head, answering that he accidentally flew in here and prevented the men from having their meal, but was already about to leave. The big man just laughed, threateningly drawing a large dagger from its sheath, and licking the blade of the dagger. He said that apparently they would have to cut off both of the guy's hands in order for him to confess everything. Well, suddenly, making a hole in the ship, Xiao Guai fell on the man with 3 girls on his back. The rest of the gang screamed in horror as they watched the monkey brazenly fall on their boss. The disguised Saisen worriedly asked the man if he was okay, and Lin, blushing with horror, realizing that the problem was gaining new momentum and becoming more serious. The robbers surrounded Lin and the girls, intending to kill them, but the guy called for calm because it was a misunderstanding. The gang leader sent Lin to hell with his misunderstanding and asked who hit him on the head. King Lianji stated that it was her and immediately began to sincerely apologize. The head immediately lost his speech after he looked at the girl. The big man called a servant to him and whispered something to him, and Lin began to smell the gossip. Then the servant loudly declared that their boss was ready to forgive them, but on one condition. He pointed his finger at Qing Lianji and said that she must marry their boss and become the mistress of the Heavenly Duty Gang. In fear and horror, the girl wanted to refuse the offer. Lin interrupted the girl and said that it was not a problem, but asked what the origin of their gang was. The servant began to tell that the Heavenly Debt Gang was the largest gang that controlled the waterways of Beixiong. And then he introduced the boss, whose name was Hu Sandu, who could make the entire Beichun tremble with just his cough. After telling, Lin Xin realized that he was the head of the Hu family and immediately apologized to him. The guy said that they would have to follow the big man, and Qing did not understand what he meant. Lin asked the girl not to say anything and just listen to him. Hugh became very angry and asked what kind of relationship the guy and the girl were in, starting to guess in his head. Lin refuted the big man's guesses, saying that they were brother and sister, and he called the two handsome men servants, which caused Lung and An to be shocked. Lin began to say that they had lost their parents, but since the elder brother is like a father, he consents to this marriage, but with a condition. The guy whispered in the boss's ear that according to the custom of their people, before the wedding one must pay tribute to the ancestor. Otherwise, the wife would bring misfortune to her husband and asked Hu to return with them instead. Hu Sandu was indignant, saying that the customs were just superstitions, and that evening he was going to enter the newlyweds' chambers. Laziness turned away from his boss and said that their father said the same thing and died several years ago. After Lin's words, the boss became a little nervous, but still agreed to pay tribute to the ancestors and asked where their home was so that he could go there right away. Lin said that it was not that far, but in fact they had to go to the slope of Beiming Mountain, where the Qingyun sect was located, and the head of the Hu family gave the order to turn around and go to Beiming Mountain. The big man thanked Lin for his support, and he said that he expected him to make his sister happy for the rest of her life. King Lianji herself was behind, watching the entire conversation and was simply in complete shock. And after that, the boss asked the servants to organize cabins for the rest of his brother-in-law and his family. And Shen and Long Sixing were completely shocked that the gang would take them straight to Beiming Mountain. Looking at the pendant, Lin thought that switching to the third form had used up too much energy. And when the energy runs out, it returns to the pendant. The guy lay on the bed, hid the pendant in his bosom, and finally relaxed in anticipation of several days of peace and quiet. Suddenly, an arrow flew through the window into the guy's cabin, which he managed to catch at the last moment. There was a note on the arrow, which he immediately noticed. The note said that Zhuanqing sect reinforcements would arrive tomorrow, and the stranger advised to be careful. And on the edge, there was a trace of a woman's lipstick. The guy was surprised that someone gave him a secret letter and tried to remember if he had any acquaintances in Beixiong. Afterwards, the guy sneezed and thought that someone was scolding him. Lin decided to ignore the warning and went to bed with the thought that his son-in-law would help him, even if the heavens fell. At that time, a lot of animals were killed in the lair of the ferocious cave bear. The man held the bunny by the ears and tore the piece of paper from him. Junji cursed Lin Xin, promising to kill his family and himself. Early in the morning, while it was still dark, the ship continued to sail along its path. Long Sixing opened the door to Lin's room and watched as he slept. The girl smiled and admired her man, saying that the gift for her was already fully prepared. Jumping into the room, she began to spin in the air, throwing off her clothes. The guy continued to sleep, not suspecting anything, and Lun almost landed on him, calling it a night raid. Suddenly, they shouted from above about an emergency and ordered them to drop anchor. Due to the sudden stop of the ship, the girl flew headfirst into the wall. The girl cried because of the blow and was upset that she could not get the guy today. The silhouette from behind advised the girl not to act rashly, otherwise someone could die, and the girl was scared. The silhouette called itself Lin Xin's guardian named Hu Ling and began to threaten the girl. He said that if she did not want to be pierced through, she had better not go near Lin when he was unconscious. The guy woke up abruptly, and the guardian said that the power inside him was so strong that he could only control it at night. The girl breathed a sigh of relief because Lin woke up to go to the toilet, and Hu said that while he was unconscious, a terrible force could break out. Long Sixing said that she couldn't be intimidated, although she had never touched a man, but she knew a lot of theory from the Empress's library. The Guardian said that Lin Sin is certainly a man, but not every man is Lin Sin. While Lin was urinating, he managed to break a mountain with his pressure. Guardian Hu continued to admire the guy, and the girl was shocked by what she saw. Luna was glad that her attack had failed, and the Guardian advised that if she wanted to attack him while he was sleeping, it would be better to take several people with her. Many loud screams began to be heard from above, causing Lin Sin to wake up. He immediately got up, trying to understand what the noise was, and then asked what Lun was doing in his cabin, and the girl replied that she heard the noise and came to him. The guy ran upstairs and called the girl with him to see what was happening. Master Shu noticed the girl's underwear in the room and wondered if the girl downstairs was cold. Lin went upstairs and asked Hu what happened, and the boss replied that someone was blocking their path. Two unknown men stood on the shore watching the heroes. The boss said that they capsized one of the ships in a second, and if they had not stopped in time, they would also have gone to the bottom. Holding his hand in front of his chest, one of the monks said Buddha Amitabha. He apologized for disturbing them, and the second said that two poor monks were looking for someone and wanted to ask them to help. Hu Sandu asked why they sank the ship if they were looking for someone and threatened that if he did not receive an explanation, they would simply not leave it. The monks explained that the people on the ship were too rude. They started laughing loudly and insulted the Buddha. So they violated the commandment of anger and committed a sin. The boss apologized for not keeping his people disciplined, introduced himself, and asked how he could address them. One of them said that the legal name was lost, and the second was called a mentor and called the name Shi Jin, which meant incontinence. The entire crew of the ship, the boss and Lin, himself burst into laughter. Trying to hide their laughter,